Cleaning house. Chapter 17, Cleaning house. Celestia found herself regretting the abruptness of her declaration the next day. She'd wanted to wait until the business of processing all the cultist prisoners had been dealt with before making that declaration. However, Duke Periwinkle had forced her hoof. Before the day was half over, the news of Periwinkle's arrest, along with the Celestia's declaration, had been carried to every corner of the city. Naturally, there was plenty of unrest amongst the nobles who hadn't already been put under house arrest save for a scant few that had followed the cues of Blueblood and Fancy Pants, both of whom were doing their best to help contain the situation. Several members of the noble court began to muster their forces. Even though the mercenaries that Elderflower and his co-conspirators had been mustering had been slaughtered, the remaining members of the noble court still had plenty of ponies to muster in the form of their mares-at-arms, one of the primary reasons Celestia had been so careful with them in the past. If they rallied their collective forces and marched against the palace, the royal guard would have to meet them, the result of which would then threaten the lives and homes of the rest of the city's inhabitants. I really wish you hadn't done that, said Shining Armor as he met Celestia outside of the throne room. The day court having been suspended for lunch, my ponies on patrol have already been picking up signs of trouble. They've been spotting runners and messengers all day. They've even seen armed ponies assembling on the noble estates. I wish things could have happened differently, said Celestia, but Periwinkle made that impossible. Any concession I made to avoid conflict would have set a dangerous precedent and risked undoing everything that Twilight and her friends have suffered for. I agree, said Shining, but we need to find a way to contain this before it gets really out of hoof. If the nobles rally their forces and try to march against us, I'll be forced to pull the guards away from enforcing the house arrest on Elderflower's allies. Even if we ultimately win, I'd bet bits to bridles that Elderflower's cronies will use the opportunity to skip town if they don't throw their own forces behind the revolt. Then why not let them? Asked a chipper voice from behind Celestia and Shining. The two of them whirled around to see another pony standing there with an impish grin on his face. Swift Stride, said Celestia, a feeling of relief washing over her. I am glad to see you back. The khaki earth pony laughed as he regarded the princess and her captain of the guard with eyes so squinted that they might as well have been closed. Sorry it took me so long to get back here, he said. Some things came up. I'm sure they did, Shining Armor muttered under his breath. Unlike Celestia, he wasn't quite so happy to see the most infamously, at least, insomuch as her knights could be infamous, eccentric of the Celestial Knights, a pony who had a reputation as a liar and a thief to the point that not even his peers, the other Celestial Knights, trusted him wholly. His squinty eyes and perpetual grin always gave Shining the impression of a scheming fox, an impression that the smooth brush-like shape of Swift's white tail only heightened further. The sight of the Swift's spiky mane unnerved Shining as he was reminded that Swift's black-clad outfit concealed innumerable explosives and poisons, possibly enough to bring down the entire palace if the stallion was of a mind to. The tiniest twitch of Swift's right ear was all the acknowledgement he gave Shining's remark. Instead, he kept his attention on Celestia. From what I've been hearing, things have been getting interesting here. A little too interesting for my taste, said Celestia with a sigh. What you said a moment ago. Are you suggesting I should let Elderflower's allies flee? Swift nodded. If there's any kind of real fight between the nobles and the royal guard is going to come out on top. Elderflower picked his allies for their pragmatism and their ability to see the reality of the situation, to a certain extent. They probably realize that an open fight against you is going to end in disaster, however bloody it ends up being. Knowing that, they'll take the opportunity to flee. But if they want to take advantage of a revolt to escape, that means they'll have to move fast and travel light. They won't be able to drag their guards and staff along with them, and they'll probably even lend their forces to the rest of the noble court to help buy them more time. As for where they'll run to, they'll most likely head for their home estates in the cities and provinces they hail from. Ponies like them are always unwilling to give up the trappings of their positions after all. If they can't be nobles in Canterlot, they'll run to some place where they can still be nobles, even if it's only in their heads. And even if a few of them actually manage to get creative, all you have to do is have the SES tail them to find out where they're running to. Then, after everything is settled in Canterlot, you'll be able to round up the runners easily enough. They'll be bereft of protection, having left their guards behind to escape, and you can have them detained by the guards in the locales they flee to, which will add insult to injury. And, on top of everything else, you'll have another crime to charge them with. That sounds lovely, said Shining sarcastically, but I'm missing the part where allowing the nobles to start a revolt is a good thing. Swift's grin widened. Starting a revolt isn't a big problem. The tricky part is how you put it down. It'll also put the nobles' greed and arrogance on display for the whole of Equestria, completely unifying ponies against them. You can bet that the staff tending to the runners' home estates won't be so loyal to them when they learn that they're harboring fugitives against the state. You'll have cause to seize the nobles' assets, which will cut off their ability to interfere economically with equestrian affairs. You'll also have an excuse to detain the whole lot of them at once and wrap up everything nice and neat. Shining grimaced. And how do you suggest we put down this revolt? With a chuckle, Swift's grin widened even further, to a degree that Shining was truly beginning to feel disconcerted. I'm glad you asked. You're thinking like a soldier, that you have to face these ponies like enemies on a battlefield. But there's no need for that. Inhale, said Dr. Stibble, holding the stethoscope up against Don's wing. Hold it good, Let it out slowly. He moved the instrument to Don's other wing and repeated the instructions. Don followed them without protest, holding perfectly still as the doctor moved from his wings to Don's back and then along his barrel. Finally, after several repetitions, Stable put the stethoscope away. Well now, I believe I can grant you a clean bill of health. Your body is recovering nicely. And my magic? Asked Don. As long as you don't perform anything strenuous with it for the next 2 weeks, you should be fine, said Stable. You can fly, and I think this wind sense of yours you've told me about won't strain you. However, I must caution you against any sort of flight-related exercise or strenuous training. Running through your forms is fine, but only if you're not using your magic while doing so. Thank you, said Don, looking relieved. Dr. Stibble chuckled. I can honestly say right now that, however much I might like you, I would much prefer it if I didn't have to see you again for a little while. Please try to make it so that the next time I see you is for a routine physical and not a trip to the emergency room. I'll try my best, said Don, but I can't make any promises. Stable sighed. I suppose that's the best I can hope for. With a giggle, Fluttershy rested a wing across Don's back and guided him out of the doctor's office. The two of them made their way out into the waiting room, where Scootaloo was still sitting, having been given a brief reprieve from her grounding to accompany Dawn and Fluttershy to the physical. How'd it go? Asked the filly, getting off her seat. I'm getting better, said Dawn, but the doctor said to take it easy for a little while longer. Ah, groaned Scootaloo, I was hoping we could start sparring. 2 more weeks or so, said Dawn, but we can still do your regular training in the meantime. Why don't you walk Scootaloo home, suggested Fluttershy to Dawn. I did promise Melon that I would send her straight back after we finished your physical. We don't want her to get in trouble after all. Do I have to? Complained Scootaloo, her body practically wilting from the idea. I'm sorry, said Fluttershy with an apologetic smile, but you don't want your mother to think you need a longer punishment. Not with your birthday coming up. There was a note of panic in Scootaloo's eyes at Fluttershy's words, but she quickly relaxed. Yeah, you're right. Dawn smiled and rested a wing across Scootaloo's back. Let's go, he said. Leaning over, he whispered into her ear, your mother said to bring you back. She never said we had to be quick about it. Scootaloo found herself nodding as she and Dawn strolled off at a sedate pace, enjoying the spring day as Fluttershy waved at them from behind. I'll see you at home, she called out to Dawn before turning to head back to the cottage. Dawn and Scootaloo stayed pressed together as they strolled down the streets of Ponyville. As they went, they could see the fruits of the reconstruction efforts. New houses were being built all around them, cracks and crevices in the streets were being filled in. Slowly, but steadily, Ponyville was beginning to pull itself back together. Ms. Shirley says that the school will be rebuilt in another week, said Dawn as they turned a corner. We won't have to head out to Sweet Apple Acres for class anymore. That's good, said Scootaloo. I didn't mind too much, but I bet you were getting tired of walking there every day. A little, said Dawn, but that's no longer an issue. I just hope that every pony's homes are rebuilt by then. Otherwise, it would be a fairly long walk from the tents to the school. Yeah, agreed Scootaloo. For a little while, they walked in a comfortable silence. However, as Scootaloo's home came into view, she thought of something. Hey Dawn. Yes. What do you want to do for Hearts and Hooves Day? Dawn blinked. Pausing, Scootaloo looked at him in confusion. Is this another holiday you don't know about? Quote. Would it make you angry if I said yes? It took a moment, but Scootaloo finally released her frustration with a sigh. I should've figured, another thing your master didn't bother to teach you about. Dawn shrugged. No one pony could teach everything. What and when is this Hearts and Hooves Day? Well, it took a few minutes for Scootaloo to explain the nature of the holiday as they went along. The date was a little over a week away. So that's it, said Dawn, thinking about what it entailed. An entire day devoted to romance and relationships, something that confused him. He wasn't sure exactly what celebrating a holiday like that would be like for him and Scootaloo. Given how close they were already, there didn't seem to be anything particularly special they could do that would be outside the norm for them, save for certain actions that were most certainly not to be carried out by ponies their age. What do you want to do? Asked Scootaloo. Won't you still be grounded? Dawn pointed out. Yeah, said Scootaloo, but I think Mom might lift my grounding for just one day if I behave myself. So, you'll still be grounded. Hey, shouted Scootaloo, bristling at the joke as Dawn smirked at her, coughing slightly to hide his chuckles. Very funny, she muttered, giving him a light punch to the shoulder, though she couldn't quite keep a smile from her own face. In all seriousness, we should probably go on a date. A date? Yeah, said Scootaloo, you know, like we did during the Harvest Festival. We'll go out and get a meal somewhere, have some fun, enjoy each other's company. How is that different from what we usually do? Asked Dawn. After all, they frequently shared meals, whether at Scootaloo's home or Dawn's. He supposed going out to a restaurant or something might constitute something a little different, but it still seemed like the same thing to him. Maybe we don't need to really do anything different, Scootaloo pointed out. Yeah, the day is special, but we should just try to have fun with each other. I'm always open to that, said Dawn with a smile as he opened the gate for her. And, because it's a special sappy, romantic, lovey-dovey day, Scootaloo froze in place, turning her head away from Dawn in a futile effort to conceal her blush. You'll what? Asked Dawn, genuinely curious. Scootaloo's voice dropped down to nearly inaudible levels. Wear a dress. Thinking about how Scootaloo looked in her dress made Dawn blush as well. That would certainly be special, he admitted. In that case, I'd love to go with you, assuming you can behave. A snort escaped Scootaloo's nose as she playfully punched Dawn again. I'll show you, she exclaimed. It's a date then. As they arrived at the door, Dawn stood back as Scootaloo opened it. I'll see you tomorrow, she said over her shoulder. Leaning forward, Dawn placed a quick kiss on her lips. Tomorrow then, he said. Turning around, Dawn stepped out into the yard before trying to spread his wings. He took to the air for the first time since his fight with Tara Hart. The initial liftoff was a little awkward, but he quickly managed to balance himself out before he was making his way, at a sedate pace, to his own home. Scootaloo watched him go with a smile on her face, not going inside until he was out of sight. The air in Canterlot hummed with tension, almost as though a premonition of disaster had fallen upon the city. The streets were empty, all homes and businesses closed up tight. Members of the Royal Guard still patrolled through the public districts in pairs, their eyes wary as they scanned every nook and cranny for any kind of threat. However, their patrols all carefully skirted the edge of the noble district, home to the elaborate estates of the members of the noble court. Within those places, the only guards to be found were those watching the homes of the nobles that Princess Celestia had placed under house arrest. Those guards stood at rigid attention, their hooves resting near their weapons, ready to draw and defend themselves at a moment's notice. Within the noble district, there was a large plaza at the convergence of several streets which spread out through the district like the spokes of a wheel. It was a beautiful space, the white tiles reflecting the light of the sun off the street, making the place fairly seem to glow in the daylight. At the center was a fountain of a rearing unicorn, steams of water spraying out of the tip of its horn in all directions into a pool at its base. Around the pool was a low bench that could be used by pedestrians to rest their hooves after walking around the city. Normally, this plaza was a favorite spot for tourists, who took advantage of its position to get a picturesque view of the looming estates that surrounded it. It was used as an assembly area for tour groups and even a space for the occasional festival. On rare occasions, it was also used for outdoor ceremonies conducted by the noble court, usually related to some arcane function buried deep in their lore of tradition and history. Today, however, the plaza was an assembly space for an army. They arrived in trickles at first, grim-faced ponies clad in polished armor, their eyes and faces hard as they marched down the streets and began to line up in front of the fountain. These were the mares-at-arms belonging to various noble families. Some were hired hooves, recruited for their skill at combat and protecting their charges, whilst others were knights and vassals who had served their particular family for generations. Some of these ponies had taken up arms against each other in the past for some reason or another during the course of numerous conflicts that had played out between the various nobles. But today, they assembled with a sense of common purpose, their previous conflicts forgotten as they stood shoulder to shoulder with one another. Along with the guards came their masters, nobles of every stripe and rank, unicorns all. They were the members of the noble court, descendants from the same noble families that had once ruled under the auspices of the House of Platinum during the times of the Unicornian Kingdom. In the distant past, their families had controlled entire provinces of Equestria, ruling over the commoners, earth ponies and Pegasi, who were little more than serfs. Over the centuries, that had changed. Their powers had lessened, their authority had waned as Princess Celestia slowly stole it away from them without them even realizing it. The ponies assembling in the plaza today were but a shadow of the noble court's former glory. All they had left now was their vast wealth and the few lands that they hadn't sold off generations ago, including their estates in Canterlot. Despite this, those who came to the plaza walked with their heads high, wearing expressions of arrogance and pride as though it were the height of fashion. Though they no longer participated in the actual governance of Equestria, they were still assured of their superiority. Thus, Princess Celestia's proclamation was a blow to that pride. It was a wind fanning embers of resentment into the flames of outright rebellion as the nobles looked to the royal palace and thought of restoring their rightful rule. Their guards assembled in tightly organized rings around the plaza's fountain, all of the armed ponies focusing their attention on the nobles who gathered there. For the sake of this glorious campaign, old relics had been pulled out of storage and dusted off. Proud banners were raised, some bearing the crests of noble houses, others showing the symbols of knightly orders that served those houses. Armor was cleaned and polished, weapons were sharpened, old spellbooks were brought out so that battle mages could brush up on their most destructive magics. For the first hour, silence reigned over the plaza. The only sound was the clank of armor and hooves clicking against the stone streets as more and more ponies arrived. By the hour before midday, the plaza was packed with ponies. Then the speeches began. Various nobles stepped up onto the rim of the fountain, positioning themselves so that they could be seen by the crowd of guards and knights. They shouted, the sound of their voices carrying across the assembled soldiers. They spoke of the honor and dignity of their positions, of their rights and privileges as members of the nobility, of their superiority over the common pony. They listed the slights and insults paid against them by Princess Celestia, by Shining Armor, and by upstarts like Twilight Sparkle. Names were spoken, names like Steel Flint, Elderflower, Sweetwater, the names of ponies who had been grievously wronged by Princess Celestia and her favorites. Many of these ponies had formerly been rivals of the named, who had once sought to undermine or outmaneuver the very ponies they now sought to aid and avenge. Their previous conflicts were forgotten beneath the weight of their common cause. Then, moving as one massive force, the combined forces of the noble court began their march. The armed soldiers formed into ranks and made their way up the street leading to the palace, their hooves clopping against the ground in perfect unison, looking to all the world like a glorious army marching to war as their banners trailed through the air overhead. The nobles marched with their guards walking at the center of their protective formations. Pegasi, earth ponies, and unicorns all moved side by side. Pegasi would not take to the air until it was time for the battle to begin, their presence in the ranks serving to add to the intimidation factor as the fighters moved as a single unit. Their path took them past a few of the houses being guarded by the members of the royal guard. Those guards in the path of the advancing nobles quickly withdrew, leaving their charges unguarded. As the nobles' mares-at-arms marched past those estates, the gates opened and their numbers were bolstered further by more soldiers from the imprisoned ponies. However, as those soldiers moved out through the front gate, solitary figures made their way out through the back, rushing in the direction of Canterlot's train station. Swift stride shaded his eyes as he looked in the direction of the noble district. From his perch atop a clock tower in Canterlot's market district, he could easily see the mass of ponies making their way up the street to the palace. He had to squint against the glare of the sun reflecting off of polished armor, not bothering to conceal his grimace. Geez, maybe we should ask Celestia to turn the sun down for a little bit. I don't know how those ponies can march together without going blind. Beside Swift stood a nervous flash sentry, who swallowed hard as his eyes moved over the assembled forces of the noble court. Are you sure this is going to work? He asked. Pretty much, said Swift, look at them. Their Pegasi aren't even in the air yet. They're marching up the street in broad daylight in nicely packed ranks with no room to maneuver, flying banners and flags like it's a damn parade. Those fools are using tactical manuals over 1,000 years old. If you wanted, you could have set up ambush points in over half a dozen places on the way up and slaughtered them wholesale before they even got out of the district. But why would they do something so foolish? Asked Flash, still feeling nervous. It wasn't every day he faced an entire army of ponies. Well, they've never actually had reason to update those manuals, said Swift with a chuckle. Ever since Princess Celestia took over the sun and the moon, outside nations generally came to the conclusion that invading probably wasn't worth the risk, so the nobles have never actually had to field their forces for a real war in 1,000 years. Swift kept to himself that the peace was also kept by the Celestial Knights, each of whom was supposed to be an army unto herself. Before then, the only wars nobles participated in were mostly against each other. Those conflicts usually involved lining up their forces into pretty little formations like they did today and smacking them into each other until the side that killed more of the other side's ponies became the winner. It was more about preening and posturing than it was about actual warfare. With the reforms Celestia had ultimately put into place, open, armed conflict between noble houses began to die out, thus ending the likelihood that certain nobles might get more creative in their tactics in the intervening years. If the nobles still had access to the mercenary forces that Elderflower and his cronies had amassed, their force might have been commanded by ponies who were actually experienced in actual warfare and might have been deployed with more pragmatism, which would have made this affair bloodier and much more difficult to resolve. Although the reason behind the deaths of those mercenaries was unknown, Swift was certainly grateful that those ponies weren't in a position to make a difference now. They're nearly here, he said, places every pony. Flash gulped and took to the air, flying up to a rain cloud and landing on top of it. The other guards withdrew down alleyways and into buildings, closing doors and windows tightly. Up and down the street, every opening had been carefully covered over and sealed. It almost looked like a ghost town of abandoned buildings. Swift's stride descended nimbly from his perch, his hooves finding holds on ledges most ponies would have slipped off nearly instantly as he made what looked to be a controlled fall down to street level, landing so lightly that his hooves barely made any sound against the cobblestones. Now for the fun part, he said to himself with a diabolical chuckle. Shining Armor had thought that the plan was ridiculous, of course, amounting to little more than a fool's prank. But Celestia had vouched for Swift's cunning, thus throwing the support of the royal guard behind his scheme. From the street level, it was impossible to see the approaching host yet. However, Swift could already hear the synchronized sound of ponies marching in unison, their hooves clicking off the cobblestones altogether. After a few minutes, they became visible as the leading edge of the army rounded the corner, all of them still marching rigidly. Swift could still see the Pegasi in their ranks marching just like the rest rather than screening their comrades from the air. Undoubtedly, those Pegasi would look very intimidating when they all lifted off at once. But they were next to useless right now. More importantly, they wouldn't be able to escape what was coming. As the nobles and their soldiers approached, their eyes narrowed at the sight of the single black-garbed stallion barring their path, grinning almost manically as his fox-like tail lashed back and forth. The noble mare leading the procession stopped and held up her hoof. One by one, the ranks of soldiers behind her also came to a halt, the sound of hoofs trailing off into the silence as their leader stepped forward. "What is the meaning of this?" demanded the silvery gray mare as she glared at Swift. "Isn't that obvious?" asked Swift. "I'm putting an end to this little joke of yours. It's pretty funny that you think you could actually lead a rebellion against the princesses and hope to win." "This is no rebellion," snarled the mare. "We are taking back what is rightfully ours, what had been denied to us for generations, our right to rule. If I recall, it's a right that your ancestors were all too glad to give up," Swift pointed out, "and none of you ponies actually wanted to rule because it was too much work and you're far too important for that. It seems to me that the nation has been running itself just fine without your stewardship for the past few centuries, even better in fact. But I suppose that's beside the point. You morons thought you could march an army up to the princess's doorstep and just have them give everything back to you. You lot must be stupid if you think that's going to work." "Peasant," spat the mare, "I do not have time to bandy words with you. You are lucky we have more pressing matters, or I would have you imprisoned so that you can be reminded of your place at our leisure. However, if you do not move yourself from our path, I will simply have you killed and we will march over your corpse." Swift fell silent, the smile falling from his face, suddenly replaced by a much more pensive expression. The mare thought that he was realizing the folly of his position. However, instead, Swift started talking to her again. Just checking, but you're that Duchess, right? What was your name again?" "Flufflepuff." "It's Thistledown," the mare nearly screamed, her face twisted in a grimace of indignation. "So I was close," said Swift with a relaxed smile. "You weren't even remotely close," yelled Thistledown. "Oh well," said Swift with a shrug, "just wanted to make sure of who I was talking to. The fact that you're at the front means you have the most status out of all you noble goons right now." Taking a second to recover her composure, Thistledown schooled her face back into an expression of measured scorn. "That is correct. By both rank and seniority, I am the most distinguished member of the noble court." "Thoughts it," said Swift, his grin returning. "That explains why you're at the front and why all those lesser nobles are following along behind you. After all, once the fur begins to fly, who do you think is going to fall first?" That remark took a chip out of Thistledown's facade as she took an uncertain step back. "I mean," continued Swift, "it certainly makes sense for those girls to follow behind you. When you fall heroically in battle, they will gladly avenge your death and then one of them will be in a position to rise to the top. Or maybe they're thinking that your death doesn't need to be nearly so heroic, so long as every pony else thinks it is." Thistledown cast an uncertain glance over her shoulder at the army behind her and the other nobles standing back throughout its line. "I mean, just because you have a common cause for grievance against the princesses doesn't mean that you aren't all going to have to settle out who's really in charge once the dust settles," said Swift. "It certainly makes sense to make sure that the top candidate is out of the way first." "That's ridiculous," stammered Thistledown, nervously shifting her weight back and forth, her expression indicating her lack of belief in her own words. "If that's what helps you sleep at night," said Swift, "though, I don't think you'll have to worry about sleeping tonight anyway." From behind Thistledown, Swift could hear the sound of ponies' hooves shuffling as the soldiers behind the Duchess began to shift their positions. A similar sound was beginning to drift up from farther back amongst the enemy formations. It was the sound of the ponies in the rear ranks starting to move up as they failed to understand what the hold-up at the front was. The soldiers directly behind Thistledown parted to admit two other unicorns, both of whom carried themselves with a similar degree of arrogance to the Duchess. As they came to a stop, they both noticed Swift's presence and turned to glare at Thistledown. "You have stalled our advance at such a crucial time for one Earth pony. What is the meaning of this?" demanded the stallion who now stood at Thistledown's left. "I will take care of the matter," snapped the Duchess, clearly annoyed by the distraction. "If that were true, you would have already," replied the mare who'd settled in on her right, "and yet it seems that our glorious leader has hesitated for some crucial reason. Weren't you supposed to lead us into the heart of the royal palace and reclaim our glory?" "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" snarled Thistledown, startling both ponies. "You'd like for me to go at the front while the rest of you follow behind, all nice and safe behind your ranks of soldiers, just waiting for some unfortunate accident to befall me so that you don't have to worry about me being at the top when everything is over." "What are you talking about?" demanded the stallion. "Do you really think that we would plot to betray you in the midst of such a glorious enterprise? We need unity now." "Unity?" snapped Thistledown. "You speak of unity, Regal, when you were the one plotting to undermine my work 3 months ago. You're bringing that up now?" asked the stallion, glaring at Thistledown. "Not that I'm surprised that Regal would do such a thing," said the other mare coolly, "but could we settle this later?" "Shut up," Regal nearly shouted. "You're one to talk after trying to slip drugs into my drink during the last gala I hosted." "Oh please," said the mare with a roll of her eyes, "now who's the one bringing up old grievances?" Swift looked on as the three of them continued to argue and squabble, noting the sounds of growing unrest in the ranks behind them. The soldiers and guards the nobles had assembled looked on with growing irritation and impatience as their leaders, who had previously spoken of unity and the honor of their cause, continued to bait and agitate one another. Swift wouldn't have been surprised if many of the other nobles farther back in the ranks were making their way to the front now. I think things are going as well as we could hope for, he thought before clapping his hooves sharply together. The sound snapped the three bickering noble ponies out of their argument as they turned to glare at Swift once again. Actually, I was lying about your allies plotting your death, Swift said with a grin at Thistledown, who bristled with anger. I just wanted to hold you up a bit longer. You will pay for defying us, you wretch, growled Regal, stepping forward. You see, said Swift, ignoring the stallion, it doesn't matter whether or not your allies are plotting against you, because I've decided to kill you all here. What? Gasped the other mare, her eyes going wide. Swift curled one forehoof about a cord that none of the nobles or their soldiers had noticed before. The cord lay between the cobbles, running down the street until it reached one of the marehole covers that led to Canterlot's sewer system. Several such covers were in the street at regular intervals, a natural part of Canterlot's scenery. The soldiers and their leaders hadn't given them a second through as they marched over them. Swift gave the cord a sharp yank. From the sewer entrance it ran into, there was a loud sound, almost like a large pony coughing. That sound repeated itself several times, running all the way down the street. At the same time, there was an explosion of pale blue dust that burst out through the holes of the cover. More of the dust exploded out from every gutter running down the street, flooding the entire area with a blue cloud of swirling particles that completely enveloped the host of ponies before they could react. Got 'em all, thought Swift with a chuckle as the dust washed over him as well. What is this? Gasped Thistledown in between hacking coughs as her eyes and skin began to burn. Her throat felt as though it was on fire. Oh, this, said Swift, seemingly unbothered by the cloud, even though he was standing amidst it. This is poison made from the blue spider lotus flower. It kills you slowly and painfully over the course of about 15 minutes. It leaves a burning sensation wherever it touches, and it'll even seep in through your skin if you manage to hold your breath. You fool, shouted Regal between coughs, his voice already becoming hoarse, you'll die too. The cloud was beginning to disperse, the heavy dust not spreading all that far on a windless day. Nah, I'll be fine, said Swift, raising a hoof to his lips and giving a piercing whistle. That was the signal for Flash sentry on the rain cloud up above. Upon receiving Swift's signal, Flash began to hop up and down on the cloud, prompting a downpour that washed over Swift completely, just large enough to thoroughly soak his entire body. The nice thing about this poison is that it can be neutralized if you dilute it with water, lots of water. Turning his head up, Swift opened his mouth and began catching some of the rain there and gargling it before spitting it back out on the street. Raising a hoof, he signaled for Flash to stop. There, he said, good as new. Water, we need water, shouted Thistledown, her rasping voice still managing to convey the panic she felt. Conjure it, you fool, snapped the other mare, already lighting her horn. However, even as she tried, her horn sparked feebly and fizzled out. One of the reasons I picked this poison is that it disrupts and ultimately shuts down all forms of pony magic, said Swift with a laugh. I'm afraid you're not gonna get any water from magic. And even if your Pegasi had clouds on hoof, they couldn't make it rain to save their lives. The three nobles exchanged horrified glances. Already, the news of what had just hit every pony was filtering back through the lines, along with what was needed to neutralize the poison. The sounds of panic were beginning to spread as they tried to figure out a source of water that could save their lives. Unfortunately, it was a clear day in Canterlot with no rainstorms scheduled. To make matters worse, while there were municipal sources of water all around, they mostly amounted to sinks and fountains, nothing that could serve to completely drench a pony, certainly not an entire army of ponies before the poison ran its course. It was Thistledown who hit upon the solution, her bloodshot eyes lighting up as she recalled a large source of water just close enough that the nobles and their entire army could wash the poison away before it killed them. The reservoir, she shouted, already wheeling to one side and bounding off down a side street. Canterlot's reservoir, the primary source of water for the city's citizenry, did indeed lay a few blocks away, a large artificial lake that caught runoff from the rainfall and recycled water from the city itself, actually generating a picturesque waterfall that spilled over its edges and plummeted down to a river below. It was a favorite destination for families and foals on hot summer days, as it could be used as the city's swimming hole among other things. It was certainly large enough to hold the entirety of the nobles' army as they washed the poison dust off their bodies. Thistledown's words triggered a stampede as the pain-maddened ponies charged off down any lane available to them, desperate to make it to the reservoir before their lives were forfeit. Within 3 minutes, the entire street had been cleared out, the horde of armed ponies having all abandoned their formations to rush to their salvation, every pony fighting bodily to get there first, as every minute, indeed, every second counted. The nobles galloped amongst them, fighting just as fiercely, their dignity and pride forgotten as they sought to save their sorry hides. Not one of them sought to organize matters to better coordinate the process, all of them too worried about preserving their own lives. And that's that, said Swift, clapping his hooves together as though brushing off more of the dust. He shook his body vigorously, sending water spraying everywhere and tossing the ends of his white sash about. He couldn't completely remove the water from his body, but he no longer looked like a half-drowned dog. Now what? Asked Flash. Your pony's in position at the reservoir, asked Swift. Yes. Then I doubt they'll even need your instructions to know what to do, said Swift with a grin. Reaching into his clothes, he produced a fairly large sack from which he extracted what looked like a small pill, which he tossed carelessly into his mouth and swallowed down. Raising the sack, Swift hoofed it over to Flash. When your guards finish rounding up that sorry lot, make sure the rest of this goes into the reservoir. Oh, and use some rain clouds to wash down the street and houses around here before you let any pony use the place. That powder wasn't actually poison, was it? Asked Flash. He'd been leery of allowing Swift to use a massive poison-based weapon in the middle of Canterlot but had relented due to Celestia's reassurances. Nah, said Swift, that was 3 parts itching powder, 2 parts pure capsaicin, and 1 part weak poison joke extract. Poison joke, exclaimed Flash, looking at the streets nervously. Like I said, it's weak, said Swift. I figured out how to reduce poison joke's potency a while ago and made it into a powder. In its weakened state, it can shut down a pony's magic but won't do much else. Couldn't have those fools conjuring water when there was such a convenient source nearby, now could I? I guess not, admitted Flash with an uneasy shrug. That's what those pills are for, explained Swift, pointing at the bag. They'll neutralize the poison joke dust in the reservoir when those ponies wash it off and keep the rest of the city from being affected. When the weather team washed down the streets, the runoff would also end up in the reservoir and would be rendered safe as well. Okay, said Flash, feeling a bit strange about the whole situation. Still, Swift had managed to arrange things so that the situation had come to a neat end without any bloodshed. As he was about to fly away to do the rest of his part, he paused and turned to hover a short distance above Swift's stride. By the way, why did you bother with that whole thing with the Duchess telling her allies were planning to betray her? It might have been true, said Swift with a shrug, but the point was to make sure that I didn't miss any pony. For all that they might have been marching together really well, those ponies weren't a real army. They're just a collection of various house guards and knightly orders affiliated with different nobles. Those idiots basically scraped together all the ponies they could find and marched them out. They didn't bother with logistics and lines of communication, so when things stopped at the front, ponies in the back were clueless as to why. When they didn't start moving right away, the ponies at the back would start moving up to try and get the ones ahead of them moving and so on. Because of that, they all grouped together nice and tight. It also made it harder for the Pegasi to take off so that they could escape the powder or generate some wind to blow it away. Flash blinked, stunned by Swift Stride's insight and planning. As the stallion slated to be the next captain of the Royal Guard, Flash had been briefed about the Knights of the Celestial Order. However, aside from a brief meeting with Arkenstone when the blind stallion had been at the palace a few days prior, Flash had never been introduced to them before. He'd heard of the Knights before then, of course, been told stories of their incredible power and prowess. However, he'd always believed the Knights to be fairy tales. And yet here was a pony who had routed an entire army without shedding a drop of blood or killing any pony. In its own right, that was every bit as impressive, if not more so, than any demonstration of martial skill. With a shudder, Flash turned and flew to the reservoir to help with the capture of the noble court's forces. In the end, Swift Stride's plan had worked beautifully. The nobles and their guards had rushed to Canterlot's reservoir in a panicked crush, throwing themselves into the water with abandon. Those ponies who managed to maintain a sufficient amount of reason stripped off their armor and weapons before throwing themselves in. Those that were too panicked to remember quickly had to remove their armor before it dragged them down to a watery death. As the packed mass of ponies continued their headlong plunge into the water, those who had arrived first only found themselves pushed out further as their comrades pressed in behind them, preventing the first arrivals from getting out. Once the last ponies of the nobles' once grand army had charged into the lake, the Royal Guard came in behind them, quickly moving to secure the discarded armor and weapons before any pony could get out to reclaim them. When all was said and done, the Royal Guard easily managed to round up and detain the entire bedraggled mass of sodden ponies. Though they had rinsed away the itching powder and capsaicin, the poison joke powder had already taken effect, rendering it impossible for any of the prisoners to use their magic. Once again, the Royal Guard found themselves weighed down with a large number of prisoners which, however magicless and bedraggled their condition might be, proved to be a challenge in and of itself. The prison was already full to bursting with apprehended cultists. No pony in Canterlot had ever considered the logistics behind capturing and imprisoning an entire army before. Fortunately, Celestia, Luna, Swift Stride, and Shining Armor had already taken that problem into consideration and had decided to use the nobles' own schemes against them. The captured army and their leaders were herded down into the crystal caverns to be detained in the very same massive cave that Elderflower and his allies had used as a rallying point for their assembled mercenary forces. Thanks to the notes seized from their investigation of Elderflower's estate, the Royal Guard knew every entrance and exit to the place, which made confining the would-be rebels all the easier. According to Swift, the poison joke would wear off after 3 days, which would give the Royal Guard time to ensure that all the prisoners were properly restrained before they could regain use of their magic. Thus, the noble court's rebellion against the royal diarchy was crushed before it could even begin. Author's notes. And he's back. I don't think that it comes as a surprise to anyone that Swift Stride is one of my favorite characters to write. It's best to use characters like that sparingly, or there's a risk that they'll initiate a hostile takeover of your story. But damn, is it fun to write a good guy who's a diabolical trickster. This was, more or less, a fun way to tie up most of the loose ends left over from the last story arc. The nobility are dealt with. Swift Stride gets to be crazy, and awesome, and crazy awesome. A good time is had by all, except for the bad guys. Next chapter, has anybody seen my cat? I swear I had it in this bag. Unexpected visit. Chapter 18, Unexpected visit. Once again, you have done a great service both for me and Equestria, said Celestia as she and Swift reclined on the cushions before the fireplace. After finishing up everything related to the nobles' rebellion, Celestia had retired to her quarters and taken Swift with her. The last time they had been together in this room, Swift had just finished taking care of an even more dire problem than an army marching on the royal palace, a problem involving an escaped prisoner of Tartarus. Hey, it was pretty fun, said Swift with a chuckle before taking a sip of the iced tea that Celestia had ordered for the two of them. You should have seen the looks on their faces when I told them they'd been poisoned. Though she sighed in exasperation, Celestia couldn't quite keep a smile from her face. Swift was very fond of his lies after all. Still, he had always spoken the truth to her. That much Celestia knew for certain. You were also the one who provided us with the information to bring down the cult Solar, said Celestia. I keep owing you more and more. It didn't do much good though, said Swift, his good mood faltering as he stared at the fire crackling away. Even with everything I did, it wasn't enough. Whatever Morning Star's plan was, we couldn't stop it. I guess I spent too much time playing around. I don't doubt that you worked as quickly and expediently as you could, said Celestia. Morning Star is an opponent whose power defies our common knowledge and understanding. I gravely underestimated him and he was my own student. She sighed. So your oversights are not but an extension of my own foolishness. You're never too old to make mistakes, I guess, commented Swift, setting down his cup before flopping onto his back, his icy blue eyes clearly visible as he stared up at the ceiling, a pensive look on his face. Does it trouble you? Asked Celestia. Of course it does, said Swift with a grunt. I know I had him. I managed to outplay him even better than I expected, but he still came through. The way he worked through things. We're playing a game with him, but only he knows all the rules. What's more, if he wants or needs to, he can change those rules at any time he so desires so that the ones we do figure out don't apply anymore. Are you saying he's treacherous? Asked Celestia. I'm not talking about rules of engagement, said Swift. I'm talking about the rules of reality, the rules that are supposed to govern what's possible and what's not. Even taking into account the absolute limits of what unicorns are supposed to be capable of, he can do way too much. Break his toys and he'll just make new ones that can't be broken the same way. Crack the secrets of his magic and he'll change how it works so that those secrets don't mean anything. Something Swift said clicked with Celestia and her gaze went off into the distance as she picked up his line of thought. Quote. Even take away his horn and he'll just make a new one. Take away his horn? Asked Swift, looking sharply at Celestia. What are you talking about? Swift stride. I realize I probably should have asked you this earlier, but did Morningstar have a horn? Yeah, he did, said Swift, his eyes widening slightly, but it wasn't the same color at the rest of him. It was white, said Celestia simply. How did you know? Asked Swift. Because I just realized how Morningstar was able to outmaneuver us, said Celestia. I'd wondered how he managed to arrange Elderflower's full napping of twilight and the theft of the elements so quickly after we began to move. He'd have to have nearly perfect information from the royal palace. So he has a pony on the inside, said Swift, getting to his hooves. Except that not only does he get nearly perfect information, he's able to act on that information instantly, said Celestia. I suspect that Morningstar is the pony on the inside. Hey, but how? He was. Swift trailed off and blinked slightly as he tried to adjust to the idea. Never mind. If it's that guy, he'd find some way to make it work. I had no idea just how badly I blundered, mused Celestia. What are we going to do about it? Asked Swift. I believe I know who to talk to, said Celestia. I shall deal with it from here. If that's the case, I've got to start making plans of my own, said Swift. That gave Celestia pause and she turned to look at her knight. What do you mean? Swift sighed. Morningstar is way too much for us knights. Simple force isn't going to solve this problem, so I'm going to have to do what I do best. Lie? Asked Celestia. That's right, said Swift. There's no end to what my lies can accomplish. All I need is to change the game on this guy before he realizes it. If he thinks his current set of rules is working out for him, he won't bother to change it and I can use that to control him. And how are you going to do that? Asked Celestia. Swift gave Celestia an unexpectedly sober look. You aren't going to like my answer. So, what do you think? Whiteshade smiled as Perlin Bluestreak lifted his head up off the operating table and looked back at his wings. Perlin frowned. It wasn't an expression of disappointment or dislike. Rather, he seemed a bit confused. They look rather normal. He began to spread and flex his new wings. Compared to the feathers of gleaming mithril he had previously sported, Perlin's new wings did indeed look more normal than they had originally. Instead of shining silver, his wings were now a shade of slightly grayish dark blue. To the naked eye, they looked almost perfectly natural, exactly like normal Pegasus feathers. After years of sporting wings made of metal, the sight of something that looked so natural, so organic, was disconcerting to the young stallion. Feel them for yourself, prompted Kambu, who was observing from the opposite side of the operating table. Sitting up, Perlin took one of his wings and curled it around to the front of his body. With a forehoof, he began to gently stroke his feathers. Even to the touch, they felt like normal feathers. It was a sensation Perlin had believed he'd never experience again. Amazing, he breathed, not quite believing his own senses. How do they feel on you? Asked White, genuinely curious. Different, said Perlin, trying to work out how to put his feeling into words. I don't clearly remember how my original wings felt. It's been so long. They feel much more alive and responsive than the mithril ones. Right down to the feathers, they feel almost exactly like a part of my body. Almost, prompted White. They feel slightly detached, elaborated Perlin, like I'm joined with them, but like they are slightly foreign to my own body, part of me, but not. I'm sorry, said White. I suppose if you give us more time, we can make adjustments. I didn't say it was a bad thing, said Perlin quickly, it just feels different. They move perfectly. I can feel everything like I think I should. He began flexing and rotating the wing around, getting a feel for it. The materials aside, from a biological perspective, they are perfect Pegasus wings, said Kambu, right down to the muscle and bone structure. Their range of motion and the amount of strength they can exert are no different from your previous wings, as per your specifications. Good, said Perlin. Yet you feel a sense of detachment, mused White. Perhaps the nerves aren't appropriately connected. I checked them over when we made the connections, countered Kambu. There should be nothing wrong with the nerves. I think it's a good thing, observed Perlin, drawing the attention of both stallions, who stared at him in surprise. If a weapon were a perfect part of your body, it would be part of your body and thus, no different from fighting unarmed. True mastery of a weapon comes from that gestalt when two separates, the wielder and the wielded become one and the same, achieving something that is greater than the sum of their parts. That was how I managed to do so much with the last set of wings. They wouldn't be worth having if I didn't have to truly master them. I'm afraid that's something I would know little about, admitted White, but I think I have the general idea. I've seen something similar not too long ago. I look forward to seeing how this idea of mastery works for you. Given that I was involved in his original development and training, I believe I can fill in the gaps, said Kambu. That being the case, we should walk you through just what you can do with your new wings. Night had fallen by the time Whiteshade returned to the royal palace. He counted himself lucky that Princess Luna's night court was still relatively unpopular, with few petitioners seeking out her guidance. It certainly left him with a bevy of free time to indulge in his other interests. As he made his way down the hallway leading to Luna's audience chamber, White paused and glanced behind him. Is there something I can help you with, Princess? Celestia stood behind him, her gaze stony and composed, like that of a pony going to war. It wasn't the glare of some pony looking at someone she hated, but rather, the resolved look of a pony prepared to put everything on the line to win. Seeing that look on Celestia's face prompted a sigh from White. Well, I guess the jig is up then. I probably shouldn't have been surprised that you'd figure it out once you and Swift Stride had a chance to compare notes. Celestia's eyes narrowed. So it really is you, Morningstar. A smile spread across the unicorn's face as he turned around. As he did so, he began to change. It was subtle at first, but blotches of pink began to bleed out around his coat, like stains spontaneously forming, covering his originally tan coat with one of pink, while more colors began to spread up his white mane, staining his entire body the color of the sky at sunrise. He slowly closed his eyes and reopened them, regarding Celestia with the eyes she had once known so well. Only his horn remained unchanged, just as Swift Stride had reported. All this time, you were right here, right by my sister's side, even as you led a cult dedicated to her destruction. Technically, I was both here and there, replied Morningstar. One of the benefits of my development is that I no longer need to be limited to just being in one place at a given time. Doppelgangers, whispered Celestia, clones conjured by your magic, connected to a single consciousness. I wouldn't quite call it that, said Morning with a smile. The Supreme Pontiff was truly a separate pony. However, he was another me, so we naturally cooperated on our mutually desired goal. Once he had fulfilled his purpose, he returned to me. The big benefit was that I was able to share information with myself instantly. The tricky part was actually pretending that I got my information through mundane channels when I probably knew everything before every pony else in the Arsari cult. How many other yous have you created? Celestia wanted to know, uncertain she would get an answer. Just the one, replied Morning with a shrug. It can probably be attributed to the differences in our environments, but there were a few minor differences between us. If I created too many more than just one, I risked one of me actually becoming a distinctly different pony, possibly one who might oppose me, and I would be too busy to notice until it was too late. He looked at Celestia and chuckled. Of course, you probably don't believe me. But that's your call. I can't exactly blame you, considering everything I've done. Why? Asked Celestia. Why did you join the cult Solar? Do you really hate me so much that you would use the suffering of my sister and innocent ponies to punish me? Morningstar canted his head, looking slightly befuddled by Celestia's question. Hate you. He rolled his eyes up to the ceiling, pondering her words. Well, I can't rule out the possibility that I may have been feeling vindictive over having been forced to actually start well behind square one. Not to mention that having my horn broken off most certainly hurt. Even if I should have expected such an outcome, I wouldn't say that I hate you. I'm afraid my head is far too busy for things like hatred. The cult Solar were just the most appropriate tool I found. Tool. Morning nodded, smiling brightly. Yes, through their organization, once I'd rebuilt it, I was able to obtain everything I needed, money, materials, willing hooves, even a cover to keep you from figuring out that I was behind it all. On my own, I'd estimated that it would have taken me close to 70 years to finish the array. With the cult Solar, I managed it in under 10. If that was all you needed, then why? Demanded Celestia. Why persecute innocent ponies like Dawn Lightwing and Flaxseed? Oh, that. Morning tapped his chin. Convenience, I suppose. Celestia's eyes bulged and she could barely keep the cold fury building in her gut from forcing its way out of her mouth. Convenience. That's right, replied Morning. You see, your efforts were far more successful than you realized. After your reprimand 1,000 years ago, the cult Solar had been reduced to scattered pockets of a scant hoeful of ponies in the farthest flung regions of Equestria. The organization was probably a decade or less away from going extinct entirely. Naturally, when I decided to use them to complete my array, I knew I'd need them to have a bit more traction as a group. Of course, getting the ball rolling wasn't easy. When you need to build up a cause and rally a large number of ponies to it, adoration is all well and good for the long term. But, in the short term, nothing quite is it like having a common enemy to rally against. Nothing motivates ponies better than providing them with an outlet for their anger and suffering, something they can project their problems and their own flaws onto. Unfortunately, while Princess Luna was tailor-made for just such a role, she was on the moon at the time. Sadly, a shadowy figure of a mare on the moon is not exactly the most galvanizing figure to breathe new life into a faltering religious order. I required something more tangible, more immediate. Dawn Lightwing, breathed Celestia. It was quite by accident that I found him, continued Morning cheerfully. From the moment I saw him, I knew he was exactly what I needed. Here was a pony afflicted by a condition that came straight out of the cult Solar's lore and, more importantly, incapable of concealing that condition from those around him. By playing on his presence and directing the hatred of my soon-to-be followers at him, I gradually began to rally them to my cause. From there, everything else followed naturally. But he evaded your efforts to destroy him, observed Celestia. Which is something I'm glad for, said Morning. Every time he escaped a trap or evaded pursuit, it only painted him in a more dangerous light to the believers. Even the fact that he actively avoided harming any pony while doing this was easily overlooked. When he went into hiding in the wilderness, I was quite relieved. I'm not sure I would have been able to keep such a rigorous schedule on the array's construction if my followers hadn't had the knowledge of him being out there somewhere as motivation. I was actually disappointed when we discovered he was living in Ponyville. It meant that I would actually have to devote some energy towards making at least a token effort to eliminate him, or ponies would start to wonder about my intentions if I didn't do something after building him up into such a terrible threat. Celestia felt her heart grow heavier and heavier as she listened to Morning blithely discuss ruining an innocent colt's life solely for the purpose of carrying out his experiment. The fact that his actions were completely devoid of malice or hatred of any kind actually made it even worse. Dawn's suffering had just been a means to an end for him. And it is all because of my negligence. If I hadn't allowed Morningstar to live the first time I'd beaten him, Dawn could have had a normal life. He would not have had to experience such crushing pain and loneliness. Still, such reflections could come later. Morningstar was here now and she had to deal with him. What are you planning now? I know your experiment has not yet truly begun. That's correct, admitted Morning. I've only almost finished laying the groundwork for it. Of course, I'm not so stupid as to tell you the details that will allow you to stop me while there's still a chance of you actually doing so. Admittedly, your best chance was to strike before the array's foci were completed, but you missed that one, barely. Yet you saw fit to arrange for Twilight's abduction and the element's theft, noted Celestia. True, agreed Morning. That was a gamble, one that didn't pay off nearly as well as I had hoped. But I suppose that's how it goes. Not every gamble is a rousing success. I admit that you had me quite worried there for a minute. Perhaps the few minutes, seconds even, of hesitation my little gamble cost you ended up making all the difference. Celestia's eyes narrowed at his words. He spoke of stealing the elements of harmony and full-napping one of their bearers as though it was merely a distraction, almost as though he didn't consider the elements a threat at all. Maybe there's a chance in that. I'm certain that if I stayed around for much longer, you'd probably try to kill me, observed Morning, already feeling the intensity of Celestia's gaze. I'm guessing that you've already arranged for your sister to hear this conversation so that she doesn't think you're picking on her poor, defenseless steward. Luna stepped out from around the corner opposite Celestia, concern and confusion warring in her gaze as she looked at Morningstar. Whiteshade, she said softly, are you really the Morningstar that Celestia told me about? I would think that would be clear, given what you've heard so far, said the unicorn with a shrug, though you can continue to call me White Shade. I've actually grown quite attached to it and prefer it to my old one. Turning back to Celestia, he smiled again. If you're worried about stopping me, I would like to point out that I still have some time before I'm actually ready to fully activate the array. It needs at least 2 months to, well, charge is not exactly the word I would use for it, but I suppose it's a suitable word. You are most certainly not pressed for time at this juncture, although. He shrugged indifferently. Quote. I could simply be lying to throw you off. You might want to consult your knight about that. I must admit, though he proved to be the greatest threat to my work in 10 years, I'm glad he came to me. I think I learned almost as much from him as he did from me. Having had enough, Celestia lowered her horn and blasted Morning Star with a shining ray of solar energy. As soon as the beam contacted him, Morning's form seemed to shatter like glass before dissolving into dust, which then vanished entirely. Luna slowly stepped forward to examine the spot where Morning had been standing. Did you? Celestia sighed. No, he has survived much more than that without difficulty. He simply left. I would say he was taunting me, though I'm not entirely sure Morning Star even has the capacity to taunt. I suspect, if he has given himself a new horn, that his magic now has a different form from the unicorn magic that we know. Much like how the dark matter he creates operates according to its own unique physical laws, so too does his magic operate in a manner that is alien from our own. It must have been him then, said Luna, still gazing sadly at the spot. When Elderflower's mercenaries raided the palace and stole the elements, I confronted them at the gates and sought to prevent their escape. However, I was struck down by some unknown means, by a force that I could not perceive either physically or magically. It must have been White Shade's work. Celestia blinked, a bit thrown by the fact that Luna was referring to Morning Star by the name he'd used as cover. However, she supposed it was a rather fitting name. He was indeed the remnant of a pony Celestia had failed to destroy long ago, returning like a vengeful shade, minus the vengeful part. Do you think that his words are true? Asked Luna, that we might still have time. Perhaps, said Celestia, it is hard to say. Morning, or White, I should say, was often the chatty sort when it came to his studies. He did love to talk ponies' ears off about his ideas, whether they might understand him or not. However, he did lie about his experiments when I originally forbade them. He was a rather awkward and pitiful liar back then. He has clearly matured in that area over the years. However, I suspect that, if he were to use lies, he would probably do so through omission. Rather than having us pierce through an outright deception in what he actually said, he'd rather that we overlook something he did not say. On that note, said Luna, was there anything he did not say that stood out to you? Far too much, said Celestia, shaking her head. It worries me that he may have gained a little too much experience from his interactions with Swift Stride. I hope my knight has better luck in piercing through White's deceptions than we have, and better luck in deceiving White in turn. Come on, Dinky, let's get to the next grove, called Apple Bloom over her shoulder as she pulled the cart down the path. Coming, called Dinky, prancing along behind the wagon, grinning cheerfully as she levitated another wobbling basket up and emptied its contents into the wagon. Bloom smiled as she heard the sound of apples thumping against each other, even if the wagon did get heavier with its additional load. The smell of apples, both ripe and ripening, filled the air as the fillies worked to help their family bring in the first big harvest of the year. True, Bloom's calling might have more to do with construction than agriculture, but it didn't change the fact that she was an apple down to the core. And, as an apple, there was nothing quite as invigorating as a good, hard day's work. The cart was half the size of the ones that Applejack and Big Macintosh used, requiring more trips to the barn and back in order to deliver all its loads. However, Bloom figured that all the extra pulling was good exercise for her. It was also a good chance for her to practice Earth Pony magic, at Red River's recommendation. When the wagon got really heavy for her, she had to take a deep, centering breath and draw in the power of the earth around her, allowing her to connect her hooves to the ground and push hard against the wagon's weight when they might have otherwise simply skidded futilely against the dirt. Using this technique, she began to see how Macintosh and Applejack could haul large wagons, filled to almost overflowing with fruit, without a single misstep. Dinky's help was also for more than the sake of giving the youngest member of the family some extra chores. Beginning recently, ponies had noticed that Dinky was becoming strangely prone to magic flares, accidentally levitating various objects without realizing it while trying to use her magic to accomplish some other task. The fact that she was trying to use her magic at all, in spite of her age, was another surprising factor. When she'd been Dinky's age, Sweetie Belle had had difficulty even coaxing sparks from her horn. And yet, here Dinky was, levitating full baskets of apples into the back of the wagon, one right after the other. Her telekinetic grip was unsteady and more than a few apples had taken a tumble. But there was no question that Dinky was already quite powerful for her age. In fact, it had been Twilight Sparkle, who had been similarly talented at a young age, who had suggested the exercise to help Dinky get accustomed to using her magic. It had been a surprise to Bloom when Applejack had assigned her and Dinky a couple of small sections of the orchard near the farmhouse to clear out on their own, rather than having Dinky and Bloom follow along with the older ponies. The fact that Applejack had trusted Bloom and Dinky out of her and Macintosh's sight spoke volumes for their trust in the younger ponies, or at least trust in Bloom's ability to keep Dinky out of trouble. As they pulled the wagon into the next grove of apple trees, Bloom looked around, taking in the sight of all the baskets already set out to catch the falling produce. Unhitching herself from the wagon, Bloom took a moment to stretch out her legs and back now that they were free from the burden of hauling several pounds of apples around. After a moment, Bloom felt limber enough to begin bucking and set her sights on the first tree. Well, let's get started. As she stepped towards the tree, Bloom noticed Dinky staring off at something else in the grove. With a confused frown, Bloom approached her niece. "What you looking at, Sugar Cube?" "I hear something," said Dinky, still staring. Bloom strained her ears in the direction Dinky was looking. For a few seconds, she didn't hear anything aside from the groaning of wood and the hissing of leaves as the wind played through the orchard. Then she began to pick it out amongst all the background noise, a deeper, more rhythmic sound, the sound of a pony snoring. "Oh," said Bloom, "that must be Rainbow Dash snoozines in one, oh our trees. Does it all the time?" Shaking her head, Bloom reminded herself to keep an eye out for which tree Rainbow was in so that the cerulean Pegasus didn't accidentally get herself bucked off the branch she was napping on, something that Applejack sometimes did just to rile her up. It took a second for Bloom's memories to catch up to her and remind her that there was no way it could have been Rainbow Dash, seeing as Rainbow Dash was supposed to be off in Cloudsdale for her Wonderbolt training. If that ain't Rainbow, then who in the hay is it? Bloom set off towards to the source of the noise, scanning the trees and the ground for any signs of the sleeping pony. Whilst Applejack and Macintosh had never said that only Rainbow was allowed to nap in the orchard, the cerulean mare had certainly been the only Pegasus on the weather team to make a habit of it. Bloom supposed that it could be some random pony passing through from some other place, who had missed the road and wandered into the orchard by mistake. Such things had happened in the past. However, because of the unknown background of such ponies, it was important to be much more cautious with them. She made sure to keep ahead of Dinky as she followed the sound of some pony snoring. Bloom wasn't a fighter and the basics of Earth pony magic she learned from Red River had little to no combat use, though he had taught her the basics of standing firm, rooting herself to the earth and strengthening her body. She wasn't so foolish as to think as that qualified her to get into a fight with another pony. However, at the very least, she'd make sure she was in a position to protect Dinky if things went south. The snoring grew clearer and clearer. As she got closer to the source, Bloom's ears were indeed able to confirm that the source of the noise was coming from somewhere above, in the branches of one of the apple trees. Arriving at the tree she thought to be the source of the noise, Bloom squinted as she looked up into the branches. Sure enough, she could make out the form of a pony resting on one of its branches, snoring away. The pony in question seemed to be wearing some type of loose-fitting black clothes that covered most of his body below the neck, all the way down to the hooves of all four of his legs. A silvery, fox-like tail dangled down off the branch, swaying in the mild breeze as the stallion continued to snore away the afternoon. Something seemed off to Apple Bloom. It was hard to see from her angle, as the pony above was lying sprawled out along a branch, his legs dangling off both sides of it, his back in the air, but she was fairly certain that this pony had no wings and, thus, was not a Pegasus. The lack of the horn seemed to suggest it was an earth pony. However, Bloom couldn't imagine what an earth pony was doing sleeping on such a high and precarious perch. Taking a deep breath, Bloom pressed a forehoof to the trunk of the tree, drawing in her magic and slowly releasing it. As she did, she felt it flow throughout the tree, feeling the tree's shape, its branches, and even the load placed on those branches by the leaves and apples growing there. Gradually, her awareness found the pony resting above, and what she learned made Bloom gasp. The branch the stallion was laying on was a long, spindly specimen from the upper reaches of the tree. Such a branch would have had difficulty supporting the weight of a lighter Pegasus, much less a full-grown earth pony stallion. However, it hardly seemed to bend under his weight at all, as though the stallion in question weighed next to nothing. Furthermore, he was perfectly balanced, his center of gravity seeming to rest perfectly along the branch with neither side teetering in the slightest, the expansion and contraction of his chest as he snored not even remotely disturbing the stallion's perch. Bloom doubted that she'd even be able to knock the pony off if she bucked the tree. In the few seconds she had spent examining him, Bloom had come to the conclusion that this was no ordinary pony. Stepping back from the tree, Bloom cast her eyes around the ground, looking for signs that the intruder had been helping himself to the tree's weight of apples, discarded cores and the like. While having a few apples being lost to a munching passerby might not have made any dent in Sweet Apple Acre's productivity, it was a bad idea to foster the notion that just any pony could come up and help themselves. Even Apple Bloom's and Applejack's close friends were generally careful to get permission before helping themselves to any apples on the house. Looking back at Dinky, Bloom could see her niece's eyes alight with curiosity as she watched the sleeping pony in the branches. No doubt the little unicorn filly would love to know what this stallion was doing up there. However, Bloom, conscious of Dinky's safety, debated what to do about the interloper. They had no idea whether or not this pony was dangerous, whether he might be a potential friend, or some pony who could threaten the two fillies. Biting the inside of her lip, Bloom looked up at the sleeping stallion once more. Wanting to get to the bottom of this mystery, she decided to wake the stallion up. However, there was no reason she couldn't be cautious about it. Carefully, Bloom began to back away from the tree, keeping Dinky behind her and edging the younger filly away from the strange stallion. Dinky, though obviously eager to learn about the newcomer, had apparently noticed Bloom's caution and held her tongue while Bloom had been taking in the situation. Okay, said Bloom when she determined they were a safe distance from the sleeping stallion, I'm gonna go ahead and wake that pony up and find out who he is. If something bad happens, I'll want ya to run to the farmhouse as fast as ya can, hollerin' at the top o' her lungs. "'Kay," said Dinky, a bit nervous at Bloom's caution. Normally, Bloom wouldn't have been so wary. However, several months of deranged cultists, including members of her own extended family, and agents of manipulative Canterlot nobles, she'd gained a bit of a cynical view of unfamiliar ponies. That was fine by her. It wasn't like she was Pinkie Pie after all. Seeing that Dinky was going to stay a safe distance back, Bloom returned to the tree, stopping just short of being directly below the stallion. "Hey," she shouted up. The snores stopped abruptly. Huh. Up above, Bloom could see the stallion shifting, lifting a foreleg to rub his eyes before he appeared to fully wake up. Leaning over to one side of the branch, yet somehow miraculously not simply sliding off, the stallion moved to peer down at her with eyes squinted so tightly that Bloom thought they were still closed at first. "Who the hey are ya and what are ya doings in our orchard?" asked Bloom, narrowing her eyes as she met the stallion's squinty gaze. She might not have had her siblings' talent for noticing falsehoods, but her instincts told her that this pony was as shifty as they got. The stallion grinned cheekily at her. "Sleeping," he said simply. "Aw, got that," snapped Bloom, "but why are ya here?" "I like the smell of apple trees, especially when there are so many apples around. Besides, it's a nice day for napping." Bloom couldn't really argue with the logic of the latter part of the stallion's statement. The day was fine indeed and, in the shade of the trees, definitely the right temperature that Bloom would fancy taking a nap beneath one of them when their work for the day was done. However, Sia decided to come onto some pony's private property and sleep in their trees without askins. "Pretty much," said the stallion, "I figured that so long as I didn't eat any of your apples without permission, it'd probably be okay." Bloom supposed he had a point. Even if he was technically trespassing, that wasn't a major offense in the view of members of the apple family, particularly if the pony trespassing wasn't actually trying to steal their produce. "Can ya tell me your name?" asked Bloom, noting that the stallion had skirted around the earlier question of who he was. "Well, seeing as I was in your orchard, sleeping in your trees, I probably should," said the stallion, rubbing his chin. "The name's Swift Stride." Bloom blinked and looked down for a moment, contemplating that. For some reason, the name was familiar, though she couldn't remember where she'd heard it before. Up above, the stallion seemed to languidly slide off to one side of the branch, falling a few feet before halting sharply as the fetlocks of his hind leg and foreleg on his right side hooked over the branch and kept him from falling all the way off. Instead, he dangled there for a moment before shifting his weight back and forth. Finally, he released his hold on the branch and went spinning through the air before landing on the ground with all four hooves touching down with barely a sound. Bloom, who had looked up just in time to catch the acrobatic display, stared with wide eyes at the stallion before looking back at the branch and then back at the stallion again, stunned by his display of agility. "Wow," squealed Dinky from behind, clapping her hooves and grinning at the show. Swift's grin widened and he swept his right foreleg up to his chest, dipping his head almost all the way to the ground and bending his left leg in a dramatic flourishing bow. Thank you. My next performance is at 5. Could you teach me how to do that?" asked Dinky eagerly. "I could, but you'll have to wait a few years," replied Swift. "You'll get yourself hurt otherwise." "Ah." Bloom decided to step in before Dinky got any other ideas, not quite conscious of the fact that, a few months ago, her own thoughts in the matter wouldn't have been all that different from Dinky's. "Are ya passing through then?" she asked. "Yeah, I'm visiting a friend in Ponyville," replied Swift. "Who is it?" asked Bloom. "Maybe we can help ya find that pony." "He's an uptight guy by the name of Arkenstone," said Swift. "Maybe you've heard of him." Bloom's eyes went wide. Arkenstone's tea house was popular, especially now that it had almost reopened. However, ponies rarely came to Ponyville to see Arkenstone specifically. They generally fell into one of two categories: merchants bringing the ingredients Arkenstone needed, or... All of a sudden, it hit her. Bloom remembered why Swift Stride's name sounded so familiar to her. She'd heard it before. During the hearth's warming season, Bloom had accompanied her sister, along with their friends and family, up to the royal palace for the holiday, followed by the winter gala. During the gala, Dawn and Scootaloo had been taken off to a special side party, where they got to meet 6 of the 7 knights of the Celestial Order. Dawn and Scootaloo had told Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Rumble about it afterward. But Bloom also remembered Dawn saying that one of the knights had been absent, a knight named... the knights. She exclaimed, gaping up at Swift. "Huh, you've heard of me." Swift actually seemed rather perplexed by the idea. "I guess Arkenstone's been getting chatty." "Ain't ya the one no pony likes?" asked Bloom. The bluntness of her observation made Swift burst into laughter. "That's so true. That could be one of my titles. Actually," he tapped a forehoof against his chin. "It might be one of them." "That ain't exactly something a pony should be proud of," huffed Bloom, glowering at the stallion. He seemed a nice enough pony, but there was something off about him that set Bloom's nerves on edge. "Are we gonna help him find Arkenstone?" asked Dinky. Bloom sighed. While she might not be 100% sure of the stallion, she still had the apple reputation for hospitality to uphold. She'd offered to show Swift where Arkenstone was and he'd taken her up on it. She'd just have to see things through to the end. "We need to get this grove cleared out first," said Bloom, glancing around. "I can help you with that," said Swift. Lashing out with one hoof, he connected solidly with the trunk and making the entire tree shudder. A second later, all of the tree's apples came tumbling down into their baskets. Bloom's jaw dropped as she stared at the sight. Apple bucking was not as easy as it seemed. There was an art to hitting the tree in just the right manner to knock down all of the ripe apples. If one's kick didn't connect properly or have enough power behind it, only a few apples would be knocked down, if any at all. If one kicked too hard, the tree could be damaged. Furthermore, making the apples fall properly was also a consequence of an earth pony's magic. It was an art that farmers like the apples had spent years honing and perfecting. Even Apple Bloom had only gotten the basics down well enough to do her own bucking around a year ago. And Swift had done it as casually as a pony idly kicking a ball in the park, almost effortlessly in fact. Bloom's mind returned to how she had found the stallion, asleep and perfectly balanced on a branch that should have been too weak to support his weight. "I guess those are the kind, things ya can do when are a night. I guess there's no harm in having ya help," said Bloom, "seein' as ya can buck pretty well. Let's get it done then." In her own thoughts, she just put it down as Swift making up for deciding to sleep in one of their trees. With Swift's help, divesting the trees of their fruit went quickly and, in short order, the wagon was full of more apples to be brought to the family's cellar. Even though Swift offered, Bloom still insisted on pulling the wagon herself, even though it was much heavier now. Instead, Swift walked alongside her, Dinky trotting along on her opposite flank, watching as Bloom strained against the harness. When they arrived at the farmhouse, Swift helped Bloom and Dinky to transport the apples down into the cellar. With his assistance, the work went at a brisk pace. Before too long, they had the fruit stored away and the wagon had been returned to the barn. Seeing that the other wagon wasn't back yet, Bloom guessed that Applejack and Macintosh were still out working in their areas. Part of her was tempted to wait until they returned. Even if he was a knight and they only had his word on that, Swift still struck Bloom as a shady pony. She doubted that Applejack would approve of Bloom going off with Swift on her own, much less take Dinky along, which the younger filly would probably insist on. "It should be okay if I check with Red River first," thought Bloom. "Hold here fair a minute," she said to Swift. She gestured for her niece to join her. "Come on, Dinky, we should tell Red where we're going." "'Kay," squeaked Dinky as she fell into step behind Bloom. The two of them left Swift in the front yard and headed up into the farmhouse. As they came into the living room, Bloom immediately laid eyes on her sister's colt friend. Red River was quietly reading as he lay, sprawled out across the couch. Normally, Bloom would have bristled at the thought of the stallion simply laying there and doing nothing when every pony else was so busy. Even Granny Smith, as old as she had been, had usually spent her time baking or preparing for the next meal. However, two things checked any frustration Bloom might have felt. The first was the brace around Red's right foreleg going all the way from his shoulder to the bottom of his hoof, holding his leg in position so that he could barely use the brace as something of a crutch whenever he needed to move about the house. It was a step above the wheelchair Red had been using before, but he still needed time before he regained full use of that leg. As a consequence, going anywhere was a difficult task for him, and actually doing anything that required the use of his forehooves became nearly impossible if the task had to be done with more than one hoof. The second reason was that Bloom had tasted Red's attempts at cooking and, consequently, learned why Red had always said that Stormfront had been the cook of the pair. Red seemed to have a very poor eye for ingredients and amounts, frequently botched the cooking times or cooked food at either a temperature that was too high or too low. Edible the results might have been. Palatable they were not. Back already, said Red as he smiled at Bloom. That was faster than I expected. Yeah, we got some help, said Bloom. Really? Red raised an eyebrow. Yep, said Bloom. We met a stallion named Swift Stride sleepin' in the orchard. He helped us finish buckin' and now we're gonna take him to see Arkenstone. Now Red's other eyebrow rose to join its companion. Swift Stride, really? That's right, said Bloom. Y'all wanna see fair yourself? I think I do, said Red, carefully getting off the couch. His leg brace clonked against the floorboards as he hobbled to the door behind Bloom as she and Dinky led him out onto the front porch to see the visitor. As soon as he laid eyes on the stallion, Red's body immediately tensed up. Swift was still waiting on the front lawn. At some point, Winona, the family collie, had come over to inspect the new arrival. Already she was panting happily, having rolled over onto her back while Swift was giving her an enthusiastic belly rub. Who's a good girl? He said in a low, affectionate tone. You are. Yes, you are. Then, sensing eyes upon him, Swift looked up, still grinning widely at the three ponies on the porch. His gaze immediately settled upon Red. Howdy there, partner, he said in a remarkable impersonation of the Apple's accent. It sure is a fine day out here. So this is Swift Stride, Red muttered. Dinky and I were gonna take him into town and show I'm where Arkenstone's place is, said Bloom. Y'all think it's gonna be okay? I think so, said Red. I certainly hope so. Swift merely continued to grin. Author's notes. I primarily used this chapter to show some things about Swift Stride and drop a few hints about what he can do. In spite of what I said in the notes on the previous chapter, he did come pretty close to taking over this FIC when all is said and done. Next chapter, and now for something completely different. Diamond Tiara getting run over by a carriage. Asterisk. Asterisk almost. Good lies. Chapter 19, Good Lies. With Red Rivers, admittedly uneasy, Blessing, Apple Bloom and Dinky escorted Swift Stride into town. It was unquestionably a sight to behold. All around them, the air was filled with the sounds of construction as crews worked around the clock to rebuild houses and businesses. A few homes with lighter damage had been repaired already, but several had to be completely rebuilt from the ground up. Still, little by little, Ponyville was beginning to get back on its hooves. Wow, commented Swift as he looked back and forth, his squinting eyes taking in the sight of the work crews banging away all around him. Arkenstone and that other guy really did a number on this town, huh? That's fair sure, said Bloom. Sloppy, muttered Swift, I think he'd be able to do a neater job than this. Like our one to talk, growled Bloom, glaring up at him. Noting her hostile reaction to his words, Swift smirked. It's nothing. I'm sure Arkenstone did the best he could. Naturally, such a patronizing remark didn't really elevate Bloom's opinion of him and she glared at him all the harder. I guess she has a pretty high opinion of him, thought Swift. That made sense. He knew that Arkenstone was quite fond of foals. If what he'd heard was to be believed, then Arkenstone had been acting as a mentor of sorts to Don Lightwing, giving the colt some pointers on improving. He'd even brought to the foals along to assist him for his attack on Elderflower's estate in Canterlot. Maybe it was bring your friend's foals to work day. Sounds like you really like the guy, said Swift. Course I do, said Bloom. Arkenstone's a really nice stallion and the best boss I could ask fair. Boss, you work for him. At the tea shop sometimes, said Bloom. It's a really good place to work. Huh, I remembered that guy really liked his tea. I guess he decided to make a living out of it, mused Swift. Might as well do what suits you. What the hey does that mean? Asked Bloom, her eyes narrowing. Nothing you need worry about, said Swift with a laugh, gently patting the filly on the head, though she only glared at him all the harder. With a sigh, Swift thought about trying to change the topic, maybe inquiring about Bloom's magic lessons, which he could clearly see she'd been having. However, he felt a faint tremor through his hooves. His ears began to pick up a low rumbling noise and twitched slightly. Something was coming. Bloom, on the other hoof, was distracted by something else. Up ahead, she could see a familiar pair of fillies, one pale pink and the other a light gray. Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon were heading down the street, heading straight for Bloom, Dinky, and Swift. Bloom's body immediately went tense at the sight of them. Though they could no longer make fun of her for being a blank flank, Bloom knew that there were plenty of other ways to put a pony down. Even as she tensed up though, another part of her reminded her that the two fillies hadn't been so hostile lately. Last year, they had gotten into an altercation with Don during a rough patch in his life and had ended up causing something of an incident. The affair had gotten the attention of Filthy Rich Diamond's father and prompted him to review his daughter's behavior. As a consequence, Diamond had been forced to spend time taking lessons in proper behavior from Rarity, who, as the older sister of one of Diamond's favorite victims, had been more than happy to give the rich filly her due slice of humble pie. The lessons had apparently worked, as Diamond's bullying had rapidly tapered off and then completely vanished altogether. However, there was still an air of unease between Diamond and Silver and the former targets of their ire. The two of them had kept their distance from the rest of the class, particularly Don and the rest of the Crusaders, and not caused problems with any pony else. However, no pony had been particularly keen to approach and attempt to befriend them either. The two fillies now seemed isolated off in a world of their own. Sweetie Belle, at Rarity's urging, had made the occasional attempt to extend a hoof of friendship to Diamond and Silver, but the two rich fillies remained largely distant currently. The recent leveling of much of the town had not provided any pony with opportunities to make further attempts. With a sigh, Bloom resolved to keep going as though nothing were wrong, already avoiding eye contact with Diamond and Silver. If they didn't bother her, she wouldn't bother them. Besides, it wouldn't be right to take Swift on a detour simply because she wanted to avoid some pony. Then Bloom's ears began to pick up a faint rumbling noise coming from somewhere behind her. Her hooves were also picking up the tremor of something large moving across the ground. Just as she was about to begin looking around for the source, Bloom suddenly felt Swift's foreleg curl around her barrel and pull her up against the stallion. A faint squeak from Swift's other side told her that Dinky was being given the same treatment. Before Bloom could even think to begin asking what was wrong, Swift had already kicked off the ground with his hind legs, leaning to the left and going into a cartwheeling flip that sent them into some pony's front yard. Even though her view was twisting and turning wildly, Bloom was able to see something go rushing past them, missing them by several feet thanks to Swift's quick action. As the stallion's flip brought them back to an upright orientation, Bloom could see what was happening much more clearly. A wagon from one of the construction crews, loaded down with building materials, had apparently gotten loose and was barreling down the street, bouncing and swaying wildly, throwing off parts of its cargo as it went. And it was heading right for Diamond, Tiara, and Silver Spoon. Diamond was laughing gaily at something Silver had told her, and neither of them were looking at the incoming wagon, apparently oblivious to the rumble of its approach. Diamond, look out, yelled Bloom at the top of her lungs. For a second, Bloom was terrified that the two fillies hadn't heard her and that the noise of her voice had been lost over the rumble of the wagon. However, Diamond's ear twitched at the sound of her name and she looked up, her eyes going wide as the wagon bore down on them. With a shrill scream, Diamond threw herself into Silver, tackling the other filly and knocking them both out of the way, just as the wagon went barreling past. However, that wasn't the end of it. As it roaring by, the wagon jolted and a box went flying out of it. Diamond threw herself protectively over Silver as the box landed just inches away from them, exploding open and throwing its cargo of nails everywhere like shrapnel. Diamond cried out in pain. The wagon continued on its course, nearly knocking over several other pedestrians, some of them barely managing to scramble out of the way. One mare narrowly missed being brained by a plank of wood that went flipping through the air. A stallion ducked below a piece of rebar that was sent spinning past. Finally, the wagon came to a stop when it reached the bottom of the slope where the street split and rammed into the sturdy oak growing in the fork of the road. "Oh, horse apples," yelled a stallion dressed in a construction worker's vest as he galloped past. "The four mares gonna have my head for this." "That was close," said Swift as he set Bloom and Dinky down. Even as her hooves touched the grass, Bloom was already galloping down the road, heading for the other pair of fillies. "Diamond, Tiara, Silver Spoon, are y'all all right?" As she approached, Bloom could already hear Diamond whimpering, "Ow, hurts." When she arrived, Bloom could see why Diamond was in such pain. The pink filly was covered in scratches, but the worst injury was on her right foreleg, where a large nail had gone clean through it. Blood was leaking out along the edges of the injury and dripping down the length of the nail. Silver Spoon was trying to extract herself from under Diamond's body, but stopped every time her friend let out a pained whimper. "Oh no, we've got to get that out," said Bloom. "Hold up," said Swift, chomping down on Bloom's tail and pulling her back. She could touch the nail. "Why are y'all stopping me?" snapped Bloom, glaring back at Swift. To her surprise, Swift had a serious look on his face. His eyes were still squinted, but that toothy grin was nowhere to be seen. "At that angle, the nail might have hit her artery," said Swift. "If we pull it out, she's going to start bleeding pretty bad. The best thing to do is get her to a doctor so that she can be treated the instant the nail's pulled out. Besides, if we try to pull that thing out willy-nilly, we could end up making the injury worse." "We've got to get her to the hospital then," said Dinky, already tearing up at the sight of Diamond's injury. "Where is it?" asked Swift. Bloom pointed off down another street. "It's that way. We ain't too far. Should we wait for an ambulance?" "Probably for the best," said Swift. He could already see a Pegasus that had been flying overhead rushing off in that direction, apparently to summon aid. If they're close, they'll be able to get here quickly and they can move her without making things worse. "Can we do anything about me?" asked Silver from her position under Diamond. She was uncomfortable enough, but she was also worried about jostling Diamond too much if she stayed where she was. "If we're careful about it," said Swift, "I don't think she has any broken bones, so we shouldn't have to worry about shifting her too much. We just don't want to bump that leg." Moving very gingerly, Swift carefully wrapped an arm around Diamond's barrel and began to slowly lift her up. However, even that slight movement changed the angle of her leg and... "Ow, ow, 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 stop it," screamed Diamond. Carefully, Swift lowered her back down. "What do we do?" asked Dinky frantically, tears now streaming down her face. "Diamond, we've got to move ya so Silver can get out," said Bloom, near tears herself. "But it hurts so much," protested Diamond, no unconcerned about appearances as she sobbed openly. "Hurts, huh," mused Swift, rubbing his chin. "Hold on. I may have something for that." He began to rummage around in his clothes. No, not that. Definitely not. As Bloom watched, the stallion produced a variety of objects, cylinders and tubes, and what looked like small cloth spheres, secreting them back away as soon as he saw them. Most of them looked rather suspicious, dangerous even. "Aha!" With a flourish, Swift produced a small cloth sack bulging with small objects. "I knew I had some left." "What are those?" asked Bloom, eyeing the bag with no small amount of trepidation. "In my business, it's easy to get hurt with no pony to really help you, so it's important to have something for the pain." Swift grinned and pulled the drawstring on the sack, tipping out a single small, yellow seed onto his hoof. "These come from a tree that grows really deep in the everfree. They're a really potent painkiller that doesn't have any bad side effects. One of these should make you feel a lot better." "Really?" asked Diamond, her eyes wide and sparkling with hope as she stared at the seed. "Yeah, they're really potent though. I wouldn't be surprised if you ended up out for the rest of the day." Swift glanced at her. "Are you sure you can handle something this strong?" "Yes, please," wailed Diamond, "that's even better. Please give it to me." "Okay," said Swift, carefully holding the seed up to Diamond's lips. "Don't chew it. Just swallow." "All right," said Diamond, carefully taking the seed from Swift's hoof. Following his instructions, she swallowed it down right away. "Now just relax and give it a minute to kick in," said Swift, speaking calmly and surely, now gently using his hoof to brush down the filly's mane. "You're gonna start feeling a bit drowsy." "Oh okay," said Diamond, her eyelids already beginning to droop. "There you go," said Swift, nice and easy. "Now let's get your friend out from under you." Working very slowly, Swift lifted Diamond's body up just enough that Silver could crawl out from underneath her. As Swift gently set Diamond back down, Bloom and Dinky were searching around the immediate area. Bloom found Silver's glasses, which managed to avoid breaking. Dinky found Diamond's trademark tiara, which had gotten a little bent during the filly's tumble, but nothing that couldn't be easily repaired. In less than 3 minutes, the ambulance wagon, pulled by a pair of burly stallions, arrived, skidding to a halt a short distance away as a pair of hospital responders got out and began to assess the situation. After confirming Diamond's injuries with Swift, they loaded her on a stretcher and slid her into the ambulance. Silver was quickly treated for a couple of small scrapes. In less than 5 minutes, the ambulance was on its way to the hospital. Swift looked down at Bloom and Dinky. "I guess we should go and make sure everything's okay," he said. Bloom gave the stallion a searching look. Finally, she appeared to decide on something. Take Dinky and go on ahead, she said. I'm gonna go get Diamond Tiara's paw and meet the other. You sure you trust me with her? Asked Swift, looking down at Dinky. The younger filly still seemed rather shaken after what she had seen. I guess I do, said Bloom. Look after her, please. I'll do my best, said Swift. Bloom turned and galloped off down the road as Swift looked down at Dinky. You want to ride on my back? He asked, giving her an unusually gentle smile. Yeah, said Dinky. Swift lowered himself down and allowed her to hop on before setting off for the hospital. Silver Spoon, having recovered her composure, followed them. They arrived a few minutes ahead of Apple Bloom, who came bursting in along with another stallion, this one dressed sharply in a fine suit, looking like he had just come from an important meeting. For a moment, all the eyes in the waiting room shifted to the well-dressed stallion as he caught his breath. Taking a moment to compose himself, he walked up to the reception desk. Excuse me, he said to the nurse on duty, I was told that my daughter, Diamond Tiara, was admitted here with an injury. The nurse didn't even need to check. After all, there probably weren't many ponies in Ponyville that would fail to recognize Filthy Rich, as well as his daughter, on sight. Yes, Miss Derrick, your daughter was taken in and is being treated presently. Can you tell me what her condition was? Filthy hadn't pressed Bloom for details, being too concerned with simply getting to the hospital. The nurse quickly gave Filthy a rundown of his daughter's injury. Filthy paled at the thought of Diamond with a nail pierced through her leg. The doctor said that she should be fine, said the nurse. The bleeding was manageable and he expressed confidence about being able to repair the artery once the nail was removed. I see, said Filthy. Turning, he saw that Bloom had gone over to join Dinky, Silver, and Swift. Coming up to Swift, Filthy bobbed his head politely to the other stallion. Sir, I can't even begin to tell you how grateful I am for helping my daughter. Happy to help, said Swift, smiling. She took things pretty well, all considered. Filthy nodded and checked on Silver, who explained what had happened to the best of her ability. Bloom and Dinky also chimed in. By the end of their story, Filthy was vowing to track down just which of the construction crews was responsible for the accident and have words with them. It was around that time that the doors leading to the emergency room opened and Dr. Stable trotted out. His eyes found Filthy immediately and he headed over. Ah, Miss Derrick, I'd heard that you'd arrived. As he saw Filthy's worried gaze, Stable smiled. Your daughter is going to be just fine. The wound won't even leave a scar. She'll be free to leave the hospital tomorrow morning. Thank goodness, said Filthy, slumping to the floor. The front doors burst open to admit a sweating and panting Applejack. Bloom, Dinky, are you two okay? We're right here, sis, said Bloom, waving Applejack over. Seeing her sister and niece standing there unharmed prompted Applejack to let out a sigh of relief as she doffed her hat and took a moment to wipe the sweat from her brow. Sweet Celestia, Bonnier about had a heart attack when I heard Flitter come flying in, saying the two, oh y'all were in some kind, accident. We're fine, said Bloom, but Diamond Tiara. She explained the situation again, her account causing Applejack's brow to furrow. When Bloom finished, Applejack looked over at Swift Stride. Looks like y'all heap, thanks fair this. Are welcome to dinner anytime and, if y'all ever need a place to lay your head, our house is open to y'all. You're welcome, said Swift with a chuckle. Can I go see my daughter? Asked Filthy. Yes, said Stable, you can head right in. However, please avoid disturbing her. She's had a healing spell and needs her rest. He gave Filthy Diamond's room number. Thank you, said Rich. By the way, said Stable, turning to regard Swift with a bemused look, I am most impressed with this miracle drug of yours that seems to have magically relieved Miss Sierra of her pain. Yet, when I scanned her to find out what I was dealing with, I found no drug in her system at all. That got every pony's attention, even Filthy's, though he'd been about to leave to go see Diamond. Swift, in the meantime, had fished out a familiar-looking sack and had poured a small batch of the yellow seeds into his hoof before shoving them into his mouth and chewing. Want some? He asked, holding out the sack. Hey, I thought y'all said it was some kind, miracle seed that grows in the Everfree, snapped Bloom. It does, said Swift, grinning mischievously. It also grows several other forests and is even grown domestically. Seeing their confusion, his grin only widened. I never said they were only grown in the Everfree. May I? Asked Stable, holding out a hoof. Sure, said Swift, pouring out a few of the seeds. Stable put them into his mouth and chewed them before swallowing. I see, he said, pine nuts. Pine nuts, exclaimed Filthy, staring at Swift. You gave my daughter a pine nut and told her it was medicine. That's why I told her to just swallow it, said Swift. I didn't want her tasting it and realizing it was something she'd had in last night's salad or something. Can some pony tell me what's going on? Demanded Applejack. I understand, said Stable, still surprisingly calm. You gave her a placebo. Dinky canted her head as she stared up at Stable. Didn't he give her a nut? Stable chuckled at Dinky's confusion. He did. A placebo is a medical term for a treatment that's ineffectual, neither beneficial or harmful in and of itself. It's often some form of inert substance administered as a pill or tonic to the patient while they are told it is medicine. Ya mean? Applejack's eyes narrowed as she turned an accusing gaze on Swift Stride. It's a lie. That's one way of putting it, said Stable, slightly surprised at Applejack's sudden hostility. But you said that my daughter wasn't feeling any pain, protested Filthy. She wasn't, explained Stable. Even if the nut itself had no real value as a medicine, its administration as a placebo was effective. Because Miss Sierra believed that the pill would relieve her pain, her body responded as though it actually had been given a painkiller. It's what is known as the placebo effect in the medical community. It was effective enough that we didn't even need to give Miss Sierra any other medicines or painkillers. With each word that came out of Stable's mouth, Applejack's gaze intensified as she watched Swift carefully. For his part, the black-garbed stallion seemed completely unfazed by the scrutiny. Hey, wait a second, protested Apple Bloom. If this PLA plaque placebo thing is so amazing, why ain't ya using it all the time? Stable adjusted his glasses. How the placebo effect works isn't entirely understood. There are limits to what it can accomplish. Under many circumstances, it's not advisable and can do more harm than good. On top of that, the fact that its basis relies upon a lie that the patient needs to believe in wholeheartedly in order for it to be effective, the slightest doubt on the patient's part can undo the whole thing. So it's actually quite risky, mused Filthy, giving Swift a careful look. Oftentimes, said Stable, but when used properly, it can be quite effective. In this case, I think it was an excellent application, given the situation. Though her artery was threatened, Miss Sierra's wound was not very severe otherwise. Her leg was pierced by a long, thin object all the way through. In some parts of Equestria, that might even be considered a fashion statement. Stable rolled his eyes, indicating what he thought of just such fashion statements. In reality, she probably was not in all that much pain to begin with. Such wounds tend not to be as painful as they look. In fact, I remember a certain colt who received a similar injury a few months back and, aside from the resulting blood loss, hardly seemed inconvenienced by that injury. Bloom, Applejack, and Dinky shared an uneasy glance, knowing exactly which colt Stable was talking about. In Miss Sierra's case, I believe her own fear and panic caused her to internally exaggerate her pain. Once Mr. He gave Swift a questioning look. Swift Stride, said Swift. Stable nodded and continued. Once Mr. Stride provided her with the placebo and calmed her down sufficiently, the wound would not have caused much pain on its own, even if the placebo hadn't been so effective. I suspect that Mr. Stride's primary efforts were focused on getting Miss Sierra calmed down enough that she could be moved safely. Filthy nodded and once again turned to face Swift. Even if your actions were rooted in deception, I still must thank you for helping my daughter. With that, he headed off to find Diamond's room. Silver Spoon followed behind him, eager to see her friend. Well, said Swift, stretching in a cat-like manner, that was an exciting little diversion. Any other questions, Doc? None right now, said Stable. I guess it's time to get back to what we were doing, said Swift, already trotting out the doors and into the afternoon sunshine, He looked over his shoulder and noticed that Applejack had turned sideways after coming out the doors and had blocked Bloom and Dinky from following after him. Her emerald eyes glared out at Swift from beneath the brim of her hat. Hey, something wrong. I ain't lettin' ma sister or Dinky go anywhere with ya, said Applejack. Ya may have helped Diamond Tiara, but I don't trust a pony who'd pull a hustlin' act like that, especially with an injured filly. A liar and I don't trust ya. Swift tilted his head to the side. Well, I certainly am a liar. But I only tell good lies. That's a load, oh hogwash, snapped Applejack. There ain't any such thing as a good lie. Really, so you don't think me relieving a little filly's pain is a bad thing? Asked Swift. That's. Applejack's mouth worked silently as she tried to find the appropriate words for a rebuttal. That placebo effect that the doctor was talking about can work both ways, said Swift. If a pony genuinely believes they should be feeling more pain than they are, their body will respond accordingly. That filly had herself so worked up, she was going to spend the next several minutes suffering while we waited for the ambulance to arrive. They would have had a much harder time treating her and they would have had to give her real painkillers, which are all well and good but can have plenty of side effects of their own. It's better to avoid that given the chance, don't you think? Well, Applejack looked a bit more uncertain now. Swift shrugged. Well, I probably shouldn't ask you to trust me, given that I am a liar after all. But I was really trying to help that filly. I won't ask you to let the little ones come with me, but if you could point me in the direction of Arkenstone's place, that'd be fine. Applejack froze, her eyes wide as she realized what Swift was asking. Sis, exclaimed Bloom, don't ya recognize his name? He's one, oh them knights, like Arkenstone. That's Swift Stride, asked Applejack, now looking at Swift with a mixture of mistrust and fear. That would be me, said Swift, bowing with a flourish. I'm sure you've heard about me from Arkenstone. Yeah, said Applejack hesitantly, I've heard few things. Swift cackled. Well, care to tell me where Arkenstone is? With a sigh, Applejack looked down at the ground before looking up at Swift again. I ain't trustin' ya yet, but I'll take ya there. I want to check with Arkenstone and make sure who ya say ya are. By all means, said Swift, led the way. Arkenstone carefully sniffed the burlap bags that had been laid out in the library's basement. He'd just received a new shipment of tea and spices from his Saddle Arabian sources. Twilight Sparkle had graciously allowed him to use her basement to hold his ingredients while he waited for the work crews to finish the reconstruction of his tea house. Said work was coming along at a brisk pace, something that Arkenstone appreciated. In fact, it seemed that he, along with ponies like Berry Punch and Oat Cassine, were receiving priority treatment, ponies within the community being quite eager to have their favorite establishments up and running as soon as possible. With a sigh, Arkenstone stepped away from the sacks, having finished his inspection. He'd lost several of his favorite teapots and other crockery when the shop had been destroyed. Those things were not so easily replaced, at least not without a few trips abroad to the regions of the world where he'd acquired them. Still, at the end of the day, they were mere objects and not as important as ponies' lives. If it was to save Dawn Lightwing from the hooves of a cultist, Arkenstone would have shattered those pots all over again without another thought. Coming up the stairs, Arkenstone's nose picked up the smell of food drifting out from the kitchen. Spike was apparently hard at work with dinner. Twilight was resting on a pile of cushions on the far side of the room, her eyes fixed on the scroll in front of her as she diligently perused its contents. Beside her, hovering in a field of her magic, were a quill and notebook. The quill worked vigorously as Twilight jotted down note after note, sometimes seeming to write one for each line of text she read. Near her haunches rested a pile of similar scrolls and books. His tail swished to ward off an errant fly, which seemed to have become rather persistent in recent days. Arkenstone made his way over to Twilight's side of the room, carefully stepping over the pile of literature as he made his way around behind the mare. Laying down, he curled up against her side and rested his chin across her withers. Twilight initially flinched at the unexpected contact, having been too engrossed in her reading to notice her cold friend's approach. However, she quickly relaxed and allowed her head to lean against his as she scooted a bit closer to cuddle up to him. Everything all right with your ingredients? She asked. All is well, replied Arkenstone. How are your studies coming along? He could practically hear the smile in Twilight's voice as she answered. Amazing. I'd never dreamed that even half of these things would be possible. I haven't learned so much new material since I left school. If this weren't restricted information, I could probably earn 2 or 3 principles from what I've already read alone, and I'm not even halfway through the archive. The scrolls Twilight was currently studying came from a secret wing of the archives, known only to a scant few ponies belonging to the rogue mage Morning Star. It was information concerning his principal creation, the substance, or substances rather, known as dark matter, material that operated according to its own physical and magical laws that had no earthly source but had instead been created solely by Morningstar himself. Though all historical evidence and memory of Morningstar had been erased as punishment for his crimes by Celestia, she had kept the repository of his knowledge, unable to completely erase all that he had done. Early in the spring, an incident had occurred. A stallion by the name of Flash Spark, who had been arrested and later banished from Ponyville for attempting to rape Fluttershy, had appeared in the skies of Cloudsdale, his body having been covered in armor composed of strange material. The Wonderbolts, with some help, had engaged Flash Spark on 2 occasions before some mysterious pony had taken control of him and left hints leading Twilight and Celestia to the conclusion that Morningstar, or some pony who had his knowledge, was behind Flash Spark's actions. In order to better combat this, Celestia had granted Twilight access to the entire contents of Morningstar's wing of the archives, hoping that Twilight could understand the nature of dark matter and, hopefully, overcome the threat it presented. It was no easy task, however. Morningstar had spent most of his life designing his special materials. Despite its overarching title, dark matter was not just one substance but several dozen, possibly hundreds of different materials composed of molecules derived from atoms and subatomic particles that had distinctly different natures and behaviors from the ones that existed in the present world. They had their own physical laws, which were difficult enough to puzzle out on their own, but even more difficult was figuring out how the components of various dark matter forms interacted with the existing world and how they interacted with one another and how the substances of the material world interacted with them in turn. From hundreds of substances came countless millions of possibilities. And now that they knew that Morningstar was not only alive and active but also continuing his research, Twilight was painfully aware that the information she had might very well be obsolete. Morningstar had had 10 whole years to create additional dark matter substances and modify the qualities of the ones he had already created. If she weren't thrilled by the sheer level of novelty that reading Morningstar's work had provided, Twilight would have been severely frustrated by the scope and complexity of the task that lay before her. Fortunately, aside from her enthusiasm for research, Twilight had 2 very important factors to keep her frustration at bay. The first was her younger brother and personal assistant, Spike, who had put all he could into keeping things organized for Twilight, helping her compile and index her notes, all while making sure that she got 3 wholesome meals a day, prodded her to bathe, and made sure she got to bed at a reasonable hour. Without Spike, Twilight would have probably worked herself until she either starved or passed out from exhaustion. The second was Arkenstone, who, while not providing as much substantive assistance as Spike, acted as a supportive cold friendship, soothing Twilight's frazzled nerves with plenty of gentle nuzzles and soft kisses. He would occasionally team up with Spike to get Twilight to put down her research on a periodic basis to spend some time relaxing or socializing, both things Twilight would have probably overlooked in her enthusiasm for her project. With Arkenstone currently curled around her, Twilight decided she'd had enough work for the day and set down the scroll after marking her place on it. Her notebook and quill drifted over to the nearby table. Leaning back, Twilight sighed as Arkenstone gently began to nibble at her ear. She'd noticed that he'd been keeping closer ever since they had returned from Canterlot. It was clear that he regarded her abduction as a severe failure on his part and that the knight was now reluctant to let Twilight out of his sight, so to speak. Arky, she said in a soft voice. Yes. Arkenstone pulled his lips away from her ear and instead went back to resting his chin across her withers. I was thinking about your tea house. What about it? Arkenstone's ears perked up, wondering if Twilight had some piece of advice concerning his hobby-turned-livelihood. Well, I was thinking, maybe you don't need to have your own quarters built into it, said Twilight, her cheeks blushing. Would you like to maybe stay with me even after the tea house is open? Arkenstone's eyes opened a fraction and his ears shot straight upright at her suggestion. And where would I sleep? With me, said Twilight, her hesitance conveying just how nervous the suggestion made her, even if it was the obvious answer to Arkenstone's question. Arkenstone's throat vibrated against Twilight's shoulder, actually sending a pleasant shiver running down her spine, even if it was cancelled out by her nervousness over the subject matter. I mean, it's okay if you don't want to, said Twilight quickly, I can understand. It's a big step for us to move in together and eep. She cut off with a loud squeak as Arkenstone lifted a foreleg and wrapped it around her, rolling Twilight onto her side and pulling her up against his chest as he snuck his other foreleg around her so that he could hug her from behind. Twilight found her head tucked under Arkenstone's chin so that her horn barely missed brushing against his muzzle. Twilight, said Arkenstone, his voice barely a whisper, when I realized you were gone, it was the most terrifying moment of my life. I was confronted by the idea of what life would be like without you and I was shocked by how empty it felt. I was afraid and angry, a hair away from losing control. I'm glad I remembered how capable you are, otherwise I might have stormed into Canterlot and ripped the city apart looking for you. Twilight couldn't help but giggle, even as her cheeks flushed further. She let out a contented sigh as she squirmed to press harder against Arkenstone's chest. I was scared too, she admitted. I mean, I knew I could get out of Elderflower's clutches anytime I wanted. But I had Coco to worry about too. And then there were the elements and everything else. I think the one thing that really calmed me down was that I knew that you were out there and you would be looking for me. Squirming some more, Twilight rolled around so that she and Arkenstone were now face to face. Even though she knew he couldn't see it, Twilight gave Arkenstone her biggest smile and leaned in to kiss him slowly, holding their lips together for a long moment before pulling away. I love you. I think I have for a long time. I'm tired of waiting and taking it slow. I want you to stay here with me and Spike. Arkenstone couldn't keep a throaty chuckle from escaping him. You realize that we'll have to get Spike his own room. After all, we don't want him seeing something he shouldn't. Arky, squealed Twilight, her cheeks going bright red as the implications of his words sank in. I don't think we're ready to go that far. I know, said Arkenstone, laughing softly, but I couldn't resist. You're quite cute when you're flustered. Twilight thudded a hoof against his chest. Oh you, she huffed with a roll of her eyes before smiling and leaning in for another kiss. This one lasted longer and grew more involved as the seconds ticked past. Arkenstone's hooves gently stroked Twilight's mane as she wrapped her forelegs around him to pull herself closer, her eyes drifting shut as she lost herself in the pleasure of the moment. A moment that was interrupted as the library door swung open and a black-garbed earth pony came strolling in. So this is where ya were, Arkenstone. Aye. The khaki stallion's voice cut off abruptly as both Twilight and Arkenstone froze in their makeout session. Twilight was sure that her cheeks were only a few seconds away from bursting into flame and she wanted nothing more than to bury her head into Arkenstone's chest and pretend she didn't exist. Arkenstone's reaction was much more dramatic. He pulled away from Twilight, rolling over once to get his legs underneath him before quickly stepping forward to put himself between Twilight and the new arrival. The other stallion merely grinned at the couple. Oh, don't mind me, by all means, carry on. It looked like you two were about to get to the good part. Arkenstone sniffed and his ears swiveled to face directly towards the other stallion. Twilight noticed that Arkenstone was now completely on alert, his posture relaxed but ready, a sign that he was in an unfamiliar situation that he wasn't sure he could handle. Hello, Swift Stride, said Arkenstone, his tone neutral but wary. Twilight's eyes widened as she looked at the other stallion, with his white spiky mane and fox-like tail. This then was the infamous Seventh Knight, the one Arkenstone considered the strongest of the Celestial Order, the one that he and all the others regarded with wariness and mistrust, the mere mention of his name making even Arkenstone's normally stoic expression falter in such a way that it looked as though he'd been sucking on the world's sourest lemon. As Twilight looked him over, she found she could understand Arkenstone's misgivings. Swift's entire look just screamed, shifty, like a blaring alarm. Maybe it was the loose-fitting black outfit which could be concealing any number of dangerous weapons within its confines, or his overall fox-like appearance. Maybe it was his squinty eyes which made it almost impossible to discern what lay behind those pinched lids. She'd actually thought for a second that he kept his eyes closed like Arkenstone did, but that clearly wasn't the case. What brings you here? Asked Arkenstone. I've been away for a little bit doing some information gathering, said Swift. I've already been up to see Celestia and Canterlot and I wanted to compare notes with you and the little lady behind you. Compare notes, said Twilight, getting to her hooves so that she could stand next to Arkenstone. About what? A few things, said Swift. The cult Solar, the noble court Morning Star. Wait, exclaimed Twilight, you know about Morning Star? I met him, replied Swift. I infiltrated the cult and provided Celestia with her list of targets. It doesn't seem to have made much of a difference in the long run. You mean you've actually spoken to Morning Star? Asked Twilight, her previous trepidation forgotten as she advanced on Swift. What was he like? What kind of pony was he? Whoa, easy there, said Swift with an amused cackle as he fell back on his haunches, greatly amused by Twilight's unquenchable thirst for knowledge. I share mine if you'll share yours. Celestia said she sent the contents of Morning Star's little private library over to you. I'd like to know what you've learned so far. Absolutely, exclaimed Twilight, her eyes shining. Arkenstone's ears swiveled back and forth as he tracked the conversation between Twilight and Swift. Swift Stride's presence always set Arkenstone's hair on edge. It didn't help that Swift had a mischievous streak to rival that of Pinkie Pie or Rainbow Dash and wasn't above pulling pranks on the other knights whenever they might let their guards down. Everything about him, from his attitude to his actions, kept them constantly guessing about where Swift actually stood in a given situation, what actions he might actually take. But Arkenstone was especially wary about Swift, particularly because beneath all the silliness and gimmicks, there was something about Swift Stride that marked him as being infinitely more dangerous than he seemed, something he never showed to any pony, not even those who were supposed to be his closest allies. I guess our job is done here. Arkenstone's ears twitched as he realized that 3 ponies had come into the library just behind Swift. Arkenstone's attention had been so thoroughly focused on the other stallion that he'd neglected to notice that Swift had not come alone. And I thought I was lax before, mused Arkenstone. Twilight was clearly too engrossed with exchanging information with Swift to notice Applejack, Apple Bloom, and Dinky at the door. Arkenstone decided to leave them to it as he went to greet Applejack and the other 2. I suppose he had you guide him here, he said. Yep, said Applejack. Bloom and Dinky found that stallion nappin' in our orchard. Turns out he was looking for you. Is that so? Said Arkenstone, pressing his lips tightly together as one ear swiveled around to focus on Swift, who was still talking with Twilight. Something wrong? Asked Applejack, her tone clearly suggesting she wouldn't have been surprised if something was indeed wrong. Swift just said he'd been in Canterlot, said Arkenstone, which means he probably took the train down. Coming from the station, he should have found the library easily, even if he didn't know I was here. On the other hoof, your farm is quite out of the way if he was just looking for me. Applejack's eyebrows went up. Yeah, now that ya mention it, that is pretty suspicious. What kind of game is that ornery fella runnin'? I wish I knew, said Arkenstone. I've never been able to fully understand or predict his actions. Bloom stepped forward, observing Arkenstone with cautious, worried eyes. Scared of him, ain't ya? Arkenstone twisted his entire head around and once again took the opportunity to inhale Swift Stride's scent. Yes, I suppose I am rather frightened of him. Out at Sweet Apple Acres, Big Macintosh made his way through the orchards. On a day like today, there was a particular place he liked to visit. Sure, it reminded him of their recent loss, but it also put him at peace. The place radiated an aura of tranquility that helped him relax after a long day's work. It also helped him to actually come to terms with what had happened. After all, Granny Smith was gone and nothing would bring her back. As he arrived at her grave, Macintosh came to an abrupt halt, the stalk of grass that had been in his mouth dropping away as it hung open in surprise. What in tarnation? Some pony had deposited a small bundle of pink gladioli on Granny Smith's grave. Author's notes. And so Swift Stride comes to Ponyville. The whole idea of him using a placebo to calm down an injured pony and then have to justify it to Applejack came from another FIC I'd been considering back in the day. Swift Stride was originally set to be the main character of that story, which had no connection to this series whatsoever. However, I ultimately ended up scrapping that story before I'd even started writing it, mostly because I didn't have any real plot or endpoint in mind other than putting Applejack together with an accomplished liar who uses deception to actually help others, a la Atsuho Izako, and having them bounce off each other. Because of that, I made Swift Stride into the character he is now and moved him into this series. That being said, I would like to remind everyone that I am not a doctor and have zero experience in practicing medicine. The extent of my knowledge on placebos comes from Wikipedia and certain MASH episodes. I apologize for any factual inaccuracies that may have emerged as a result, though I always have the fact that the setting is the magical land of talking technicolor ponies to fall back on as an excuse. Next chapter, Swift Stride is a troll. Testing the waters. Chapter 20, Testing the waters. Their work done for the day, Applejack took Bloom and Dinky back to the farm with her after Bloom had taken the opportunity to say hi to Spike. Swift Stride had terminated his session with Twilight a little early, explaining that he needed to find a room in town. Though Applejack had previously offered him a place to rest on the farm, Swift strongly suspected that said offer had been unofficially retracted after she had gotten a taste of his true nature at the hospital. Fortunately, he was more than happy to find his own shelter. Arkenstone wasn't exactly sure where Swift would go, as the inn hadn't been rebuilt yet, but he felt a much greater peace of mind knowing that Swift was out of the library for the time being. As they sat down at the table with Spike for dinner, Twilight gave Arkenstone a searching look. You looked ready to jump out of your own skin the entire time that Swift was here, she noted. Unfortunately, that was more or less the case, said Arkenstone. He seemed nice enough to me, said Twilight. Sure, Swift Stride had a shifty look to him, but, in her brief discussion with him, Twilight was amazed at the breadth of Swift's knowledge. They'd started discussing the nature of Morningstar's dark matter, and Twilight had been shocked by Swift's knowledge in the fields of chemistry and physics, enough that he'd easily been able to keep pace with her in spite of not having even looked at Morningstar's scrolls. He can seem quite pleasant when it suits him, said Arkenstone. However, his attitude is often mercurial and it can be very hard to predict his actions. It's the main reason we knights generally regard him with suspicion. That seems kind of petty to me, said Twilight. Perhaps it is, admitted Arkenstone with a shrug, but it's the little things that ultimately add up. I'm sure you noticed how knowledgeable he is on certain topics. Twilight nodded. Yes, I was amazed he was able to follow everything I was saying about Morningstar's dark matter. Normally, I'd expect to have to simplify my words to make another pony understand, but I didn't have to do it this time. Yes, agreed Arkenstone. Swift Stride is very intelligent, unquestionably the smartest amongst the knights. Even highly skilled mages like Arcana and Sunset agree. He is especially brilliant in the fields of chemistry, biology, botany, pharmacology, and psychology, especially as they pertain to certain practices. What kind of practices? Asked Spike, his ear fins perking up as he asked. He is an expert in explosives and poisons, replied Arkenstone. I have observed him fighting on 2 occasions. His outfit conceals innumerable bombs of a variety of types and yields, and countless different poisons with varying degrees of potency. With your nose, I'd figure you could sniff out exactly what kind of bombs and poisons he carries, Twilight noted. Arkenstone shook his head. I can place some of them, he said, but there are even more than I can't. If you've never encountered something before, you can't definitively identify it. I am familiar with quite a few different poisons and drugs, but Swift has many more. As far as the explosives he carries, all I can discern is that I am very uncomfortable anytime Swift stands near an open flame. Yeah, said Twilight, shifting nervously, I can imagine that. But what truly worries me about Swift Stride is that there is something more to him that I can't readily identify. For all that he has so many tricks and trinkets that he can use in a fight, it never feels as though he truly needs them. That's why I've always felt that Swift is the strongest knight. He actually sounds kinda awesome, commented Spike. It might be, agreed Arkenstone, his ear twitching as another fly buzzed past. But that doesn't make his presence any less worrying. Though he'd said otherwise, rather than actively seek shelter for the night, Swift instead found himself wandering through Ponyville streets, taking in the sights and watching ponies as they finished their business for the day, forming a steady trickle in the direction of Sweet Apple Acres, where the tents brought in from Canterlot provided shelter for ponies as they waited for their homes to be rebuilt. Rather than follow that stream of ponies, Swift instead took a route that led him across the town and out into a different section of the countryside. The meandering path eventually led to a pair of homes that seemed to be perched at the very edge of the everfree forest. One home had the look of a quaint country cottage with a babbling brook that ran across the front yard, where it actually flowed under a small bridge that was part of the walkway leading up to the front door. The house was surrounded by a variety of birdhouses and animal pens. It was beautiful and homey. Nearby, a second house had been erected. This one had a more conservative appearance, crafted from dark wood planks and slate shingles. It contrasted rather sharply with the white plaster and straw thatching of its neighbor. Both houses were illuminated from within, and Swift could see figures moving through the windows of the cottage. Adjusting his position, Swift got a better view of the cottage's interior and was awarded by the sight of an ebony colt sitting at a table across from a yellow Pegasus mare and a tan earth pony stallion. Even from this distance, Swift could see the colt's eyes, their vivid turquoise color and unique draconic shape. So this is where the little guy lives. He seems to have made a nice home for himself. As Swift watched, the family in the cottage were working their way through bowls of steaming soup, which was supplemented by a loaf of bread that they used to sop up the remainder in their bowls. Watching them eat and seeing Don Lightwing smile and speak with his adopted parents, almost resembling a normal foal as he did so, warmed the stallion's heart. He'd felt a little guilty about Don's situation ever since he'd observed Morningstar send Tara Hart off on that so-called holy quest to exterminate the colt. Swift could easily think of half a dozen ways that he could have disposed of Tara, but none of which were permissible given his mission at the time. They would have ruined his chance to sabotage Morning's plans. Abruptly, Swift's ear twitched and he shot to his hooves. Kicking off the ground, he danced nimbly to the right, his spiky mane stirring as something powerful and sharp slashed through the air where he had been sitting. Backpedaling away from the spot, Swift watched as a pitch-black griffin in equally black armor melted out of the darkness with a silence that belied his impressive bulk. Identify yourself, said the griffin plainly, his yellow eyes hard as he glared down at Swift. I won't tolerate any suspicious activity. If it's suspicious activity you're looking for, said Swift with a cheeky grin, I've noticed this big black griffin attacking random ponies who happen to be resting beside a public path. The griffin's eyes narrowed and his body tensed, clearly readying for a charge. However, rather than waiting, Swift ducked, primarily because he'd noticed another attack coming from behind. Once again, his mane was stirred by a set of claws passing within inches of it. Dropping down into his belly, Swift went into a forward roll that took him out of the way as the black griffin surged forward and brought both his claws down on the patch of grass where Swift's head had been resting seconds ago. As he rolled, Swift caught a glimpse of his other opponent, a second, smaller griffin, most likely a female. Her brindled coat was much more visible in the darkness than her companions, which was probably why the black one had attacked first and drawn Swift's attention. The female's forelegs were clad in gauntlets that terminated in large, vicious-looking fighting claws that the griffoness brandished with impressive speed. You know, the two of you really need to work on your hospitality skills, said Swift as he came back up on his hooves. This is not an appropriate way to say hello to some pony. I've heard there's this pink mare in town who specializes in this sort of thing. Maybe you could take some lessons from her. Even as he spoke, Swift withdrew a small cylinder from his sleeve, readying it in the curl of his fetlock as the two griffins sprang upon him once again. Something wrong? Asked Caramel, looking up from his soup bowl at Don, who had stopped eating and was now staring out the window into the darkness outside. His own bowl of potato and leek stew forgotten. Some ponies out there, said Don, we're being watched. Oh no, whispered Fluttershy, cringing and sidling up next to Caramel, is it some pony from the cult Solar? I thought the royal guard rounded them all up, said Caramel, wrapping a comforting arm around Fluttershy's shoulders. There was no way for the guard to get all of them, Don pointed out as he got to his hooves. Given the circumstances, he'd anticipated the possibility that a few escaped members of the cult might come to Ponyville in a last-ditch effort to kill him. He'd been especially vulnerable the past few weeks, cut off from his magic and most of the other ponies tasked to protect Ponyville being out of commission. Thankfully, that threat had yet to materialize. However, Don realized he was still quite weak, having only just regained use of his magic a few days ago. It would still be another week at least before he was ready to start training in earnest again. Attempting to utilize the techniques of the Gale King in his current condition would probably set back his recovery. However, if the pony outside was really a cultist, Don might not have a choice. I'll go see, said Don, heading to the door. In spite of the situation, both Fluttershy and Caramel knew better than to try and stop him. Instead, Fluttershy watched him go, mouthing, be careful. Don opened the door and stepped out onto the front porch, his pupils dilating as he quickly adjusted to the surrounding darkness. One of the main capabilities of his eyes was that they afforded him superior night vision and motion sensitivity in comparison to the eyes of regular ponies. While the world outside their little cottage wasn't as clear as day to his eyes, he could see, using the light of the moon and the stars, quite easily. More importantly, his eyes were instantly drawn to the commotion taking place beyond the front yard, over on the other side of the path. Don saw the large, ebony form of Scan descending upon a single pony, who easily jumped out of the way. Spreading his wings, Don took to the air, intending to fly over and try to defuse the situation before it went too far. Even if the strange pony was a cultist, Don had to at least try and talk him down from doing anything rash. However, as he landed, Don saw the black-garbed earth pony duck out of the way as Zahn slashed at him from behind and then rolled away just as Scan brought his talons down. The earth shuddered from the impact of Scan's blow, but Don hardly noticed. Instead, Scan and Zahn immediately went on the offensive, converging on the earth pony from separate angles. As they charged, the earth pony twisted his body and slammed his forehooves down, seeming to meet the griffin's charge head-on. They clashed a loud thudding noise and raising an impressive cloud of dust as metal rang out against metal from within. Every once in a while, Don could see something spark as attack met defense, but otherwise couldn't make out anything that was taking place within the cloud. Then he silently scolded himself for forgetting one of his most basic and important skills. Now that he had his magic back, Don was once again free to fall back on his wind sense. However, after spending so many weeks unable to use and having to get used to working without it, Don had almost forgotten about it until now. Relaxing, he took a deep breath and spread his wings slightly, allowing his magic to carry his awareness out into the air around him. The skill came back to Don with an easy familiarity that was warmly welcomed by the colt. Don was afraid that he'd grown lax, but he could easily feel and understand the eddies and whirls in the air, produced by interfering objects. He could feel the two griffins fiercely exchanging blows under the cover of the dust cloud, as well as the shape of the pony who was now sitting right next to him. Don jumped and looked sharply over to see the strange earth pony now sitting next to him, grinning as he poured a hoe full of pine nuts out of a cloth bag and munched them down with considerable relish. Even as he watched, the stallion tapped his hind hoof on the ground in a strangely rhythmic pattern that seemed to blend between the clang of metal against metal issuing from the cloud. Dang, those two are really going at it. He chuckled and looked over at Don before glancing down at his sack and then holding it up to the colt. Want some? Don looked over at the cloud, then back at the stallion, his expression neutral. Through the air, he could sense that both Scan and Zahn appeared to be in no danger of hurting one another, even as they parried and deflected one another's attacks. Instead, it appeared to be a well-coordinated effort on their part to pen in a single target, a target that was no longer actually near them. The entire scene reminded Don of something he'd seen in one of Spike's more humorous comic books. Sure, he said, holding out his hoof. The stallion cackled gleefully as he poured a helping of nuts out into Don's hoof and then some more for himself. Don began munching on his helping, noting with approval that the nuts had been roasted. So, mused the stallion, how long do you think it's gonna take for them to figure out I'm still not in there? I'm surprised they haven't dispersed the cloud yet, noted Don. The smoke bomb I dropped is set for continuous emission, said the stallion, it should keep putting out smoke for another 30 seconds. Noting Don's expression as the colt looked at him, Swift laughed and said, don't worry. It's non-toxic, but it is heavier than air and should keep them bogged down until the bomb runs out. Frowning, Don turned his attention back to the fight taking place within the cloud, wondering how Scan and Zahn had failed to notice that the third participant in the fight had already bowed out. Then he felt it, a faint clopping noise, like a hoof smacking the hardened dirt of the path. But coming from the empty ground between the two battling griffins. His eyes widening with surprise, Don snapped his head around to look at the stallion again, realizing that the sound issuing from the ground over by the griffins was in perfect time with the tapping of the stallion's hind hoof. Though they were swinging away with their foreclaws, the griffins each kept at least one of their hind paws planted firmly against the ground at all times as they fought. Don realized that the pads of those lion paws were probably very sensitive to vibrations transmitted through the earth, the perfect tool for keeping track of a grounded opponent in blind conditions. It was a skill that was just as impressive as the piece of percussive ventriloquism that the stallion was using to keep the two griffins believing that he was still somewhere between them. Why are you toying with them like this? Asked Don. The stallion shrugged. Well, they weren't exactly being the best listeners before. I figured this might help them get it out of their system. Besides, he looked over at Don. Why aren't you stopping them? They don't seem to be in any danger of hurting each other, said Don. It certainly is impressive to observe. Besides, he turned his blue-green eyes up to meet the stallion's squinted ones. I don't know why, but you don't seem like an enemy to me. The stallion's eyes widened, revealing irises of ice blue. You're something else, kid. His ears twitched and he looked over at the smoke cloud. Looks like time's up. Though the bomb the stallion had apparently dropped ceased to continue emitting smoke, it still took nearly a minute for even Scan's powerful swipes to begin sweeping it out of the way. Finally, he and Zahn had cleared out the smoke and the two of them came to an abrupt halt, realizing that their sparring partner was no longer between them. It took a second longer for their eyes to zero in on Swift's location. Ready to call it a day? Asked Swift, once again grinning mischievously. Scan, huffing and panting after his efforts, glared fiercely at the stallion before launching himself in another flying lunge. Zahn moved to follow him, but froze when she spotted Dawn sitting next to the stallion. Scan, wait. Dawn blinked and tensed as he realized he was in the path of Scan's charge. Though the Black Griffin wasn't actively aiming for him, Dawn could easily find himself crushed beneath those plates of armor as Scan bowled past him to reach the strange stallion. Moving to dodge, Dawn found his body responding sluggishly, the consequences of the past week of inactivity combining with his still recovering magic to keep him from escaping the situation. Scan closed in, bringing one set of talons around in a powerful swipe that could easily kill Dawn, even if they simply grazed him. However, as Dawn readied himself for the blow, there was a blur off to one side of him and suddenly the stallion was in front of him. Okay, enough of this, snapped the stallion, giving a sharp twist of his hips, the motion causing trailing ends of his sash to blur into motion, giving off a faint snapping noise, like a small whip. The stallion whipped the end of his sash into the path of Scan's claws. The cloth strip should have been shredded by Scan's talons, but instead, his swinging forepaw was knocked away, the deflection completely taking Scan off guard. I think you need to calm down before some pony gets hurt, said the stallion, no longer grinning as he regarded Scan, who was looking in shock at his forepaw. It took a moment for Scan to notice Dawn's presence. What are you doing out here, little cub? I came to see what the commotion was, said Dawn. I don't think there's any need for you to be so aggressive while protecting us. I'm grateful for the sentiment though. Scan looked between Dawn and the stallion before letting out a defeated sigh. It seems I still have a great deal of growing to do, in spite of my age. I have to admit that I am probably no match for an opponent who can have me jumping at shadows so easily. Apology accepted, said the stallion, adopting a jaunty grin once again. Would you please identify yourself now? Asked Zahn, coming up to stand beside her mate. The name's Swift Stride, said the stallion, his words giving Dawn a start as the colt turned to look at him in surprise. So you are the knight that Arkenstone spoke of, said Dawn, the one even he acknowledges as the strongest. Hey, I don't know about all this strongest and weakest talk, said Swift with a shrug. I am really good at keeping ponies on the tips of their hooves. I guess that's why they're always so on edge whenever I'm around. Scan's eyes narrowed. If you were a celestial knight, why did you not identify yourself? We could have avoided all this trouble. It's more fun this way, replied Swift with a chuckle. Both Zahn and Scan glared pointedly at him. Sorry, said Swift, raising his hooves, that was a lie. I really wanted to get a feel for the kid here. Seeing as he isn't supposed to be in any shape to fight right now, I figured that seeing how he handled a strange situation would be a good way. It was clear that neither of the Griffins truly believed that had been Swift's intentions. Even Dawn had his reservations about the black-garbed stallion's real reason for doing as he did. However, it was unlikely that Swift would ever say exactly what it was he'd been up to, nor was it likely that anyone would believe him even if he did say something completely truthful, which might very well have been the point. In any case, I don't think there is any danger here, said Dawn, looking to Scan and Zahn. Thank you for your concern. But I think you need not worry about this one. Are you sure about that? Asked Zahn, still eyeing Swift suspiciously. As sure as I can be, said Dawn. Scan and Zahn exchanged one last look before backing off. Dawn and Swift watched them go until the two Griffins had returned to their home. Said Dawn, looking up at Swift, would you like to come inside? I think there's enough food for one more at the table. Swift seemed to think about it for a second before nodding. Sure, that sounds fine. Surprisingly, despite his unusual appearance and shifty nature, Swift Stride's introduction to Dawn's family seemed to go over very well. Fluttershy and Caramel both had reservations about Dawn inviting an unfamiliar stallion in. However, they were mollified when they learned that Swift was a celestial knight. Swift, for his part, was a surprisingly engaging guest, even able to break through Fluttershy's infamous wall of shyness, also frequently referred to as her mane. During dinner, he regaled them with stories of the lands he had visited, along with the various peoples and animals he had encountered, more than a few Fluttershy would have liked to meet herself. What interested Dawn more was that, besides all the lands he had been to and all the creatures he had seen and met, Swift had more than simple anecdotes to tell. He spoke of animals and their habits, of lands and their cultures, of rich histories and strange customs. It occurred to Dawn that, rather than his work as a knight, Swift's true passion lay in learning and sharing this knowledge. He certainly made for an engaging storyteller, and by the time Dawn was ready for bed, Swift had hooked his audience for hours. Fluttershy and Caramel offered the use of the couch for Swift, seeing as he didn't have a place to stay for the night, an offer Swift gratefully accepted. As he went to bed, Dawn thought back upon the evening and everything that he had heard. He also remembered Arkenstone's wariness of Swift Stride, the mistrust that Arkenstone seemed to harbor for the black-garbed stallion. Those thoughts had lingered on Dawn's mind throughout the evening. It seemed to Dawn that Swift had perfectly tailored his actions and mannerisms to fit the situation, allowing him to win over even a shy pony like Fluttershy. This wasn't the first time some pony had done that. Red River and Stormfront had done much the same the first time they'd met Fluttershy all those months ago. If that's the case, thought Dawn, then Swift Stride might very well be doing the same with Arkenstone and the other knights. For all his skill in so many areas, his greatest one seems to be controlling how ponies see him. It isn't that he's an untrustworthy individual, but rather that he wants the other knights to view him with suspicion. But why? It was difficult to say. Dawn couldn't be sure that the stories that Swift had told at and after dinner that night had been true or not. He figured, in order to get a true feel for Swift, he would have to see the stallion do what he did best. However, Dawn worried about the kind of situation that would allow him to view Swift Stride as Arkenstone and the other knights saw him. Dawn's questions and curiosities would have to wait. After all, for all that he was curious about Swift Stride, he still had to go to school. Doing so was much easier now that he was able to fly to and from class. More importantly, it allowed him to resume his regular morning training with Scootaloo, meeting with her at sunrise so that the two of them could run through their forms before breakfast. When every pony arrived at the tent that served as Ponyville's temporary schoolhouse, Dawn and the others noted that Apple Bloom seemed unusually quiet and pensive. Whatever it was seemed to keep her distracted all through class so that she barely took any notes and instead spent a great deal of time staring off into space. She even ended up receiving a couple of reprimands from Miss Shirley. The other surprise that day was Diamond Tiara. Most of the students had only learned about her accident that very morning, and many of them were surprised when the pale pink filly came trotting into class right on time, even though, with the healing spell she'd received the day before, she'd had a tailor-made excuse for cutting classes for the day. Silver Spoon was there as well, having no such excuse, and quietly stuck to Diamond's side throughout class. During lunch and recess, Bloom explained the events of the previous day to the other Crusaders, detailing how she'd stumbled across Swift Stride snoozing in the orchard and then taken him into town. She also told them about the accident and how Swift had actually treated Diamond Tiara with a pine nut and a lie, something that shocked every pony. Bloom was just finishing the story when Diamond and Silver actually came up to them. Hi, said Diamond awkwardly, rubbing one foreleg with the other as she averted her eyes from the 5 ponies in front of her, all of whom had been targets of her ire at some point or another. Hi, said Apple Bloom, looking at Diamond in confusion. It wasn't that she still expected barbed remarks or thinly veiled insults from Diamond anymore. But ever since Diamond had reformed, so to speak, she and Silver had kept their distance from most of the other students, many of whom, understandably, still carried grudges over Diamond's previous treatment of them. This marked the first time that she had actually approached some pony directly in the months since her lessons with Rarity. I just wanted to say. Diamond averted her eyes further, her voice dropping down to a barely audible answer. Thanks. Daughter, welcome, said Bloom, putting on an awkward smile. Didn't really do all that much. Diamond sighed and forced herself to look into the eyes of her former victim. Yes, but if you hadn't said something, if you just kept your mouth shut, Silver and I wouldn't have noticed until it was too late. We'd have been out of your mains forever. I thought you'd like that. Bloom's jaw dropped and she found herself fighting for a way to respond to that absurd statement. However, she didn't have to as Scootaloo shot to her hooves, wings flaring out and her eyes glaring straight at Diamond. What the hey is wrong with you? Snapped Scootaloo, do you actually think we'd be okay with that? Do you really think we'd be happy if you died? Diamond reeled back, reacting as though Scootaloo had physically slapped her. You mean you wouldn't? She asked, after everything we put you through, wouldn't you be happy that you never had to deal with us again? Beside Diamond, Silver lowered her eyes, staring at the ground. Dawn looked on, actually feeling a twinge of empathy for the two fillies. He'd seen the cold stares directed their way, noticed their isolation and how they'd been walled off from the rest of their classmates after Diamond and Silver stopped using their respective families' wealth as a blunt instrument to get their way. He was quite familiar with that sense of isolation. The empathy was supplemented by guilt. Dawn had experience with isolation, with cold, judging stares. He'd been where those fillies were now. In fact, he'd been in much worse straits than them. And yet, he had done nothing, even though it would have been the right thing to do. He had been content to keep to his friends and his affairs. Every time he'd seen Diamond and Silver skirt around another group of foals or quietly move to a different part of the schoolyard after a group of foals settled near them and then glared at the pair until they moved, he'd look the other way. Unlike his situation, which was the consequence of his eyes, Dawn reasoned that Diamond and Silver had brought much of this onto themselves and were merely reaping the consequences of the abuse they'd heaped upon others. However, that excuse turned sour the moment he even considered it. Yes, they had behaved horribly. Yes, Diamond Tiara had said absolutely atrocious things to him the day he'd snapped at her and set the whole affair into motion. But that didn't change the fact that the two of them were earnestly trying to change their ways. The right thing to do was embrace that and reach out to them. Leaving them to stew in isolation would only set them back onto the path they were trying to escape, maybe even more firmly than before. Before Dawn could say or do anything or Scootaloo could respond to Diamond's question, Sweetie Belle surged up and threw her hooves around Diamond's neck, pulling Diamond into a hug as she let out a gasp of surprise, her carefully repaired tiara threatening to tumble off her head. Don't say that, said Sweetie, tears leaking out of her eyes. We've fought before and I've really disliked you for what you did. She pulled away and looked Diamond in the eyes. But I've never hated you. I don't think any of us have. Behind Sweetie, Bloom, Scootaloo, and Rumble nodded their agreement. Dawn, on the other hoof, got up and walked over to Diamond as Sweetie let her go. Diamond's eyes met Dawn's and she flinched and backed away. Whether it was because of the memory of his harsh words to her before or if she was still disturbed by the sight of his eyes, Dawn couldn't say. Dawn's lips curled up in a smile and he reached out with a wing to brush one of Diamond's tears away. She flinched at the contact and stared at Dawn in surprise. Do you forgive me? I do, said Dawn. Even after all the things I said? Asked Diamond, her eyes watering up even more. Yes, said Dawn, I've mistakes of my own, some even worse than yours. Like you wouldn't believe, muttered Scootaloo under her breath, prompting Bloom to hush her with a light jab to the shoulder. Now Rumble stepped forward and smiled at the two fillies. I think we can all forgive you. If we just kept ignoring you, we'd be bullies ourselves. He spoke a little bit more loudly than usual, stopping well short of shouting, but loudly enough that it was quite easy for several groups of foals nearby to overhear his words. Several of them averted their eyes, expressions of guilt flashing across their faces. Bloom couldn't quite keep her grin from her face as Diamond and Silver gaped at Rumble. There you have it, she said, coming forward to stand between Rumble and Sweetie, rearing up so that she could wrap an arm around each of them and pull them up against her sides. I don't know where I got that gosh darned idea that any pony would like ya dead, but it's a load, oh hooey, and ya know it. Thanks, said Silver, her voice barely more than a whisper, the ghost of a smile hovering over her lips. Rumble glanced around Bloom at Sweetie Belle, who met his gaze and nodded. Would you like to hang out with us for now? Diamond and Silver shared a surprised glance. While it certainly seemed that the olive branch had been both extended and accepted, neither of them had expected an invitation to join the Crusaders. When they turned back, they saw that all 5 Crusaders were watching them expectantly. Finally, it was Diamond who answered. Sure. The rest of recess passed without incident. Diamond and Silver were both nervous about their new situation and weren't quite sure what to do with friends now that they actually had some. It was a little awkward for the Crusaders as well, given the previous topic of their conversation. Neither Diamond nor Silver knew that the Celestial Knights were real or that two of them were now hanging about town. That left Dawn and the others in something of a quandary as they searched for an appropriate conversation topic. Perhaps unfortunately, the topic instead turned to the most awkward thing a group of 5 fillies and only 2 colts could possibly hope to discuss, the upcoming Hearts and Hooves Day, along with who would be doing what with who. In previous years, Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon had had no shortage of suitors, insomuch as other foals could count as actual suitors, both male and female. However, their experiences were soured by the knowledge that their classmates often approached them not because they found Diamond and Silver attractive but because they were more interested in the fillies' wealthy families. They both speculated that there would be a moratorium on any pony approaching them this year, though Bloom, Sweetie, and Scootaloo thought otherwise. Dawn and Rumble wisely kept their mouths shut, as good colts should when the fillies in their lives were in the process of the infamous practice of girl talk. Still, it had been an enjoyable way to spend the remainder of their time until classes resumed for the day, and both Diamond and Silver seemed much relieved by the change in their situation. As they filed into the tent for their next set of lessons, Dawn felt something tug on his tail. Turning around, he noticed Sweetie using her magic to pluck a piece of white fluff from his tail. You missed something, she said with a slight giggle. Seeing the odd looks the others were giving her, she rubbed the back of her head. Sorry, I blame Rarity. Dawn held up his hoof to take the bit of fluff and examined it, surprised to find that the foreign material had been bound up in his tail for the better part of the day. I need to brush my tail more carefully. Examining it more closely, he realized he knew where it came from. Angel Bunny, I thought you'd been sleeping on my tail last night. You still had a couple of feathers in your mane when you came to practice this morning, Scootaloo noted. Have Fluttershy's animals been giving you trouble? Not really, said Dawn, they've been spending more time in my room lately. It used to be that hardly any of them came in at all. But now it seems as though they've been staying in there more frequently. They used to always stay in Mom's room. He missed the looks that passed between the fillies and Rumble. It was Rumble who asked, when did this start happening? Dawn blinked and rolled his eyes upwards, trying to think about when the animals had started spending more nights in his room. I think it was a little after Terra Heart came. From the looks on the rest of his friends' faces, it was clear that none of them were surprised. Dawn looked from one to the other, trying to figure out where their questions were leading. Is something wrong? It was Scootaloo who answered. Shaking her head with a sigh, she said, it's nothing bad. You're just clueless. Dawn wanted to ask more, but Cheerilee's call for the students to get in their seats stopped him. The topic would have to be tabled for another time. Incredible, gasped Twilight, how did you manage even do a proper study of poison joke pollen, much less figure out how to reduce its potency? I got help from a couple of zebra alchemists, explained Swift as he watched Twilight examine the sample of blue powder he'd given her through a microscope. It's actually a pretty common pest plant in their lands. I think that friend of yours in the Everfree might have actually transplanted it accidentally when she came here. Poison joke is an invasive species. Twilight rubbed her chin. I'd never thought of it that way. I just thought it was another weird magic plant from the Everfree. Equestrian ponies don't realize it, said Swift, carefully removing the slide from beneath the microscope, but outside of Equestria, places like the Everfree are fairly common and large. The idea of manually controlling the weather and seasons is rare. Only Guoxia and a couple of other pony-settled regions have anything like it, and not with the same level of sophistication that we equestrians have. Twilight nodded. She'd read about such things in her studies under Princess Celestia, given that Celestia had diplomatic negotiations with numerous nations. It had actually been something of a surprise to her that the ponies of Ponyville viewed the Everfree forest with a level of fear that bordered on outright superstition. It was one of the reasons Zecora had been viewed with such suspicion, given that the zebra chose to make her home in what ponies viewed as a terribly unnatural place, even though to the rest of the world at large, the Everfree probably seemed perfectly natural, if dangerous. When Swift had first arrived at the library, it had been with the intent of speaking more about what Twilight had learned from Morningstar's archives. However, the conversation had eventually diverged as Twilight began to express curiosity in Swift's encyclopedic knowledge of various substances. Now, with the two of them standing behind a microscope talking about one of Swift's many compounds, Twilight realized that he was, in fact, a fellow scholar. She felt a certain sense of kinship with him. At first, Arkenstone had been nervous about leaving Twilight on her own with a stallion he regarded with a great deal of caution. But, at Twilight's urging, he had gone to see to the reconstruction of his tea house, leaving Twilight and Swift to their own devices. We got a bit sidetracked, said Twilight as she and the black-garbed stallion made their way upstairs, but do you remember what I asked you before? Sure, said Swift. He'd been describing the design of the component mechanism of the array he'd watched being built outside of Trottingham, the one that Morningstar had been overseeing personally. Do you think that one was especially important for some reason? Asked Twilight. Not necessarily, said Swift. A certain degree of symmetry is required for a design like that to work. Given the overall design of the array, I share the princess's suspicions that the central component of the array will be in Canterlot. That being the case, the central piece is probably the key and the ones around the outside are of equal importance to one another. But why was he overseeing that one personally? Mused Twilight. Possibly because he needed to stay somewhere, said Swift with a shrug. It gave him a fixed base of operations, was far enough out of the way that it wouldn't be found by anything less than a dedicated search, but close enough to a town that he could get any supplies he personally needed. Hopping from one to the other would have left him exposed and might have even drawn the princess's attention to him before he was ready. I guess that makes sense, said Twilight. What about you? Asked Swift. Do any of the component pieces I described match anything you've read about? I don't think so, said Twilight, without having any idea of the effects they might have. I couldn't begin to tell you what materials they were composed of. Even the ones that you described as blowing up when they came into contact with each other don't give me much to go off of. Lots of materials are volatile or react violently with other substances. The problem is, if Morningstar wrote about this particular experiment, it didn't make it into his archive. I thought Celestia might have destroyed that information in particular, but she told me she never actually found it. That's convenient, muttered Swift, the one piece of information about Morningstar's plans that we actually need, and it just happens to be the one thing that never got preserved. It is, said Twilight, though I can certainly understand it. Morningstar probably anticipated that Princess Celestia would object and decided not to leave anything that could be used to disrupt his work. You think it actually can be? Asked Swift. I tried a lot of things while I was at the temple planting bombs, rigging stuff to collapse. The only thing that worked was using broken components of Morningstar's own machine to blow it up. After he got the array up and running, not even Celestia's power could leave a scratch on it. It's like they're not even a part of this world anymore. Maybe they aren't, mused Twilight, her eyes lighting up. What do you mean? Maybe they aren't part of this world, explained Twilight. That was the point after all. He created materials that operated according to their own laws of physics by creating entire worlds worth of physics to govern those materials. If that's the case then. Swift's eyebrow went up. His ear twitched as a nearby fly buzzed past it. What are you getting at? I'm thinking, said Twilight, that this might actually be the way to counter dark matter. Even if it seems like something not part of this world, it can still interfere with the matter of this world. By working out how the material of his array interferes with the world, we trace the rules of that interference and use them as a means to actually interfere with it. Could you actually calculate that out somehow? Asked Swift incredulously. With enough information about the materials and dark matter in general, I think I can, said Twilight. This might be the answer. She trotted eagerly over to the pile of scrolls awaiting her review. I can't wait. This is huge. Swift's ear twitched as the fly buzzed past it again. Yeah, it sure is. He closed in behind Twilight. When he stood less than a meter behind her, he lifted up a foreleg. From beneath his sleeve, he extended a thin, slender blade, which he then began to aim at the mare in front of him. Author's notes. And here we reach another one of those points that's probably gonna have a few readers up in arms. Oh well, I embrace the controversy. Next chapter, Arkenstone gets sick. The Power of Lies. Chapter 21, The Power of Lies. Don pushed open the door to the library and cautiously stuck his head in. After school had gotten out, he'd decided that he wanted to take the chance to speak with Swift Stride again. Thus, he'd excused himself from his friends while they went to play for the afternoon and had flown back into town, although Rumble and Scootaloo had to return to their homes immediately, as usual. Swift had mentioned visiting the library earlier that morning, before Don had left for school. Don hoped that Swift was still there. Sure enough, there the stallion was standing just behind Twilight as she inspected a scroll she'd withdrawn from a large stack that had been piled off to one side of the library. Neither Spike nor Arkenstone were anywhere to be seen. Don opened his mouth to call out to Swift, but the words died on his tongue when he saw what Swift was doing. The black-garbed stallion had extended a dangerous-looking blade from beneath the sleeve of one foreleg and was now advancing on Twilight from behind. The oblivious unicorn was too busy examining a scroll to notice as Swift raised the blade and positioned himself for the strike. Stop, shouted Don, rushing through the door, causing it to slam against the wall as he bowled forward. Swift froze in place for an instant before looking over in surprise as Don charged in. Twilight also dropped her scroll, surprised by Don's outburst. She turned around to look at the Colt as he closed in. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw light gleam off of something and turned her head further to look behind her. When she saw what Swift was doing, Twilight screamed. Swift's body blurred as he lunged forward, aiming the blade for Twilight's throat. There was a flash of silvery light and the knife scraped across the armor that had suddenly formed over Twilight's neck. A crackling discharge of violet energy ran up the blade from the point of contact and into Swift's arm, causing it to jerk spasmodically as the arcs of Twilight's magic threatened to reach into his body and blow out his nerves, a stunning effect that Twilight had designed into the armor produced by her arcanasteel ring. Instead, Swift whipped out his arm, casting the sparking nimbus of energy away as though he were simply shaking off some water. At the same time, Twilight took advantage of the situation to vanish in a burst of light before reappearing next to Don, who had come to a stop when he'd seen Swift's attack miss. Not bad, commented Swift, studying his blade. You've definitely improved your reflexes and lowered your casting lag. You've gotten pretty good with that ring too. Is that what this was? Demanded Twilight, a test. Not really, admitted Swift with a sigh. I was thinking about how dangerous you are. I thought it might be better to deal with you before you become a problem later. What in Equestria are you talking about? Demanded Twilight, her eyes wide. Swift's face was deadly serious as he advanced on Twilight and Dawn, his icy blue eyes clearly visible. You're way too smart for your own good, he said. Do you have any idea what you just figured out, what it might mean? You're probably the first pony, aside from Morningstar himself, to gain such a clear understanding of dark matter. To make matters worse, you did so in a matter of months. So, Twilight's eyes narrowed. Wait, don't tell me you've been working for him the entire time. Do you really think I do that? Swift scoffed. If I was actually working for the guy, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of blowing up his machine. No, it's the opposite. I want to stop him and I need to do whatever it takes to do it. Then why are you trying to kill me? I'm about to figure out how his dark matter works, how we can affect it. Demanded Twilight as she began to backpedal, keeping herself between Swift and Dawn. The Colt might have his magic back, but there was no way that Dawn was in any condition to fight yet. Under these circumstances, it fell to Twilight to protect him. That's just the problem, said Swift. Why do you think it took Morningstar 10 years to create his array? It wasn't just an issue of building the things. Every piece of each one had to be designed individually. It's a device so enormously complex that you could probably write an entire archive's worth of books on all the components. More importantly, Morningstar's not done with it yet. He still needs to finish the last piece. After that, who knows what else he might have to do to actually bring about the effect he's looking for. It's taken him years, decades even, of complex calculations and careful design to come this far. But you've already worked out much of how his dark matter works. Knowing Morningstar, I can easily see him making that attribute of yours work for him. If he can tap into your intelligence and use you to work out the necessary calculations and conceptualizations, he could probably finish his work in a matter of hours. What? Gasped Twilight. What makes you think that I would help that pony? You may not have a choice, said Swift. I saw what Morningstar did to that Pegasus. Flash Spark was his name, I think. He could easily do the same to you, put you under his thrall and then put you to work helping with his project. It's better to take you out of the equation entirely. Twilight stared at Swift aghast. She'd been worried about Arkenstone's feelings, but now she realized just how terrifying this stallion was. Was Swift Stride really willing to go this far just to stop Morningstar from carrying out his plan? Was any of this even true? Was Swift simply acting on vague speculation, or was he even telling the truth about what he was trying to do? There was no way to tell. That sense of uncertainty made Twilight quiver. Swift was a pony who turned the concepts of truth and lies on their ear. Knowing that he was a liar didn't help because there was no way to be certain what parts of his statements were a lie and what was the truth or what he was actually lying about. Any of it could be a lie. All of it could be a lie. Twilight came to one conclusion: she had to get away and take Dawn with her. Liar though he was, Swift Stride was a knight of the Celestial Order, one whom even Arkenstone and the other knights regarded as the strongest of their number. She had no hope against him in a fight on his terms. Right now, the best she could do was to go to the pony she knew actually stood a chance of stopping him. Twilight's horn blazed. A second later, she vanished, teleporting out and taking Dawn with her. For a moment, Swift stood there, staring at the scorch marks on the floor where Twilight had been standing. His ear twitched. The buzzing had stopped. Did he bite? Arkenstone observed quietly as the construction workers finished hammering together one of the walls of his new tea house. The former had initially been a bit irritated at having to alter her design so far along into the construction. However, taking the living quarters that had originally been upstairs in the design actually promised to save some time in the long run, given that her workers hadn't built that far up yet. Arkenstone actually felt a little giddy at the prospect of moving in with Twilight and Spike. It was a big step. It had apparently worked quite well for Caramel and Fluttershy. Arkenstone could only hope that he might have so much success with his filly friend. His nose twitched as it picked up the faint smell of ozone. Turning about, he sniffed and noticed that the smell originated from the library. What was more, it was tinged with the smell of Twilight's magic, a sign that she was using her power in an agitated manner, possibly with violence. Sniffing more, Arkenstone could pick out other scents: fear, surprise, and anger. Something was wrong. Before he could go investigate, he felt the air nearby burst outward as it was abruptly displaced by a foreign mass appearing in its location, accompanied by that smell of ozone and magic. Twilight was there, Dawn Lightwing with her. The Colt stumbled slightly, clearly caught off guard by the sudden teleport. Still, he didn't seem any worse for wear to Arkenstone's senses. The faint clank of something that sounded vaguely like metal told Arkenstone that Twilight was decked out in her armor. Twilight, what's wrong? Asked Arkenstone. It's Swift Stride, exclaimed Twilight. He's going crazy. He's trying to kill me. I should be more upset about this, thought Arkenstone as he turned to face the library, but I'm not very surprised. Just what is he up to? One way or another, if Swift even thought about trying to kill Twilight, Arkenstone would kill Swift first. The library doors opened and Swift Stride stepped out into the afternoon sunlight, his expression just as serious as it had been when Twilight had last seen him. He walked at a sedate pace towards the three of them as Arkenstone stepped ahead of Twilight and Dawn to confront his fellow knight. What do you think you're doing? Demanded Arkenstone, his eyes opening, their empty white gaze glaring straight at the other stallion. My duty, replied Swift as he continued to approach. You will not touch Twilight, said Arkenstone, the ground beginning to groan as he drew in the earth's power. Every pony in the vicinity was assailed by the strange sensation of the ground beneath their hooves tilting in Arkenstone's direction. You don't have a choice in the matter, said Swift, his tone just as serious. She's much too dangerous. If you get in the way, I'm taking you down. I always knew you were never trustworthy, said Arkenstone grimly, but I never thought you were capable of this. You disgust me. I'll accept that, said Swift, I deserve it. But that won't stop me from doing what needs to be done. He surged forward. Arkenstone was already responding. His tail lashed through the air, scattering pine needles which crackled with his power, transforming into enormous black swords that vanished as they accelerated rapidly towards the approaching Swift, threatening to cut him to pieces. As the swords were about to pierce his flesh, Swift seemed to trip over his own hooves, going into a rapid tumble that sent him rolling along the ground. The first blades passed harmlessly above him. The next set of blades came jabbing down from above even as the first set reversed their direction and spun about, slashing at Swift's flanks from behind. Swift came back up on his hooves in a clumsy-looking lurch that jerked his body to the side, even as he threw himself into a jump, kicking his hooves off the ground and going into an airborne flip that carried him over one of the blades, slashing at him behind, even as the lurch took him out of the way of the sword, slamming down into the ground where he'd been less than a second before. Swift's hooves had barely touched down on the ground before he shifted direction yet again, the movements still looking clumsy and awkward, even as they seemed to miraculously carry him clear of Arkenstone's attack. From his position behind Arkenstone, Dawn was awestruck by the display. Through his wind sense, he could follow Swift Stride's movements even more clearly than he could with his eyes. Though Swift's motions looked clumsy, drunken even, to the casual observer, Dawn could feel the tautness of Swift's muscles, even through the interference caused by Swift's clothes and the multitude of objects the fox-like stallion seemed to be carrying on him at any given time. His motions, jerky and uneven as they appeared, actually showed off a finely tuned sense of balance that allowed Swift to assert complete control over his movements in even the most awkward of positions. Furthermore, the constant shifting of his posture seemed to allow him to go in any direction at any time, making it impossible for Dawn to predict where he would go next. I know that he has the whole lying theme going on, thought the Colt, but I never thought it would extend so far as to allowing him to use his body and movements for deception in battle. This goes far beyond merely fainting. Already, Swift had nearly closed with Arkenstone. The dust thrown up by Arkenstone's attacks was already beginning to swirl and condense around the blind stallion, joining together and becoming plates of ebony armor. Oh, can't have that now, said Swift, darting in even closer, skipping past another pair of blades threatening to skewer him from either side, even as he jumped by kicking off the flat of another blade slashing at him from the front. The swirling dust around Arkenstone congealed into another set of blades that flashed upwards at Swift as he came down from his jump, trying to impale him while he was in midair. Seeming to kick off the air itself with one hind leg, Swift twisted like an acrobat, actually contorting his body to fall between the blades. As he did, Arkenstone brought them together, trying to use their edges to slash at Swift Stride from all directions. Twisting his hips in a manner similar to what Dawn had seen him do the previous evening, Swift actually lashed out with the trailing ends of the white sash wrapped around his waist, whipping them about with enough force to actually deflect Arkenstone's blades before they could close in. By this point, Arkenstone's armor had already covered a significant portion of his body. His head had come first, but the plates were now forming along his back and down his haunches. His entire form crackled with power as he prepared to take the battle to its next stage. Ponies in the vicinity were fleeing, many of them realizing that this incident was threatening to turn into a repeat of Arkenstone's fight with Terra, possibly with equally dangerous consequences. Landing directly in front of Arkenstone, Swift sank down into a crouch that actually lowered him well below the level of his opponent's head and surged forward again, his motion actually carrying him under Arkenstone's chin. Rather than try to strike at Arkenstone's head, which was already fully armored, Swift instead allowed his movements to carry him past Arkenstone's forelegs on one side as he aimed his own forehoof for the one section of Arkenstone's body that had yet to be encased in armor, his stomach. Driving his hoof upward, Swift punched Arkenstone in the belly, hard. The breath exploded out of Arkenstone's lungs and the force of the blow actually sent him rearing upward, backpedaling as he did so to get Swift out from under him. Rather than try to press the attack, Swift instead pulled something else out of his clothes. It was another cylinder. However, rather than throwing it, Swift instead held it as he swung it through the air in front of Arkenstone's armored face. The end of the cylinder flipped open, sending a clear liquid splashing through the air, splattering against the armor just in time for Arkenstone to inhale in an effort to soothe his abused lungs. Arkenstone was immediately beset by the putrid smell of rotting flesh. It was so intense and overwhelming that he gagged and reeled back as he came back down on all fours. Despite that, he maintained his hold over the armor, continuing to form it even as a twisting stream of dust came rushing around from one side, forming into a massive blade that slashed at Swift, who went into a leaping backflip to avoid the attack. "How do you like my perfume?" asked Swift in a taunting tone, a grin once again decorating his face. The fact that his icy eyes remained fully visible gave his expression a malicious quality as he landed. "I call it essence de refleja. You think those fancy fashion designers will like it? Do you really think something like this could stop me?" asked Arkenstone, stepping forward. Yes, the smell was incredibly potent and revolting. However, as a knight, Arkenstone was not unfamiliar with the smell of death even if it was in the form of an imitation produced by a flower. He'd always been aware that his acute sense of smell was a vulnerability his foes could exploit if they knew about it. As such, he had trained himself to not allow his magic to be disrupted by potent scents. The only reason Swift's tactic had caused him to react at all was Swift's clever technique of using a strike to force the air out of Arkenstone's lungs and then catch him with the scented oil when Arkenstone inhaled afterward, ensuring that Arkenstone got a powerful dose of the scent. Even though it lingered, Arkenstone was still able to discern the scents connecting him to the surrounding dust and his pine needle swords. He could still fight at full strength. Despite this, Swift's grin widened. "Actually, I think it will. After all, I'm borrowing a page from your book." "What?" Arkenstone's voice cut off abruptly as he was suddenly assaulted by a crippling wave of nausea that washed over his body. The reaction seemed to have been triggered by him inhaling again, thus drawing in more of the refleja oil scent. His stomach roiled and threatened to rebel. His legs suddenly felt as though they were made of rubber. The other scents he had been tracking, the ones connecting to his weapons and even the smells of the other ponies in his vicinity, were completely wiped away by that smell of rotting flesh. Arkenstone's armor crumbled back into dust and his blades disappeared, leaving a few pine needles to flutter lifelessly to the ground. "Wah, what did you?" Arkenstone tried to take another breath, breathing through his mouth. However, the scent still rose up from the back of his mouth and reached his nose that way, the smell of rotten meat once again sending a disorienting wave of queasiness rushing through his body. How? Trying to speak only made things worse, as he still had to inhale in order to speak, each breath further aggravating the nausea rampaging through him. Arkenstone wretched, bile rising in his throat as he fought desperately to keep from throwing up. But it was a losing battle. "Like I said," Swift, "I took a page out of your book. I bet you didn't even think that your particular form of earth pony magic could be used in this manner. Scent is a potent sense, even when it isn't as acute as yours. It ties directly to several triggers in your brain for powerful physiological reactions. By using the scent as a conduit for my magic, exactly how you use it to form your blades, I can use it to send a powerful impulse directly to your brain and bring about a physical reaction tied to the scent itself. Refleja was an easy one, but I've actually been experimenting with several odors to see what kind of effects they have." Swift began to walk forward. "Now, I think it's time I finished my work. You're not gonna be in any condition to stop me, but I don't like leaving bad feelings behind, so I'll make sure you and Twilight Sparkle die together." Before Swift could get much closer, an ebony blur rushed over Arkenstone's body to land directly in front of the incapacitated stallion. Don sank into a partial crouch, spreading his wings out so that the feathers splayed upwards and outwards, forming into a shield that partially obscured the stallion behind him from view. "I won't allow this," said Don, glaring grimly at Swift. Behind him, Twilight came up next to Arkenstone and lit her horn, the magenta waves of a cleansing spell washing over Arkenstone as she used her magic to try and purge all traces of the scented oil Swift had scattered from his face, and hopefully all traces of Swift's magic along with it. However, such a treatment would take time she suspected Swift wasn't about to allow them to have, unless Don did something drastic. "I thought you weren't up to fighting strength yet," observed Swift, affecting an amused expression as he watched Don. Don's eyes narrowed and he surged forward, twisting his wings back around to their usual position even as he swept them in front of his head, lunging forward to put the full force of his body behind the motion. As he did so, his muscles strained and ached, protesting the exertion of his out-of-practice body. Still, Don followed through, grasping the air with his wings and thrusting it forward. The blast of compressed air tore a shallow trench through the ground, throwing up rocks and dirt in waves to either side as it rushed towards Swift's stride. Swift stood there, his stance almost casual as he waited for the attack to reach him. At the last instant, he produced another small cylinder from within his sleeve. With a casual motion, he tossed the cylinder off to one side, where it exploded outward in a burst of fire and smoke. Don's eyes widened as the oncoming blast of air swerved, drawn to the point where Swift's bomb had exploded, brushing harmlessly past the black-garbed stallion, whose white sashes danced in the passing wind, but otherwise showed no signs of the powerful attack he'd just avoided. Don couldn't believe what he had seen and felt through his wind sense. Swift had used the bomb to blow away the air in an area off to one side of him, creating a vacuum that drew the oncoming attack away from him. Even more amazing, Swift had somehow pushed the explosion itself in the direction away from him, thus ensuring that the vacuum's flow would pull in air from the direction where Don's attack had been approaching. By barely exerting any effort himself, Swift had successfully deflected a strike from the Gale King, even if said strike was less powerful than Don's usual standard. Panting, Don tried to focus on his opponent. He was feeling lightheaded after that last attack. He'd only been able to manage it because he'd spent the time Swift had used to explain the nature of his magic to Arkenstone, carefully gathering and focusing what little strength he had. In his current condition, a second attack, much less a prolonged battle, was completely out of the question. Swift frowned as he faced Dawn, clearly not happy with the situation. I don't want to fight you, kid. Nonetheless, I will not step aside, panted Dawn as he forced himself to remain standing with his wings spread. His threats were empty and Swift could probably knock him over simply by breathing on him too hard. However, Dawn refused to move from where he was. Geez, muttered Swift irritably, I just wanted to be quick about this. There's no need to start another fight and level the town again. With a sigh, he sagged down. Fine then, I give up. I didn't want to get you caught up in all of this. Dawn blinked as he stared at Swift. You're giving up so easily. I didn't really want to kill Twilight Sparkle, said Swift, but I still think it needs to be done. But I really wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I drew even more ponies into the fight. So I'll go. I'll have to work things out from another angle. I won't let you kill her, said Dawn, glaring at the stallion who had spent the night in his home, not ever. In his chest burned a fire of anger. Though he'd found Swift to be unusual and eccentric, he'd found a certain respect for him. But seeing that Swift was not only capable of but willing to commit such a heinous act filled him with anger and confusion. Why would he go so far out of mere speculation? Forever is a long time, said Swift with a wry grin, but I don't think we have all that long. Turning around, he began to stalk away. Dawn watched him go as the stallion trotted casually off into the distance. Now that the fighting seemed to be over, the other ponies were beginning to come back out to see what damage had been done. Fortunately, aside from the ground between the library and the tea house, which had been ripped and torn by the combination of Arkenstone's swords and Dawn's gust, there had been no other damage done. After Swift vanished from view, Dawn turned around, or rather, he tried to turn around. However, his legs seemed to turn to rubber and he staggered and stumbled in a clumsy effort to move his body. It took him a few seconds longer than usual to finally move his body around to face Twilight and Arkenstone, who had not moved from their previous position. Arkenstone's stomach had apparently given up the ghost, as evidenced by the pool of vomit in front of the blind stallion. He stood shakily, supported by Twilight, who had removed her armor and was now gently running her muzzle through Arkenstone's mane, trying her best to comfort her cold friend. How are you feeling? Asked Dawn, no longer panting now that he'd had a moment to catch his breath. Mortified, grunted Arkenstone, grimacing, I've never been so utterly humiliated in my entire life. Arky, whispered Twilight, it's okay. You said yourself that he's supposed to be the strongest. But that is no excuse for him to beat me so easily, muttered Arkenstone petulantly, I couldn't protect you at all. It'll be fine, said Twilight, we're all okay. Let's get you into the library. She looked over at Dawn and frowned. You too, you weren't doing yourself any favors by pushing yourself like that, especially considering your condition. I'm sorry, said Dawn. Don't be, said Twilight, giving him a warm smile, however reckless and dangerous it may have been, the fact remains that Arky and I might have been dead if you hadn't stepped in. Thank you for that, but you do need to get some rest after pushing yourself so hard. I suppose I shush. Dawn tried to take his first steps towards the library, but stopped talking as a bout of a dizziness swept over him, making him sway dangerously. I really shouldn't have done that. Before he could fall over, Dawn was swept up in a cloud of Twilight's magic as she scooped up both him and Arkenstone, carrying them towards the library. As she did, she heard a familiar voice calling out. Twilight. Spike came rushing from amongst the crowds of onlookers as he sprinted on all fours towards Twilight. Having grown even more in the past few weeks, he'd been finding it increasingly hard to walk on two legs, especially when he was in a hurry. As a consequence, he had taken to moving on all fours when he tried to run. However, moving in such a way was not yet second nature to him, so his run was complicated by the occasional stumble that threatened to send him pitching snout first into the dirt. Spike came to a skidding halt, his claws plowing furrows through the dirt as he took in the scene. What in the hay happened here? Spike had left the library to fetch additional quills and parchment to meet Twilight's ever-growing need as she continued to research Morningstar's work. He'd heard the commotion in the distance and had abandoned his task to return to the library and find out what was going on. Swift stride happened, said Twilight with a sigh, come on. I need to get Dawn and Arkenstone settled. Then I'll tell you about what happened. Looking around, Twilight took in the rest of their audience. All right, every pony. There's nothing left for you to see here, so you'd best move along. With some reluctance, the crowd began to break up as Twilight and Spike took Arkenstone and Dawn into the library. Once they had Dawn and Arkenstone settled, Twilight opted to immediately report the situation to the ponies she knew could help. Using Spike's flames, she sent a letter to Princess Celestia. Spike was still recuperating from using his dragonfire too much during the Royal Guard campaign against the cult Solar, but Twilight believed that an emergency like this required the quickest action possible, a sentiment Spike heartily agreed with when he'd heard what happened. A second letter was sent to Spitfire by way of Phoenix Feather. When she'd met the Wonderbolt captain and Celestial Knight in Cloudsdale during Rainbow Dash's Wonderbolt initiation, Spitfire had given Twilight a small collection of feathers from her Phoenix companion, Oranos. Those feathers allowed Twilight to send a letter directly to the Phoenix, who, in turn, would deliver the letter straight to Spitfire. Letters delivered in such a fashion were considered emergency missives and were given the highest priority by Spitfire. One of the other Celestial Knights threatening her life and beating Arkenstone in his attempt to kill her certainly qualified as an emergency in Twilight's mind. Though she was loath to continue working Spike, Twilight still sent him off to retrieve Fluttershy so that she could come to collect her son. In the meantime, Twilight tended to both Dawn and Arkenstone. Arkenstone's nausea and dizziness had faded after Twilight had purged all traces of the Rafflesia sent from him. Doing so had cut the link between Arkenstone and Swift Stride's magic, but there was still a fair bit of Swift's magic still remaining in Arkenstone's system, keeping him feeling slightly sick as the afternoon waned. Not having had much training in healing magic, Twilight couldn't do much to purge the remnants of Swift's magic from Arkenstone's system and was simply forced to wait until it faded over its own time. Arkenstone had said it wasn't necessary for her to fetch an actual doctor, seeing as he hadn't actually suffered any injuries. Dawn was a different matter. Exerting himself while still recovering had strained both his body and his magic. The ebony colt had drifted off as soon as Twilight had set him on the couch, barely even stirring as she settled a blanket over him. She'd been worried that he might have aggravated his condition, but an examination on her part indicated that he would be better with some rest. Silently, Twilight thanked Celestia that Swift Stride had not chosen to press the issue and continue fighting against Dawn, or she most certainly would have needed a doctor. As she tended to the two ponies who had fought to protect her, Twilight reflected on Swift's stated reason for trying to kill her. His words lingered in her mind, making Twilight wonder if there was any truth to Swift's speculation. Did he truly believe that Morningstar would try to use her in such a manner that she and her knowledge of dark matter could be used as some sort of computing device for Morning's purposes? Where had he even gotten the idea? But then, Swift Stride had been the pony to spend the most time in Morningstar's company lately. He probably knew the current Morningstar better than any pony, even Princess Celestia. When he had come down from Canterlot, Swift had brought with him another troubling piece of information that Celestia had discovered shortly before his departure, that Whiteshade, Luna's majordomo, had, in fact, been Morningstar in disguise. As disturbing as it was, such a revelation made a certain degree of sense to Twilight. Using the cult solar as a cover for the construction of his array was all well and good, but Morningstar would want eyes and ears in Canterlot and the royal palace in order to keep informed of what ponies knew about his work and about him personally. Who better to keep track of such things than himself? It also explained how Whiteshade had known about the secret archive that Princess Celestia had kept with all of Morningstar's writings contained within. However, Twilight initially could not fathom why Morningstar would deliberately show his collected works to a pony who would almost certainly turn that accumulated knowledge against him. But set within the context of Swift Stride's assertions, Morningstar, Whiteshade's action made more sense. Had he deliberately revealed his work to Twilight in order to prime her for use as an instrument in his schemes? Even if it was true, it certainly was justification for Swift to try and kill her. More troubling was the fact that, for all his stated determination, Swift had abandoned his efforts rather easily, almost lackadaisically. If he wasn't truly committed to killing her, then what had he been trying to accomplish? Twilight could only sit and ponder those questions silently as she waited for Spike to return with Fluttershy. You seem rather pensive, observed Kombu as he approached Whiteshade. The white-horned unicorn was currently in the house's study, staring off into space. Ever since he had been outed within the royal palace, White had taken to staying in the house that he had obtained in order for him and Kombu to have a workspace to outfit Perlin Bluestreak with his new pair of wings. I just heard something rather interesting, remarked White with a smile. It's something I hadn't considered before. I find it to be such a pity that Swift Stride must be an adversary. In many ways, he's as much of a scientist as we are. Using the data he has available, he certainly came to some very interesting conclusions. I see, said Kombu in a rather perfunctory manner. In reality, he did not see, which was perfectly understandable. Morningstar Whiteshade, Kombu corrected himself, had unique ways of gathering information, even from distant and secure places where even the most powerful and potent of scrying spells could not hope to penetrate. How he collected this information was a mystery that Kombu had yet to unravel. It certainly seemed odd. If White could use his methods to infiltrate places so effortlessly without having to actually be there, then why had he bothered with secreting himself into the royal palace all those years? And what will you do with this information? Asked Kombu, raising an eyebrow. I'm not sure yet, said White. It certainly is a tantalizing idea, something that could reduce my workload immensely. I will have to give Swift's idea serious consideration. I see. What shall we do in the meantime? Asked Kombu. Well, I see no need to halt my current work, said White. I take it the royal guard is still combing the crystal caverns. Yes, said Kombu with a nod. They have not yet found the central focus of the array, but they are patrolling the vicinity of its entryways. We may have to consider closing them off. With your abilities, I am certain you do not need a direct passage. I do not, agreed White with a nod. I can make my own passage, even when it is time to move the final piece into place. I can do so with ease. However, I am concerned. How so? Asked Kombu. Celestia is not a fool, said White with a sigh. She has seen my array for herself and she had no doubt figured the lateral location of its exact center, where the final piece needs to be set. She will not give up on trying to locate the last mechanism simply because I have closed off all normal forms of access to it. The longer it takes for her and her guards to locate it, the more desperate and driven she will be to find it. Mayhap you should try and explain to her exactly how your array functions, suggested Kombu. Surely she will understand that this is much safer than any other method used to try and breach the boundaries of our reality. I did, said White, some 10 years ago. She reacted then as she does now. She does not believe that it is worth the risk, that the threat is much too great. Then perhaps we should arrange for another distraction, suggested Kombu. Perlin is undoubtedly looking for an opportunity to put his new wings through their paces. You also have that other stallion you've modified. What was his name again? Flash Spark. Yes, him. He might be a useful means of keeping Princess Celestia and the royal guard occupied. I suppose, said White uncertainly. The problem is that Celestia is fully aware that Flash Spark's modification was my work and that he essentially serves my purposes. She won't be distracted by him so easily. It might even drive her to search all the harder because she will realize she is pressing me. Perhaps, agreed Kombu, but if the danger is great enough then she will not be able to ignore it even if she realizes your purpose in doing so. The wonderful thing about your dark matter is that, even if ponies recognize it, it is still dangerous enough that they cannot afford to overlook it even when they know you are using it for a distraction. We shall see, said White. I need to consider my options quite carefully. Flash Spark and Perlin aside, I no longer have the assets that I did. I cannot use the Cult Solar or the Noble Court as cover for my actions any longer. Author's notes. I get the feeling that Swift's actions in this chapter are gonna be a little controversial, or a lot. Still, I have my reasons. The scary thing about Swift is that he's the kind of pony who can make you start to doubt which way is up, which is one of the reasons Arkenstone's always so nervous about him. Of course, the other reason I did this is because it gives me a chance to write another kick-ass fight scene. Next chapter, Twilight considers calling the Acme Corporation. The Elusive Truth. Chapter 22, The Elusive Truth. Celestia's reply to Twilight Sparkle's letter did not arrive until the next day, after Fluttershy had come to take Dawn home and Twilight had had the opportunity to explain the incident to her friends. They reacted with varying degrees of distress and disbelief. Though perhaps unsurprisingly, the one least surprised behind this turn of event was Applejack. I knew that lion snake in the grass was up to no good, muttered the farmer under her breath. The letter itself was delivered by a Pegasus courier, Celestia having opted to spare Spike any more strain for the time being. The letter she sent was met with mixed feelings once Twilight had read its contents. My dearest student. It distresses me greatly to know that one of my knights was capable of acting in such a fashion. I have great expectations for all of them, but Swift Stride was exceptionally special in my opinion. Over the course of his years of service, he has accomplished a great deal of good. I have always placed my trust in him and never doubted his loyalty to Equestria and the ponies who call it home. Even now, given what you have reported, I believe that he acted with the best of intentions, however heinous the actions he has taken may have been. That said, it does not excuse what he has tried to do. Even if it was in the interest of preventing disaster in the future, deliberately threatening the life of a pony who is innocent of wrongdoing is unforgivable, especially when such a threat is carried out by one who has sworn himself to the service of the very ponies he has tried to harm. There is no question that Swift Stride must be held to account for his actions. Thus, it is with a heavy heart that I revoke Swift Stride's status and authority as a Knight of the Celestial Order. He no longer acts with my authority and may no longer enjoy the privileges accorded to him according to his position. He is to be arrested and brought to me for trial and review, followed by sentencing. The other knights are being notified this as expediently as possible, though, as always, it may some time for this message to reach all of them. I am sure that you understand that Swift Stride has most likely not abandoned his plan to kill you and may, even now, be looking for another opportunity to take your life. I am sorry that you would find yourself in such danger so soon after your ordeal with Elderflower. I can only hope that the rest of my knights are able to apprehend him promptly, before he can make another attempt. Please be on your guard. Sincerely, Princess Celestia. What does she mean, revoke his status? Demanded Twilight irritably, staring at the letter. She should have stripped him of his title immediately. Functionally, it's the same thing, said Arkenstone softly. Though Swift Stride still bears the title of a Celestial Knight, he no longer has any of the status normally accorded one. Celestia will not consider actually stripping him of his title until he has been tried, at which point his discharge from the Celestial Order will be part of his sentence. If he is killed before he can be apprehended, then she will try him in absentia and revoke his title posthumously. But why wait for a trial? Asked Twilight. It's clear as day that he's committed a serious crime. It's a matter of law and procedure, replied Arkenstone. It serves as a reminder that, even with our status and position, we knights are still beholden to the law. Our privileges allow us to supersede certain laws and authorities, but there are laws that even we must bow to. It reinforces the fact that, however independently we act, we are still ultimately bound to Equestria and its ponies. He sighed. I know it sounds like so much empty rhetoric, but it is an essential piece of our identity, our obligations as knights. Though she didn't really like the answer, Twilight nodded. Though the Knights of the Celestial Order were not as bound by ceremony and tradition as other knightly orders, most of which were now defunct in the wake of the dismantling of the noble court, they were still ultimately bound by their tenets. Has this ever happened before? Asked Twilight, a knight betraying the order. I cannot say I recall any precedent for this, admitted Arkenstone, though, as you can see, the princess did foresee the possibility and has measures in place for it. When push comes to shove, it will fall to us to bring Swift Stride to justice. Twilight hoped that would come sooner rather than later. The last thing she wanted to do was spend months sitting and looking over her shoulder for one of the most dangerous ponies in the world to make another attempt on her life. The very same day that Celestia's reply arrived, so too did Spitfire. She wasn't alone. Though the Wonderbolts remained in Cloudsdale, she was accompanied by two ponies, one of whom Twilight and her friends were especially happy to see. Rainbow Dash, squealed Pinkie Pie, leaping forward to tackle the cerulean Pegasus in a hug that sent them both sprawling across the ground. Pinkie, easy, yelled Rainbow once she recovered from having the wind knocked out of her lungs. But you haven't ridden in forever, protested Pinkie, continuing to squeeze her arms tighter around Rainbow's shoulders, making her bones creak. I wrote you last week, replied Rainbow as sardonically as she could, given the circumstances. Yeah, I know, agreed Pinkie with one of her trademark face-splitting grins, like I said. Forever. Spitfire and her other companion, Firefly, made no effort to stifle their chuckles as Rainbow wriggled and struggled to get free of Pinkie's steel grip. Thank you for coming, said Twilight, coming forward and extending a hoof to Spitfire. Spitfire took the proffered hoof and gave it a friendly shake, her expression becoming grave. It's not like I could afford not to, she said. Having one of us knights go off the reservation like this is a serious problem. Plus, this is Swift Stride we're talking about. I don't think that just one of us is up to the job of bringing him in. I can certainly attest to that, said Arkenstone as he traded nods with Spitfire and Firefly. Firefly said nothing, but smiled warmly before turning her attention to other matters. Besides Twilight, her friends, and Arkenstone, Dawn was there as well, along with the other members of the Crusaders, though Dawn was technically the only actual Crusader remaining. Even Scootaloo and Rumble had been released from their grounding long enough to say hello to Rainbow Dash as she arrived. Now that Rainbow had finally managed to pry Pinkie Pie off of herself, she was presently engaged in sharing an enthusiastic hug with the orange filly. It's good to see you doing well, said Firefly with a smile as she approached Dawn. I understand you've been through quite the harrowing ordeal. Given how quickly Swift Stride stood down, harrowing is not the word I would use for it, said Dawn with a raised eyebrow. That got a laugh out of Firefly. I don't believe I was talking about Swift. Dawn blinked. Oh, you mean Terra Hart then? Correct, said Firefly, though from what I've heard from Arkenstone about the matter, you managed to acquit yourself quite well. I ended up paying the price for it, said Dawn, thinking back to his weeks of convalescence, which had been some of the longest and most difficult of his life, which, considering everything else he had been through, was really saying something. And his actual injuries hadn't even been all that bad. We all go through those times, sooner or later, said Firefly with a shrug. I've experienced wing stroke myself. The recovery period is no picnic. She gave Dawn a conspiratorial wink, using a wing to gesture discreetly towards Scootaloo and Rumble. I also understand that your filly friend and that colt over there acquitted themselves quite well in Canterlot recently. Indeed, agreed Dawn, giving Firefly a wry smile, though they are now paying the price for it in their own way. Firefly burst out laughing, drawing the eyes of every pony in the vicinity. It took her a moment to calm down. When she did, she waited until every pony was distracted by their own conversations again before leaning down to speak to Dawn in a whispering tone. Quite true. I don't believe I've ever experienced being grounded for sneaking off to save a full napping victim from her captors. Your friends have truly broken new ground. Pulling back with a chuckle, she beamed down at Dawn. Still, you must be quite proud of your student considering how well she performed. Dawn looked over and smiled fondly as he watched Scootaloo chatting animatedly with Rainbow. That I am, though I think I'm proud of her for other reasons as well. Firefly brushed a hoof through Dawn's mane as she watched him. The little ones grow up so fast these days. They make me feel old, in a good way. In the meantime, Spitfire was deep in conversation with Arkenstone and Twilight. So you're not staying? Asked Twilight, shifting nervously. I'm afraid I can't, said Spitfire. Having me stick around town for no reason would look weird. I need to stick with my team. Having all the Wonderbolts come down to join me here for any length of time would look even weirder. I could claim that I'm taking a leave of absence, which I've done occasionally. Even I need a vacation every once in a while, but that excuse would only last for so long. I figured as much, said Arkenstone with a nod. However, Firefly is gonna stick around. The only reason she was with us to begin with was for Rainbow Dash's training. They can do that just as easily here as they can in Cloudsdale. Firefly is our most senior knight, so if any of us has any chance of catching Swift's stride, it's her. Even if he does prove to be too much between her and Arkenstone, they should be able to hold the jerk off until I can get to you. Normally I would agree, said Arkenstone, but Swift's stride greatly surpassed my expectations. He took me down in a matter of seconds. Yeah, Spitfire wished she had some encouragement to offer on the subject. Arkenstone had been caught unprepared by one of Swift's tricks, but unprepared was pretty much a default state of affairs when dealing with the notorious trickster. For every one of Swift's stride's gimmicks or techniques they'd figured out, he could just as easily have a dozen more secreted away and was probably developing new ones all the time. It was like trying to put together a puzzle where all the pieces kept changing shape. It's the best we can hope for, she said finally. Firefly's no pushover. I'm leaving you some more of Arano's feathers. Aside from that, all we can do is keep our feathers crossed, those of us who have feathers. It's not a perfect solution, said Twilight, but there rarely ever is one. Firefly had been idly listening to their conversation with one ear as she quietly chatted with Dawn and Fluttershy, who had warmed up quite nicely to the older mare. Seeing that Spitfire was wrapping up, she nodded to Dawn and Fluttershy before going back to Spitfire. Taking off? Asked Firefly with a smile. Yeah, said Spitfire, look after them for me, and don't get too soft on my rookie just because she's back in her hometown. Firefly bobbed her head. Spitfire took a moment to say her goodbyes to Rainbow in particular before shooting off into the sky, leaving a streak of flames in her wake. Turning to Rainbow, she said, you can take the rest of the day off. We'll get back to your training tomorrow. Go ahead and spend some time with your friends. Thanks, exclaimed Rainbow before grinning down at Scootaloo. Hey, Squirt, are you okay with me using your house? Just while we're staying here. To her surprise, Scootaloo blushed and sheepishly averted her gaze. About that, it's kinda occupied right now. Huh. Rumble's family is staying there since their house got trashed during the fight. Scootaloo sighed. Their house hasn't been fixed yet and it won't be for a couple more weeks. Sorry, Rainbow. Hey, it's okay, said Rainbow, wrapping an arm around Scootaloo's shoulders. First off, it's your house now, so that's your call to make. Secondly, it's awesome that you'll let your friend live there after losing his home. It's okay. Firefly and I will figure something out. Mentally, Rainbow began to tally their options. Since her old cloud house was not available for the time being, they would have to stay elsewhere. Her friends' places were not exactly viable options given that many of them were in similar situations. Sugarcube Corner had been wrecked and, like Rumble's home, was still in the process of being rebuilt. Twilight's library was short on guest space, especially since Arkenstone was staying there now. Rarity, Sweetie Belle, Flaxseed, and Coco Pommel were all staying in Rarity's parents' house while they waited for repairs on the Carousel Boutique to be finished, which meant that house was also fairly packed right now. Fluttershy's cottage had never really had a guest room to begin with and the extra room she had furnished now belonged to Dawn. As a last resort, Rainbow supposed that she and Firefly could bed down in one of Applejack's barns or possibly get rooms in the Apple family bunkhouse, where Pinkie Pie and the Cakes were currently staying. That was probably the most viable option for the time being. Excuse me. Rainbow's introspective examination of the situation was cut off by the sound of a familiar voice. Looking up, Rainbow saw the familiar face of Melon Cream as she approached the group. Mom, what's up? Asked Scootaloo. I heard that Rainbow Dash had come back and I wanted to say hello, said Melon with a smile. I also just heard what you were talking about. You don't have a place to stay right now, Rainbow. Not really, said Rainbow. Me and Firefly will figure something out. I don't think you need to, said Melon, reaching out and pulling Scootaloo up against her in a motherly hug. We have a guest room at our house. I think it's big enough for the both of you, if you don't mind sharing a bed. Firefly, who had come to stand beside Rainbow, smiled back and nodded her agreement to the proposition. I don't think we mind at all. I'm surprised Scootaloo didn't offer it up herself, said Melon, who glanced down at her daughter. Scootaloo blushed and looked away. Well, I didn't think I was allowed to. I'm already in trouble and I didn't want to get any deeper. Melon giggled. It's all right, dear. I don't mind you offering our guest room, especially for a pony like Rainbow Dash. Besides, it's been a while since we last got the chance to sit and talk. Yeah, said Rainbow, thinking about the times she would occasionally come over to chat with Melon. That'd be nice. Well, since the housing issue seems to be settled, I'll leave you with your friends, said Firefly. I want to scout things out for a little while. As she turned away from Melon, Scootaloo, and Rainbow, Firefly looked pointedly at Dawn, who noticed her gaze and returned it. Spreading her wings, Firefly took to the skies, leaving the group behind. As she did, Firefly's ears caught Melon's words as the ground fell away. So, I hear you've been training with a celestial knight. You'll have to tell me all about what that's like. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, Firefly settled on a hill near the outskirts of town, one that allowed her to get a good look at all of Ponyville as it sprawled before her. She supposed that, on most days, this made for a picturesque view of a horizon filled with white-walled houses sporting quaint thatched roofs. However, the view today wasn't quite so impressive. Many homes still looked broken with walls caved in or sections off the roof missing. Others almost looked like they had been pulled apart and put back together wrong. The wooden skeletons and scaffolding that marked warehouses were being repaired or outright rebuilt dotted the landscape, and the detritus of construction littered everything in between. Not exactly a pleasant sight, said Dawn Lightwing as the ebony colt settled in for a landing next to Firefly, who smiled when she realized she'd barely noticed his approach. For a colt who was supposed to be out of practice after not being able to use his magic at all for several weeks, he had moved surprisingly smoothly, his flight barely disturbing the air currents around him. Furthermore, the colt didn't seem to even be aware of it himself. It seems that he had the opportunity to refine a few other things, she thought as she looked down at him. I suppose the sight seems even less pleasant when you feel at least partially responsible for it, she said softly. Don's posture stiffened slightly before he relaxed himself again. As expected, he felt at least a little guilty, given the fact that Tara Hart had come for him. Arkenstone's fight with Tara, which was what had actually caused so much damage in the first place, was a direct consequence of that. This sort of thing happens sometimes, said Firefly, ruffling the colt's mane before extending a wing and wrapping it around him. I won't contest your right to feel guilty about it, but I should remind you that feeling guilty won't change what happened. Ponies are picking up and moving on with their lives, and that's what really matters. I suppose so, said Don, though his heart wasn't in it as he spoke. Here's something else to keep in mind, said Firefly. I've been in this position before, where you feel responsible for a large amount of destruction, even if it was something you never wanted to happen. The important thing to remember is what truly needs to be protected. Property and buildings are all well and good, but they can't hold a candle to pony lives. You, Arkenstone, and the others had plans to ensure that ponies weren't endangered by just the sort of situation you ended up facing. As a consequence, the only life in jeopardy, the only pony who was truly being threatened, was you. Arkenstone, those two mercenaries, they stepped up to protect you. Yes, they may have been hurt as a consequence, but they were hurt knowing that their mission was a success because of their efforts. Thinking about it like that is much more fulfilling than stewing in guilt over it, don't you think? Don nodded. Thank you, he said, a small smile playing across his lips, but I get the feeling you didn't want me to find you just so you could give me a pep talk. Firefly chuckled. She was glad that Don had gotten the gist of their little nonverbal exchange earlier. That is true. I actually wanted to talk to you about Swift Stride. Just me? Asked Don, raising an eyebrow. For now, said Firefly, I'll be able to talk to Arkenstone and Twilight Sparkle about it soon enough. However, I want your impressions regarding him and his actions. Don frowned and looked down at the grass in front of his hooves. He stayed with us the night before that. I got the impression that he was a good pony, or, at least, not some pony who would do something like that. Well, he is a liar after all, said Firefly, perhaps the most skilled deceiver in all of Equestria, maybe even the world. It also makes me wonder, just which part about that was the lie. What do you mean? Asked Don, looking up at her in confusion. That he's a good pony or that he's capable of attacking an innocent the way he did, mused Firefly, just which part of that is the lie? Don pursed his lips. Isn't a bit presumptuous to assume that one of those is the truth. He could be lying about both, I suppose, said Firefly, but I genuinely get the feeling that maybe, at least one of them is true. And you think that he is a good pony? Asked Don. I think so, said Firefly. Celestia has had her errors in judgment before. She has even misjudged ponies terribly. However, she places a great deal of trust in her knights, and so she vets us very carefully. With all the power and privilege afforded to us, it is telling that since the foundation of our order, not a single knight has betrayed her vows before this. First time for everything, muttered Don, earning a dark chuckle from Firefly. That may be true, but I wonder, said Firefly, once again looking up to study Ponbiel. The darkness was descending and the lamps were being lit for the night ahead. Like the homes and streets they illuminated, the lampposts had not passed through the battle unscathed. Thus, they formed small clusters of light surrounded by pools of darkness. What do you wonder about? Asked Don as Firefly's silence stretched out. It just seems a bit convenient to me, she said. Even if you were there, even if you were determined to fight, I cannot see Swift Stride giving up so easily. What about you? When you think back about the incident, was there anything that stood out to you? Don's eyes narrowed and he looked down pensively. In his mind, he began to play back the events of the previous day, from walking in on Swift trying to stab Twilight in the back to his abrupt departure. In fact, Don had barely even begun to think about it when he already hit upon something that struck him as unusual. As Firefly had said, it was convenient, too convenient, that Don had walked in exactly when he did, just as Swift was standing there, blade extended and poised to strike. It was a picture-perfect interruption, the timing of which was just too miraculous to take on its own. Then there was the strike itself. Though Don had shouted and moved to intervene, there had been a tiny, almost imperceptible gap between Don's shout and Swift actually striking. In that gap, Twilight had turned around and seen Swift there. Swift hadn't struck until Twilight had seen him. As skilled and deadly as the stallion was, Don couldn't imagine Swift hesitating long enough that some pony like Twilight, for all the training and battle magic that she had, to block and evade him. He should have been able to kill her before she had even begun to turn her head. But instead, he had waited. Why? You're suggesting that he wanted to put on some kind of display to make us think that he was going to kill Twilight Sparkle, when he actually wasn't, said Don, but why would he want us to think that? I wonder, mused Firefly, if we were even the ones he was putting that little act on for. You think Swift Stride had another audience? Possibly, said Firefly, I just wanted to bounce the idea off of you. Arkenstone is taking this rather personally, given that Twilight is his filly friend. I can understand that, and I think it's something that Swift was banking on. More importantly, the fact that Swift has not talked to any pony about this plan probably means that he wants us to play along for now. So, if you do find him, you'll apprehend him? Asked Don. If, agreed Firefly, which is very unlikely. I've never known Swift Stride to ever be found unless he wants to be found. All we can do now is what is expected of us. I suppose it makes sense, said Don, but I wonder who Swift Stride's performance was for then. We'll probably find out in time, said Firefly, I already have an idea on that. She smiled down at Don. So I take it that Rainbow Dash is still with her friends. Yes, replied Don with a small smile of his own. Pinkie Pie has turned it into an impromptu party. It's small, but very noisy. That certainly sounds like the Pinkie Pie that Rainbow told me all about, said Firefly with a laugh. I suppose there's nothing for it. We'll have to rejoin the celebrations. If you say so, said Dawn with a shrug. He'd gotten more used to Pinky's antics, including her prolific party penchant. Fortunately, this gathering was smaller than her usual celebrations, which made it more bearable for him. The two of them took to the air and winged their way back to the library. Sure enough, as they got closer, they could pick out the sound of music coming from the tree, along with the shouting voices of several ponies. Given that all of Twilight's neighbors were currently staying in the camp outside of town while they waited for their homes to be rebuilt, there was no pony around to issue noise complaints. As Dawn and Firefly came in for a landing, the front door slammed open and Twilight Sparkle, one, came stomping out, a look of absolute consternation on her face, teeth bared and eyes glaring as she stamped away from the library, fuming under her breath. She was so wrapped up in her frustration that she almost missed the two Pegasi who'd landed right in front of her. I can't take it anymore. She always does things like this and it drives me crazy. No, I don't get how any pony can just look at it and not question it. I was right from the very beginning. The ponies in this town are crazy. She froze and blinked when she realized Dawn and Firefly were standing right in front of her. Her anger faded and she gave them both a sheepish grin. Oh, hi you two, welcome back. Firefly lifted a hoof to stifle her giggle while Dawn canted his head as he asked, is something the matter? Twilight opened her mouth, looking as though she was about to unleash another angry tirade. However, she hesitated, seeming to think better of it before letting out a gusty sigh. No, not really, it's just Pinkie Pie being Pinkie Pie. I don't follow, said Dawn. Just look for yourself, you'll see. Twilight continued to walk away from the library. I just need to take a break from all her craziness. Don't wander too far, said Firefly as she looked over her shoulder. I won't, Twilight called back. As Dawn and Firefly came up to the door, it opened again and Arkenstone came trotting out to follow Twilight. Firefly and Dawn relaxed a little, knowing they would have less to worry about as long as Arkenstone was with her. It seems that, no matter what we do, we just seem to trade one crisis for another, thought Dawn resignedly as he followed Firefly into the library. Once they were inside, it only took them a few seconds to see the sight that had frustrated Twilight to such an extent. Rainbow Dash was relaxing at the table, one wing wrapped around Scootaloo as the orange filly leaned up against her idol, smiling contentedly. She was regaling Rarity and Fluttershy with stories of her experiences with the Wonderbolts, including many of the unique personalities she had encountered there. Besides the two mares, Rumble and Sweetie Belle were also seated at the table, hanging on to Rainbow's every word. Off to one side, Melon Cream was casually chatting with Cloud Chaser and Thunderlane, possibly comparing notes about their grounded foals. On another side of the library, Flitter and Coco Pommel were enjoying a conversation of their own. On the floor in the center of the library, Applejack, Apple Bloom, and Spike whooped and hollered as they danced to the music, clearly enjoying themselves. Watching them having their fun made Dawn smile until he noticed an odd shadow that seemed to belong to a fourth pony on the dance floor, despite the fact that there was no one else there. Looking up, Dawn's eyes widened as he saw just what had driven Twilight around the bend. Pinkie Pie, too, was also dancing, which would have been perfectly natural if she wasn't prancing about the ceiling like giggling like a foal, dancing on the ceiling as naturally as though it were the floor. The sight made Dawn's wings dangle and his jaw hang slack as he just stared up at it. Looks like Rainbow wasn't exaggerating about what that mare can do, said Firefly wryly as she watched the display. Pinkie Pie stopped dancing as she suddenly noticed the two newcomers. Without the slightest hesitation, she jumped off the ceiling, descending with a cartwheeling flip and landing with a gymnast's precision right in front of Dawn and Firefly. You're back, she exclaimed, I'm so glad. We need more ponies to make this a proper welcome back Rainbow Dash party, especially since Twilight became such a grumpy pants and had to leave all of a sudden. I'm sure she and Arkenstone will be back, said Dawn, now finally able to close his mouth. Sure they will, said Pinkie, I'm gonna set up some games. As she turned to go, Dawn looked over to Firefly and muttered to her, I wouldn't mind so much if she wasn't clearly breaking the law of gravity. Pinkie stopped and grinned over her shoulder at Dawn. Sure, but I never studied law. Once the party wound down, Firefly and Rainbow Dash joined Scootaloo and her mother at their home. Over the next few days, things quieted down considerably. Even with the presence of an extra night in Ponyville, the threat presented by Swift Stride still loomed large in Twilight's mind and she found herself looking over her shoulder nearly constantly whenever she went out. Arkenstone stayed with her as much as possible, accompanying Twilight constantly, whether she was out on a shopping excursion or visiting one of her friends. For Dawn and his friends, things adopted a much greater sense of normalcy. Dawn's magic was soon fully recovered and he was able to once again start training in earnest. As such, he and Scootaloo fully resumed their original schedule for training, meeting in the morning to go through their forms and going to the quarry in the afternoon for heavier, more intensive training. Dawn had run through his forms on a regular basis while he'd been recovering. Because of that, it didn't take him long to get back up to his full capacity. If anything, he felt as though he had a better understanding of himself now that he'd had the opportunity to train without his magic for a period of time. Furthermore, now that she had demonstrated an impressive degree of growth since she started learning the Gale King, Dawn now felt that Scootaloo was ready to move on to the next level of her training. Are you sure about this? Asked Scootaloo with a nervous swallow, staring at the wooden post Dawn had hammered into the ground. It was a fairly tall pole of wood, slightly thicker than the average fence post. She'd been slightly confused when Dawn had told her that he would meet her at the quarry before going off on his own. Still, Scootaloo had done as he had said and gone to the quarry. While she waited, she went through her forms, using her magic in conjunction with the motions, sending powerful gusts of compressed air sweeping across the open ground, smashing rocks into gravel and cracking large boulders. It was second nature to her now and she'd grown to love getting wrapped up in the feeling of becoming one with the wind and dancing through the air. The rhythm of her hooves against the ground, the ebb and flow of the air around her were like music to her, music that she followed with her mind and body, not just her ears. She also knew from experience that it was music that could hold Dawn captivated whenever he watched her. When she had finished running through her forms, she noticed that Dawn had arrived carrying the wooden post with him. Along with the post, he had brought a hammer and spike. Using the spike and hammer, Dawn bored a hole into the packed earth in a space that hadn't been completely churned up by Scootaloo's practice. After that, he'd used the hammer to drive the post into the hole he'd made. While Dawn was no earth pony, years of practice had given him a body of taut dense muscle that allowed him to work through the task quickly. Completely baffled as to what the Colt was up to, Scootaloo almost forgot to breathe when she learned what the post was for and what Dawn was expecting her to learn. I'm sure, said Dawn, the second base technique of the Gale King is tricky to learn, but I think you're more than up to it. It's essentially a natural extension of what you're already learning, it simply requires more focus and control, as you're essentially doing two things at once whenever you use it. Okay, said Scootaloo, sweat breaking out across her brow. Dawn's eyes narrowed. It should go without saying that using this technique against another pony is forbidden. In fact, until I give you permission, you should not attempt to practice it outside of my supervision and never in a situation where other ponies might be around. Scootaloo didn't feel any sense of frustration at Dawn's restrictions. She'd gone through this before during the previous phases of her training, where Dawn had frequently restricted her practice to keep the chance of her hurting herself or other ponies to a minimum. However, this was a different situation. Scootaloo had no desire to go against Dawn's instructions primarily because she was just as nervous about learning this technique as Dawn clearly was about teaching it. After all, this was the technique that Dawn used most rarely. Even though lightning was technically the more advanced and difficult skill, Dawn still preferred it to the second base technique of the Gale King, the vacuum blades. The technique produced blades of air capable of slicing through nearly any material substance, even nearly indestructible materials, like mithril. Scootaloo had seen Dawn use the technique before, but only during the most desperate of circumstances, or when he was truly angered enough to be vicious. A shudder ran down her spine as she recalled the memory of Dawn almost using those blades of wind to slice the wings from her father's back. It was understandable. Unlike a blade of solid material, a strike from the Gale King's vacuum blades could not be blunted. There was no back or flat of the blade to strike with, which meant that when the attack hit, it always cut its target. Therefore, using it in a non-lethal fashion was almost impossible unless one was incredibly discriminating about what they cut, a skill that even Dawn had yet to master. I understand if you're nervous, said Dawn, that's good. This technique should be treated with respect because of how dangerous it is to others. I've never felt comfortable about using it. Coming from a Colt who could toss lightning around with ease, that truly meant something. Swallowing hard, Scootaloo turned to face the post. So how do I do it then? It starts with how you hold your wing, said Dawn, extending his own wing, spreading the feathers out, giving the appendage the look of a bladed weapon. This technique looks like a line from the front, but it actually spreads out in the form of a plane from the point of origin, which is the wing. Obviously, muttered Scootaloo. Nonetheless, she held out her wing in the same way that Dawn did. The next part should be easy for you, said Dawn. Begin by rotating the air directly above your wing. Through her wind sense, Scootaloo felt Dawn beginning to do exactly that. Does it matter which way? No, whichever way you are comfortable with is fine. With a nod, Scootaloo extended her magic out into the environment around her, stirring the air directly above her wing into motion, relying on just her magic, not using the motion of the wing itself. Following what she sensed Dawn doing, Scootaloo didn't extend her reach out too far, but instead focused on spinning the air just above her wing, creating what seemed like a rotating disc of moving air. Now comes the trickier part, said Dawn. Again, using your magic, begin spinning the air below your wing, in the opposite direction. Pressing her lips together tightly, Scootaloo used her wind sense to feel what Dawn was doing and did her best to imitate him. True to his words, it was tricky. Her body's impulse was to spin the air under her wing in the same direction as the air on top of her wing. However, focusing carefully, she was able to do it. However, that was only the first difficulty. As the discs of air spun, they pulled the air around them into their rotation, like two tiny tornadoes. The primary source for the air that they were drawing from came from the air between the two rotating discs, along with her wing itself. Scootaloo felt a faint tugging sensation from both sides of her wing, along with another tug forming along her wing's leading edge. She was unable to maintain the rotations for long and eventually dropped her wing, letting out a breath as she relaxed, realizing that her body's muscles had gone taut in her efforts to focus on her tasks. Good, said Dawn, giving Scootaloo an approving smile. That's the first step. That's tough, said Scootaloo. Dawn gently nuzzled her cheek. So was getting off the ground at first, he pointed out, referencing her first flying lessons with him. You have no problem now. The more you practice it, the more natural it will feel to you. So I'm guessing the technique is spinning the air really fast and then launching it off the edge of your wing, said Scootaloo. Dawn nodded. That's the basic gist of it. The rotating currents draw the air out from the space between them, creating a vacuum. That vacuum is what forms the blade's edge. In order for it to be effective, the space must very narrow and thin, less than the width of paper. Remembering how Dawn had taught her the rapid movement skill used by the Gale King, Scootaloo nodded. Start with big motions, then make them small, right? Dawn's smile widened and he kissed her on the cheek. Exactly. His touch sent a warm thrill through Scootaloo. My master described it like this. Imagine that you are grinding those two small whirlwinds together, as though you were trying to sharpen a blade between them. The tighter you grind them together, the sharper your blade's edge will be. Okay, said Scootaloo. However, the first thing is to get used to the feeling of rotating the air in two different directions with the same wing, said Dawn, so for the time being, I want you to practice that for now. Start with one wing, then the other. Alternate evenly between them. Eventually, you'll work on doing them both at once. Scootaloo nodded, a little bit of nervous sweat beading on her brow. It sounded like Dawn was working her up for a tricky juggling act. Good thing I already know a bit about juggling, she thought wryly. After all, she'd spent the autumn practicing using air currents to levitate stones over her wings in order to gauge how to moderate the force of her blows. She hadn't been confident enough in her skills to practice such moderation during her fight with Inkwell, but she now realized that practice had actually prepared her for learning this technique and all the complexities that came with it. By the way, what's the post for? Asked Scootaloo, looking at the object in question. That is for when we are ready to begin testing the technique itself once you begin launching it, explained Dawn. I know I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but I thought I would take advantage of the surplus of tools and materials in town while they're still here. I don't know how long this will take. Oh, said Scootaloo, looking at the pole again. Even if she broke it, the hole Dawn had made for it would remain, so he could replace it at will, now that it was dug. They would just have to make sure that it wasn't destroyed when Scootaloo went through reforms. Ready to begin? Asked Dawn, bringing Scootaloo's mind back to the present. Squaring her shoulders, Scootaloo spread her wings and took a deep breath to clear her mind. Yeah. Looks like those kids are working hard. observed Firefly with a small grin as she peered down on them from above. Of course they are, said Rainbow Dash with a confident smirk as she leaned back into the cloud the two of them were on, lounging as though it were her personal couch. That's my little sis down there. She knows the importance of training hard. So she does, agreed Firefly. What about you? Just because we came back to your hometown doesn't mean that you get to skimp on your own training. Rainbow's smirk vanished and she rolled back onto her hooves. Right, she said. Have you made any progress? Asked Firefly. With an angry sigh, Rainbow shook her head. No, it doesn't matter how hard I try or how much I think about it, I just don't get what you're talking about. I can't see these wings of the heart, no matter what I do. Give it time, said Firefly, there's no need to rush. I know that you have them. Every Pegasus does. Concentrate on that feeling you get when you're soaring through the air, when you've gone through another loop or even pulled off a sonic rainboom. It's not something you'll find simply by thinking about it hard enough. Your wings are something you feel. Okay, said Rainbow with no small amount of uncertainty. She closed her eyes and extended her wings, taking deep breaths to clear her mind. Following Firefly's instructions, Rainbow allowed herself to get lost in the feeling of flight, her magic lifting her off the cloud's surface as she embraced the sensation, remembering the thrill of every twist, loop, and dive of her career. She'd flown harder, practiced longer than just about any Pegasus her age. She'd flown high and low, reveled in the feeling of her wings cutting through the air, working clouds with her hooves, looking down from above and seeing all of Equestria laid out before her. Firefly grinned as she watched Rainbow. Though the younger mare didn't realize it yet, the fruits of her training were already beginning to show. Shimmering, rippling light danced across the surface of Rainbow's wings, swirls of color matching the lines of her namesake mane twisting and curling across her wings, occasionally lining up in stripes to dye her feathers in all the colors of the rainbow. She's getting closer, thought Firefly. She's tapped into her magic more deeply than just about any other Pegasus around, even those kids down below. She's already using her wings as the medium. All she needs now is the image. Find those wings, kid. I know you can. Author's notes. 1. Organizes Maximus 2. Partius Extravaganzas. I miss the good old days when Looney Tunes was king of the cartoon world, outside of the Disney Channel, at least. It makes me feel old. Oh well, that's life. Next chapter, Pull the Lever. Of Hearts and Hooves. Chapter 23, Of Hearts and Hooves. As the days passed, Scootaloo and Dawn's training continued to progress. In addition to working Scootaloo through the wind manipulation skills needed to create the Gale King's wind blades, Dawn also began walking her through the physical techniques of using those blades, similar to how he had walked her through the first batch of techniques for the Gale King. Then, just as Scootaloo had suspected, Dawn had her link those techniques together into forms. Ironically, that made it all the easier for her. As Dawn had once demonstrated to her, though there were differences to how the wings were held and moved, the steps to all the forms were the same, allowing her to move almost seamlessly into practicing the first form of the Gale King, but moving her wings as though she were using the vacuum blades, rather than bursts of wind. The most difficult thing about the practice was fighting muscle memory as it tried to drag her back into performing the first form as she had originally learned it. But that proved to be a minor difficulty at best. In many ways, Dawn's instruction seemed to be little more than a courtesy, as Scootaloo had been able to work out how to proceed for herself. Dawn had often told her that this was one of the greatest strengths of the Gale King. Once a practitioner had learned and memorized all 5 forms, it was possible for her to practically teach herself how to use more advanced skills, as everything was either a refinement or variation of the techniques that had come before. Through continuous practice, a greater understanding became clear and, so long as the user practiced diligently, no further instruction was needed. Not that Scootaloo minded having Dawn around to continue instructing her regardless. With his input, she progressed much faster than she would have on her own. Scootaloo counted herself lucky to have such a dedicated teacher, who also happened to be her cold friend. When they were training, that latter aspect of their relationship didn't factor into what they did, though Dawn sometimes used little kisses and nuzzles as forms of encouragement, something that Scootaloo loved. What really mattered to her was that a certain day was looming large in the near future, a day where Scootaloo's romantic relationship with Dawn would come to the fore. Quote. Sure, I can do that, no problem. Pinkie Pie grinned widely as she bounced in place, her teeth gleaming. Thanks, said Scootaloo with a relieved smile, glad that she had thought to do this before Hoof, rather than try to do it on Hearts and Hooves Day itself. I'll just add you two to the list, said Pinkie, turning to Mayweather, who was watching from behind Sugarcube Corner's counter. Put Scootaloo down for one picnic lunch, DS. Mayweather raised an eyebrow. DS. Dawn special. You have a special lunch just for Dawn? Asked Scootaloo. Of course I do, exclaimed Pinkie, holding a hoof out imperiously. What kind of party planner would I be if I didn't take a pony's tastes into account when I plan for them? She moved a few steps to the right so that she stood an empty part of the floor. Pull the lever, Mayweather. Looking to the wall behind her, Mayweather reached out for one of the 2 levers mounted there. Scootaloo watched, tilting her head in confusion. Wait, were those always there? Mayweather pulled one of the levers down. With a click, a trapdoor opened beneath Pinkie's hooves. Looking down, she had just enough time for her eyes to go wide and a gasp to escape her throat before she plunged through the opening. Wrong lever. Her words terminated with a loud splash sounding out from somewhere down below. The doors swung shut. Scootaloo looked over at Mayweather, who was staring at the floor, aghast. Neither of them said a word. A few seconds later, the front door slammed open and a dripping wet Pinkie Pie came stomping in, her mane and tail now soaked down so that they hung straight, her toothless pet alligator, Gummy, clamped onto one of her haunches. Why do we even have that lever? She groused, shaking vigorously, the motion dislodging Gummy, who went tumbling through the air, only to land on the counter with all 4 feet, his naturally vacant gaze staring across the room as though absolutely nothing of interest had occurred. Now that she was finished shaking, Pinkie's mane and tail had returned to their natural state and she stomped over to the exact same spot on the floor as before nodding at Mayweather with a serious expression. With a sigh, Mayweather reached over and pulled the second lever. This time, rather than dropping out from under Pinkie, the trapdoor instead tilted down partway so that the party pony slid down off of it with a jubilant squeal that echoed through the shop until the floor returned to its original position. Scootaloo blinked and looked at Mayweather. What's down there? Beats me, said Mayweather with a shrug. I haven't been down there yet. They stood there for a few minutes, watching the floor and waiting for something to happen. Then the trapdoor dropped down to a slanted position again and Pinkie Pie came sliding right back up. Got it, she said, proudly displaying a rolled-up scroll. What's that? Asked Scootaloo. Pinkie tossed the scroll to Scootaloo, who caught it and began to unroll it. Her eyes widened as she perused the scroll's contents. Hey, these are party plans for Dawn. You've come up with all of this. Yep, said Pinkie, everything from his favorite food to the colors he likes best and even what music he prefers and what arrangements I can do depending on the kind of party. Cool, said Scootaloo, scanning the scroll. Wow, you're already planning out his birthday party. And his cutesinera. Her eyes continued to scan down. And his wedding reception. Her cheeks went bright red. His first anniversary. The color spread to the rest of her face. His firstborn foal. Whoops, yelped Pinkie, swiping the scroll away from Scootaloo. I let you read a little too far ahead. Spoilers. Steam began to come out of the filly's ears as she glared at Pinkie Pie, her face practically glowing red. So, anyway, I'll make sure to have your lunch ready on the big day, said Pinkie, quickly diving over the counter and rushing back into the kitchen. See ya later. Wait, Scootaloo froze when she realized that Pinkie was already gone. In her mind, she remembered what Rainbow Dash always used to say about Pinkie. Pinkie Pie, you are so random. Strangely, it seemed almost the opposite in this case. And it creeped Scootaloo out a little. You know what, I'm just gonna forget about it. Yep, bleach it from my brain, never talk about it again. That sounds wise, said Mayweather, nodding sagely. I don't know how you put up with her, said Scootaloo, giving the former cultist a wry smile, which Mayweather returned. She makes life interesting, I'll say that, said the mayor with a giggle. With her around, I don't think I'll ever fail to see the bright side of things. Do you two have any plans? Asked Scootaloo. Come to think of it, she wasn't even sure that Mayweather and Pinkie Pie were actually an item for all that they had been spending so much time together. A faint tinge of pink on Mayweather's cheeks appeared to confirm Scootaloo's suspicions. Not this year, she said, since she thinks the two of us can handle it, we're giving the Cakes the day off so that they can have it to themselves. Normally, Mr. and Mrs. Cake spent the day running the shop, which was always especially popular on Hearts and Hooves Day. On top of that, a lot of ponies had the same idea that Scootaloo did, wanting to order picnic lunches or baskets of treats to share with their special some ponies ahead of time. Normally, the couple were loaded down with work until well after the holiday was over. When asked about it, they often said that they had had their fun and were giving the younger ponies a chance to enjoy the day. Are you going to look after the twins too? Asked Scootaloo. Yep, said Mayweather, I don't understand how Pinkie and I can handle it, but the Cakes seem to believe we can do it and I'd be happy to give them the chance to take the day off for once. When Mayweather had opted to stay in Ponyville after her former fellows from the cult Solar had returned to Appaloosa, the Cakes had treated her like family, always welcoming her into the shop with open arms, even hiring her on, even though they didn't actually need an extra hoof. Good luck with that, said Scootaloo, glad that she wasn't looking after the double bundle of infant terror. Her mother had regaled her with stories of what she had been like at that age, and Scootaloo couldn't even begin to imagine what it would be like to deal with two infant foals at the same time, much less one who was a unicorn on top of one who was a Pegasus. Thankfully, according to the Cakes, the twins were nearing the end of their spurt where their respective magics were flaring. I guess I'll see you then, said Scootaloo, heading for the door. Yeah, said Mayweather, we'll have your lunch ready to pick up at 11. Remember that those dumplings won't retain their heat for too long, so you'll want to get to eating them fairly quickly. Okay, thanks, said Scootaloo over her shoulder as she went out the door. Now that that was out of the way, it was time for her to head over to Bon Bon's shop. She had another order to place with the candy maker. There, exclaimed Rarity, her eyes shining as she viewed the finished piece. Perfect, don't you think? It really is, agreed Coco, smiling widely at Rarity, practically glowing with satisfaction as she looked at their latest collaborative piece. Rarity's smile widened when she saw just how happy Coco was. Now that she no longer had the threat of barren elderflower hanging over her, Coco Pommel almost seemed reborn. It was as if her former attitude of fear and paranoia had washed away like a coating of dust, leaving behind a lively mare who was practically glowing with energy and enthusiasm for her craft. Granted, her mannerisms were still much more reserved than Rarity's and she didn't quite have the confidence of a true master artisan, but she was definitely getting better. It did Rarity's heart good to see Coco so happy, especially after all that she had suffered these past few months. Berry Punch will just adore this dress, I know it, said Rarity with a squeal as she moved the ponyquin and its load to one side so that she could begin work on the next one. Coco was hard at work on yet another piece as well. The two of them exulted in once again having all the room they needed to really work. Repairs on the Carousel Boutique had finally been completed, allowing them to move back in after so many weeks spent cooped up in Rarity's parents' house. The place had been homey, but with 4 ponies and the necessary implements of Rarity's business, they had been on the verge of popping out through the seams. As it was, Coco was still staying at the house while she waited for the workers to finish construction on the house that would be hers on the plot of land that had formerly been owned by Caramel. Unfortunately, said house was on the bottom of the list of priorities as reconstruction efforts continued and displaced ponies struggled to get their homes and businesses up and running. Fortunately, things were coming along quickly. Sugar Cube Corner and several other business establishments had been successfully rebuilt over the past few days and more ponies were moving back into their homes. In fact, it was predicted that the construction might be finished by Hearts and Hooves Day or shortly afterwards, much to the relief of every pony in town. It was a good thing the boutique was once again ready for business, as business was booming. Hearts and Hooves Day was another big day of business for Rarity, with countless ponies looking for dresses or suits to impress their significant other. On top of that, ponies from out of town had heard of Rarity's skills, especially after she had obtained the royal warrant and now she was being swamped with dress orders, including ones from Canterlot, though the members of the noble court would probably never be amongst her clients ever again, what with most of them being arrested and all. Rarity wasn't the only one loaded down with work. To her absolute surprise and wonderment, Coco had received several commissions from Canterlot as well. The apprentice designer was still in a bit of a shock that ponies had noticed her work during the selection process for the royal warrant and actually wanted to order her work when they could order Rarity's. By the way, dear, said Rarity, have you made a dress for yourself? For myself? Asked Coco, blinking in surprise at the sudden shift in topic. Yes, said Rarity, I've already started work on my own ensemble. She didn't bother saying who that ensemble was for or that she'd also made an excellent suit as an accompaniment. One never knows. You might just catch the eye of some handsome young stallion. That. Coco's voice trailed off as she looked down, her work momentarily forgotten. Oh, I'm sorry dear, said Rarity, seeing how Coco's mood had suddenly taken a turn for the downcast. I didn't mean to push you into something that you're uncomfortable with. It's okay, said Coco after a few seconds. I just don't really think I need to catch some pony's eye. She stared out the window. Rarity raised an eyebrow before she remembered something. Oh, do you think he'll be here? I don't know, said Coco with a sigh. I hope I'll get to see him. But the last time I saw him, it felt like a goodbye to me. Goodbyes aren't always for forever. Rarity came up to lay a hoof on Coco's shoulder. I am sure that, if he truly cares about you, he'd want to find some way to share that with you. I hope so, said Coco. She'd told Rarity, of course, about her experiences as Elderflower's hostage. Rarity had been shocked to learn that Coco and Pearl and Bluestreak had known each other before the night he had supposedly forced her to let him into the boutique so that he could steal a sample of Rarity's new shimmer silk. It had been even more surprising to learn that Pearl had something of a crush on Coco and that her being held by the Baron was just as much about keeping him under control as it was about keeping her quiet. Rarity didn't quite understand how Coco had actually come around to reciprocating the feelings of a young stallion who'd been, more or less, stalking her for several months. However, she got the impression that Coco's feelings were genuine and that she truly cared for Pearl. However, there had been no sign of the boy after everything had ended. He'd made no efforts to contact Coco again and the only information any pony had about him was that he had been the one behind the massacre of the mercenaries that Elderflower and his cronies had been amassing. Part of Rarity wanted to urge Coco to move on. Whatever Pearl was doing, it was clear that it didn't involve Coco anymore. If anything, his staying away could very well be taken as a concession on Pearl's part for all the distress he'd caused Coco and that he felt she was better off without him. Still, at the same time, Rarity wanted to respect Coco's feelings. She would not have simply started reciprocating Pearl's feelings because his stalking had won her over, but because she had seen something in him worth liking. At least, that was what Rarity hoped was the case. It won't do her any harm to have this opportunity to sort her feelings out, thought Rarity as she watched Coco resume work. There will be other Hearts and Hooves days after all. As the next few days passed, there was a growing sense of excitement hanging over Ponyville. Hearts and Hooves Day was one of the town's favorite holidays and nearly all of Ponyville's inhabitants were making plans for it in one way or another. Even ponies who had no significant other with which to spend the day usually found something that they wanted to do on that particular day, even if it was nothing more than spending the afternoon at the bar with their friends, lamenting their collective lack of success in the romance department. Decorations went up around the town, decking it out in pink and magenta, paper hearts hanging from every possible surface. Under Mayor Mare's direction, teams of ponies swept the streets, picking up the debris left over from all the construction work going on as the work itself was suspended for the day. After all, no pony wanted a romantic stroll interrupted by a nail through the hoof, unless they were into that sort of thing. Some ponies had weird tastes. The stores that had managed to reopen were displaying all manner of Hearts and Hooves themed items, from candies to jewelry to tempt passing ponies. The weather team had set up several rainbow formations around the town at scenic spots where they could be admired by gathering couples. Shirley, as always, only held a half day of school for her foals, many of whom would be partaking in the celebration of the day, even though many of them were far too young for romance. Under Pinkie Pie's guidance, several games had been set up around town for the younger foals to enjoy themselves, which would keep them from getting underhoof, something the adults appreciated, and also, hopefully, would keep the foals from asking too many awkward questions later that night. The day dawned bright and clear and the foals eagerly streamed into the newly rebuilt schoolhouse for their half day of class. As always, the foals exchanged cards and small tokens of affection with one another, those who had a special pony, anyway. Shirley mostly overlooked this, so long as it didn't distract from the few lessons they had that day. After the noon bell rang, students streamed out of the schoolhouse, many of them foregoing lunch and heading straight back home to get ready for the remainder of the day. You look sharp, bro, said Thunderlane, giving an approving nod as Rumble tugged a little on his white suit jacket, trying to get it to sit straight on his body. Rumble had put on more muscle in the past few months since he'd last worn this particular suit, which made it sit a little tight on him. He would have liked to take it to Rarity to see if it could be fitted a little better, but she and Coco had looked so busy that he hadn't wanted to bother them with yet another project. Thanks, said Rumble, looking up at his older brother, who was, likewise, dressed to kill. Thunderlane chuckled and used his hooves to tug the outfit into a better position, one that he hoped wouldn't give Rumble the impression that the collar was trying to choke the life out of him. So, what's the big rule? Be home by 7, quoted Rumble earnestly. For Hearts and Hooves Day, even by the standards of foals his age, that was a rather early curfew. But it had been the only concession that Flitter had required in order to lift Rumble's grounding for one day so that he could spend it with Sweetie Belle. Right, said Thunderlane, grinning in approval. Leaning down, he spoke in a conspiratorial whisper into his brother's ear. And what's super secret rule number 1? Have fun, replied Rumble with a playful grin. Right again, said Thunderlane. Lifting his head back up, he looked down at his little brother and smiled fondly. I don't say it often enough, but I'm proud of you, bro. You're incredible. Thanks, said Rumble, blushing and averting his eyes. Lowering his head again, Thunderlane gave Rumble a little nuzzle. Between you and me, Cloud Chaser and I probably wouldn't have grounded you, but you know how Flitter gets. Sorry. It's okay, said Rumble, I kinda deserved it. Even if I was doing the right thing, I really scared you all, Flitter especially. She doesn't say it, but I think she's proud of you too, said Thunderlane, I know Stormfront is. That brought a smile to Rumble's face. Stormfront and Flitter wouldn't be doing anything too strenuous for their date. After several weeks of intensive healing spells, Storm was well enough to walk under his own power for short distances. But he wasn't up to flying yet. Whenever he wanted or needed to go out, some pony had to ferry him down to ground level via cloud. Odds were good they would be home well before Rumble's curfew came around, which nixed any idea that he might be able to stretch the limits of it, not that Rumble was inclined to push his luck in any case. Good luck, said Thunderlane, clapping Rumble on the back. Time for you to go out and meet your filly, right? Yeah, said Rumble, blushing yet again as he made his way to the door. See you later. Thunderlane watched Rumble head out and take a flying leap off the porch of the cloud house as the door swung back shut behind him. Turning back to the mirror, the stallion chuckled as he continued to work on making himself presentable for his date with Cloud Chaser, checking to make sure that the small box he'd acquired was tucked securely inside his suit. I don't know, said Spike, looking over his suit as he posed in the mirror. I'm just not sure about it. You look fine, Spike, said Twilight with a smile, even as she rolled her eyes. Lace on the cuffs and antique military buttons would have looked ridiculous anyway. But I'm just not sure about the color. Spike began. The color is fine, roared Twilight, at the end of her rope with her younger brother's dithering. We've been all through this before. Once you'd tried that other suit, you'd hate it. Black is a great color. It sets off your spines. Spike blinked and refocused on his reflection in the mirror. You really think so? Of course, said Twilight, panting after her little rant. Now, how about you get along with meeting Apple Bloom? You don't want to keep her waiting. I just want to look my best, said Spike. The sound of clopping hooves announced Arkenstone's presence as the beige stallion tramped his way up the stairs, a small smile on his face. I think you look spectacular, he said. Hey, thanks. Spike froze for a second. Why do you do that? He asked in a deadpan tone as Twilight struggled and failed to hide her giggles. Arkenstone chuckled. I figured it was a good way to get you motivated, he said. After all, I think you have about 3 minutes left before the time you agreed to meet her. Wah, Spike glanced at the clock and let out a surprised yelp. Holy guacamole. You're right. I'm gonna be late. He dashed down the steps, rushing towards the door as fast as his legs could carry him. He's gotten better at running on all fours, Arkenstone noted as he heard the door slam shut down below. He didn't trip even once. That's something I'm glad for, said Twilight with a relieved sigh. I keep getting worried whenever he trips up. I think he'll be fine, said Arkenstone with a smile. Are you ready for our plans? Almost, said Twilight. Now that the worrywart is gone, let me get dressed. Even though she knew he couldn't see her expression, Twilight gave him a half-lidded smile. She suspected that Arkenstone, blind though he was, would easily be able to sense her intent. Of course, said the stallion, I'll wait for you downstairs. As he departed, Twilight let out a relieved sigh and began to go through the process of putting on her dress. I'm impressed that you're so calm for your first Hearts and Hooves Day date, observed Caramel with a chuckle as he watched Dawn, who was laid out on the couch waiting patiently for Scootaloo's arrival. It can't be that much different from the Harvest Festival or the Winter Gala, said Dawn. Scootaloo told me to let her take care of everything, so there's no point in worrying about things that I have no say over. I guess that's true, said Caramel. Dawn was right. All things considered, the Colt's date with Scootaloo was unlikely to lead to anything groundbreaking, or rather, Caramel would be seriously worried if it actually did lead to anything groundbreaking at their age. He was in similar straits with Fluttershy after all. Neither of them wanted to do anything that pushed the boundaries of their relationship right now. Hearts and Hooves Day was first and foremost a day for reaffirming the feelings that they had for each other. All in all, it wasn't really any different from the dates that he and Fluttershy had shared since the beginning of their relationship. Looking at Dawn again, Caramel's eyes narrowed as he spotted something in the Colt's mane. Hold still, he said, leaning forward and using a hoof to gently brush out a small tuft of white fur. You missed something, he said. Oh, said Dawn, looking at the small piece of fur. Angel slept in my bed last night, again. He's been doing that a lot, has he? Asked Caramel, raising an eyebrow. Yes, said Dawn, the other animals too. It's odd they all used to stay in your room with Mom. Caramel blinked and his expression of mild suspicion vanished, replaced by one of embarrassment as his cheeks flushed and he realized exactly why the animals were vacating the room he shared with Fluttershy. Oh, right. To the stallion's unspoken relief, Dawn appeared to be oblivious to his embarrassment and clueless as to the reason why he suddenly had so many fluffy and feathery roommates. A knock on the door prompted Dawn to look up. Hopping off the couch, he glided gracefully over the table, landing soundlessly right in front of the door and opening it. Scootaloo stood there decked out in the same grayish-purple dress she'd worn to the Harvest Festival and the Winter Gala. She'd supplemented it with her shimmer silk scarf. Her cheeks were already tinted pink as she smiled shyly at Dawn. Hey, you ready? I am, said Dawn with a warm smile on his face. Already, the sight of Scootaloo in the sleek, silky dress that hugged the contours of her body was making his heart pound a little faster and his cheeks heat up. Then let's go, said Scootaloo, her eagerness overcoming her shyness as she tugged Dawn out the door. The two of them were gone in a rush of wind, Dawn leaving so quickly that he didn't get the chance to close the door behind him. Caramel chuckled as he came up and shut the door in the wake to the pair's departure. Did they leave already? Asked Fluttershy quietly as she descended from the bedroom, the wispy, cloudy folds of her mist-like dress drifting around her as she moved. The sight of her all done up caused a lump to form in Caramel's throat. Silently, he nodded in answer to her question and, inside his own head, proclaimed himself the luckiest stallion in the world. Oh good, said Fluttershy, giving her Colt friend a meek smile. Are you ready? Yes, sure. Caramel had to swallow and get his throat to work before he could speak properly. I'm ready when you are. Giggling at his dopey, smitten expression, Fluttershy gave Caramel her happiest smile. Then let's get going too. I don't want to miss our reservation. Me neither, said Caramel with an emphatic nod. Looks like everyone is having fun, said Rainbow Dash as she looked down over Ponyville and smiled. Down below, she could see ponies as they mingled with their significant others, exchanging hugs, kisses, and nuzzles with plenty of enthusiasm. The bevy of warmth and affection that was nearly tangible, even up in the clouds above town, was such that Rainbow could forgive the sappy premise of the entire holiday. Under normal circumstances, Rainbow would be glad for the opportunity to continue her training, happy for an excuse to not be swamped by the lovey-doveyness of the whole holiday. Her training would give her the excuse she needed to stay outside of town and focus on something else for most of the day, with something to occupy her time and attention other than the sappy love fest going on below. However, this time, Rainbow was glad for the chance to participate, and the reason for that gladness was stooping down from the sky behind her as she waited. A pale blue stallion with a dark blue mane and emerald green eyes flared his wings and touched down on the cloud, making it bob slightly under Rainbow's hooves. One of his outstretched wings came to rest over Rainbow's back so that he could pull her up against his side. Ready for some fun of our own? Asked Soren, second in command of the Wonderbolts as he nuzzled Rainbow's cheek. You bet, aid Rainbow, excited for Hearts and Hooves Day for the first time since ever, really. This would be the first time she had ever spent the day with her special Sumpony or had a special Sumpony to spend the day with. In the past, she had been too wrapped up in her training for the Wonderbolts to worry about crushes and romance. Now things were different. So what should we do then? Asked Soren. I didn't really plan anything, I'm afraid. Hey, I don't have anything planned either, said Rainbow with a shrug. We can just go down and hang out in town for a while. They always have plenty of things for ponies to do on Hearts and Hooves Day. Sounds good to me, said Soren with a grin, before planting a kiss on Rainbow's cheeks. I'll let you take the lead on this. It's your town after all. Turning her head, Rainbow returned the gesture, but by pressing her lips against Soren's. Sure thing, she said with a sultry smile. I'm glad you could make it. So am I, said Soren, pressing his neck up against hers. I've been missing you up in Cloudsdale. I hope you can finish your training soon. We're all waiting for you. I'm trying, said Rainbow, but I'm not exactly getting it all that easily. Give it time, said Soren. There's no need to rush. I miss you, but we can wait however long you need us to. Thanks, said Rainbow, leaning against him with a happy sigh. Now let's go have some fun. The two of them jumped off the down, allowing their bodies to drop for a short distance before their wings snapped out to catch the air and slow their descent. The two of them moved in perfect, polished unison as they swooped down towards the street, the tips of their wings just barely brushing against one another. It was an impressive display of synchronicity worthy of two Wonderbolts, even though only one pony had really seen it. Perched on another cloud, situated even higher up, Firefly chuckled lightly as she watched the two younger Pegasi descend down into Ponyville to amuse themselves in the town's festive atmosphere. Ought to be young and in love, she said with a fond smile. Settling down to lie on her back, Firefly prepared to enjoy a nice nap to pass the time whilst the younger ponies enjoyed themselves. Technically, she was supposed to be on watch for Swift Stride just in case the truant knight decided to come back and make good on his threat against Twilight Sparkle. However, there was no sign of him yet. Firefly's awareness had spread throughout the air across the town, almost completely imperceptible to any pony down below. If Swift Stride did come to town, she would know it even if she happened to be asleep at the time. On top of that, even if Swift did manage to slip through her perception, Arkenstone was with Twilight. Though he had been incapacitated the last time he'd fought Swift, Arkenstone wouldn't allow himself to be taken down so easily during their next encounter. Just as she was about to drift off, Firefly's eyes suddenly snapped open and she sat up completely alert. Some pony dangerous had entered the town below. To her relief, it wasn't Swift Stride. However, Firefly realized that she did not recognize this unknown pony. Her eyes narrowing, the aged Pegasus rolled off the cloud and spread her wings, silently moving to shadow the new arrival and learn whether or not this strange pony was a threat. Having finished spreading out the blanket and laying out the food in the basket, Applejack paused just long enough to take in a deep breath, savoring the sweet smell of the apple trees all around her, most of them laden down with fruit just on the verge of being ripe. In a couple more days, this section of the orchard would be ready for harvest and she would be coming through here, pulling her cart behind her and laying out baskets in preparation for a session of vigorous applebucking. But today, that was not a concern. Instead, what she was concerned with was the stallion slowly making his way towards her, a faint sheen of sweat visible on his forehead as he labored up the hill towards the picnic spot. Red River might not have needed a brace on his foreleg anymore, but that didn't mean that he had fully regained his mobility. It didn't help that spending several weeks bound to a wheelchair and even after being allowed out of it rarely moving farther than the distance from one room of the house to the other, had left Red's body and limbs weak and atrophied after such a prolonged period of disuse. The healing spells he had been subjected to had drained his body's reserves, even with the supplements he had been taking to help the spells run their course. As a consequence, his body looked considerably thinner than it had before his ordeal, the compact musculature of his form having given way to a skinnier, bonier look. Just the short journey from the farmhouse to this scenic hill had taken a significant toll on Red's endurance. Aside from the sweat, he also had the look of a pony trying hard to not pant for breath as he ascended the slope, one ponderous step at a time. Applejack winced in sympathy as she watched her colt friend struggle. She'd offered to push him up in the wheelchair, but Red had insisted that he needed the exercise. He had to get back into shape after all. Unlike Stormfront, Red fully intended to get his body back into fighting shape once his recovery was complete, no matter how arduous a task that promised to be. Well, said Red, his breath coming in short puffs, in spite of his best efforts, that wasn't so bad. He smiled as he took in the view, his eyes surveying the orchards as they stretched out towards the horizon. The faint breeze in the air cooled him as it wicked away his sweat, giving Red a profound feeling of satisfaction that a pony might get after a good workout. He was tired, but it was a good kind of tired, not the unpleasant, smothering sense of tiredness that accompanied the healing spells he received. "I wish ya wouldn't push yourself like that," said Applejack as she came up to Red and pressed her neck up against his, resting her chin on his withers as the stallion returned the gesture. "I need to get my exercise somehow," said Red with a smirk that Applejack couldn't see from her position, but she could unquestionably hear in his tone, "otherwise, I'll turn into a big blue lump of lard on your couch thanks to all your wonderful cooking." "I'm guessin' Ditsy's muffins ain't helpin' either," observed Applejack wryly, eyeing the contents of the picnic basket which included several of the aforementioned treats. "Probably," said Red with a grin as he stepped away from their embrace so that the two of them could settle onto the blanket side by side. "That mare shouldn't be allowed in the kitchen. Someday, she'll trigger an obesity epidemic, I swear." Applejack cackled at that. Ditsy and Big Macintosh had gone into town to spend the day with Dinky, something they'd been doing nearly every Hearts and Hooves day since the two of them had become a couple. Apparently, their marriage hadn't changed their routine at all. "Now then, all that's left is..." Red's voice trailed off as he looked around. "We're here," called out a voice from above. Looking up, the two earth ponies smiled as they saw Flitter heading towards them, her forehooves pressed into a cloud that she was pushing in front of her. Resting on the cloud in question was Stormfront, looking uncomfortable at having to be carted from the cloud house down to Sweet Apple Acres by his filly friend, however necessary it may have been. Flitter brought the cloud down until it was hovering only scant inches above the ground. Stormfront disembarked, moving carefully and deliberately. Like Red, Storm looked thinner than before. One of his wings was still suspended in a brace that kept it immobile against his side, and the wraps around one of his forelegs showed that it was still a fair ways from being completely healed. Of the two of them, Storm had come off worse from their fight with Terra Hart. According to the doctors, the injuries to his leg and wing would probably not allow him to return to fighting shape even after he had recovered. They had done their best, but the damage had been too severe. Surprisingly, Storm's reaction to the news had been relatively ambivalent. Glad ya could make it, said Applejack, exchanging a brief hug with Flitter before she helped the two Pegasi get settled. We wouldn't miss it for the world, said Storm, giving Applejack and Red a smile as he slowly laid down on the blanket, Flitter settling down beside him. Now that every pony's here, let's eat, said Red with an eager grin as they prepared to tuck into the spread that Applejack had laid out. Rarity could barely suppress her giggle as she saw a prancing Sweetie Belle out the door. Already, she could see Rumble descending down from the sky to meet her. Ever the gentle colt, even for once a young, the little Pegasus was both well dressed and groomed, even wearing one of the suits Rarity had made for him. For a moment, she idly wondered if Rumble had dressed like that simply to stay on her good side as he continued to date Sweetie. She quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that Rumble was a good colt and wearing or not wearing a suit wouldn't change that. She hoped he was aware of that as well. After all, Sweetie could have done much worse for a colt friend, albeit Rarity silently conceded she would be hard-pressed to find better. Likewise, Rarity had made sure that Sweetie was dressed properly to enjoy her date. Nothing too formal, of course, but something that would accentuate Sweetie's good looks and make Rumble's wings flutter. After all, it never hurt to remind the colt just how lucky he was to be dating such a cute and, well, sweet filly. Now that she had seen the younger couple off, Rarity turned her attention to her own endeavor for the day, slipping into the royal purple dress she had designed to wear to the winter gala. While she had been tempted to make a new dress for this occasion, Rarity had always been a little disappointed that she'd never gotten to show this one off to a certain pony. Said pony was making his way down the stairs as Rarity put the finishing touches on her ensemble for the afternoon and evening. Flaxseed might not have been a member of the upper crust with intimate knowledge of grooming and preening, but he clearly knew how to smarten himself up for an evening out. It helped that Rarity had made him a suit for the occasion, which she took the opportunity to admire as she looked the stallion over. Flaxseed's gray-streaked mane had been combed and brushed until it hung straight and even. Likewise, his tail had been freshly combed out as well. His coat was well groomed and even his hooves had been recently cleaned and polished. He was dressed in a creamy white suit the color of blanched almonds, which nicely complemented the color of both his brown eyes and golden coat. It was a relatively simple affair, but one that certainly worked to his advantage as Flaxseed gave Rarity a nervous smile, which Rarity warmly returned. Upon seeing her in her glittering purple gown and elegantly coiffed mane, Rarity could see spots of red flare on Flaxseed's cheeks as he took her in. Deciding not to waste any time, Rarity sauntered closer and turned to brush her side up against Flaxseed's chest, letting her back pass beneath his nose so that he could pick up the faint scent of roses wafting out of the fabric before winding about to his side so that she could rub the dress against his coat directly behind where the suit ended. Through the silky fabric of her dress, Rarity could feel Flaxseed shiver at the contact and even hear him sniff as he sought to better appreciate the scent. Wow, was all he could say as Rarity stepped past him and turned around to face him once again. You're not exactly looking so bad yourself, said Rarity with a teasing smile, stepping closer and holding out a foreleg, shall we? I reserved a table at the Golden Horseshoe. I even made sure to get us a corner booth. It's not for a couple of hours yet, but I figured we could take our time and enjoy the sights as we make our way over. A shadow passed over Flaxseed's face, something that made Rarity worry. Was he uncomfortable with her suggestion? She hadn't taken him to the Golden Horseshoe before. It was perhaps the highest class establishment that could be found in Ponyville, often catering to the likes of Filthy Rich and the ponies that mingled freely in his circle. Even with her refined tastes, Rarity had never fancied dining in such a restaurant more than once or twice a year. As successful as she was, she never imagined that she'd ever make enough to eat there regularly. Perhaps given the fact that she'd been awarded the royal warrant, that might change. However, even if it did, Rarity wasn't sure she'd want to eat in such an establishment regularly. It always daunted her friends, even Twilight, who'd grown up in the halls of the royal palace, to enter such a fine restaurant, to say nothing of ponies like Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie, who wouldn't be caught dead in such a hoity-toity place, with apologies to hoity-toity. She hoped he could manage. The owner of the restaurant was a fine sort of pony, one who might not take offense if she couldn't make her reservation. However, simply not showing up when she had gone through so much trouble to arrange for a table in advance would be rather rude. She'd still give it up though, if Flaxseed was truly uncomfortable with the idea. After all, that was one of the reasons she had tried to reassure him with the promise of a corner table. After so many years of persecution at the hooves of the cult Solar, Flaxseed had been left a jumpy, neurotic mess, always looking over his shoulder, keeping one eye out for trouble, and making sure to keep his distance from other ponies. Whenever he went out with Rarity, he was nervous and wary, skittish to such an extreme that he made Fluttershy, on her worst days no less, look positively adventurous by comparison. Whenever they ate out, Rarity always had to make sure that they could get a table in the corner of a restaurant where Flaxseed could have a clear view of most of the room and no pony could come up behind him. He'd been getting better in recent months, ever since an actress and former filly friend of his had come to the boutique as one of Rarity's customers. Flaxseed's relationship with the mayor had come to a traumatic end when she had seen his eyes of nightmare and sold him out to the cult Solar. To say that Rarity was furious with the mayor was an understatement. As a consequence, the mayor had been unceremoniously ejected from the boutique without the dress she had been seeking. Rarity had also been pleased to hear that, upon her return to Manhattan, said mayor had suddenly had a great deal of difficulty finding roles to play in Bridalway Productions and had been forced to accept bit parts in cheap, lower-end establishments, as Rarity had apparently been not the only one to hear and take exception to that mayor's behavior. That incident had been a turning point for Flaxseed. After seeing that Rarity was not about to desert him or allow him to come to harm if there was something she could do to prevent it, he seemed to have come to appreciate how safe he was in Ponyville. Even the threat of Tara Hart's attack had done little to shake Flaxseed's growing comfort and confidence, much to Rarity's relief. Strange as it seemed, over the course of spending months helping Flaxseed out the morass of fear and paranoia he had been trapped in, Rarity had grown fond of him. At first, he'd been a pony in need of help and comfort, something she desperately wanted to provide. Then he had become an important asset to her business, helping tremendously by managing her accounts and finances. His work was even more important to her now, with all the commissions she was receiving as a royal warrant holder. But Rarity had come to see Flaxseed in a different light, as some pony she enjoyed spending time with and getting to know, as some pony she might like to know a bit more intimately. She supposed that his former trauma might be part of it. Flaxseed's last intimate relationship had not ended on a high note. Given what he had been through, Rarity couldn't exactly blame him if he chose to hold her at a distance for the time being. The guilt he felt for playing an unwitting role in Twilight's full-napping only seemed to make him want to keep himself at a greater distance. Still, Rarity was determined to see if she could bridge the gap between them and maybe build their relationship into something more. Giving the stallion her warmest, most affectionate smile, Rarity said, "Come along, dear. Let's make the most of our day." The shadow that had passed over Flaxseed's face earlier was nowhere to be seen for the time being, as he nodded and followed her out the door. Author's notes. So many damn characters. It gives me a headache sometimes. Next chapter, still more sappy stuff. The warmth of life and love. Chapter 24, The warmth of life and love. Do you know where Perlin went? Asked Kambu as he approached Whiteshade as the dark tan stallion was looking over some notes in the study. I'm afraid not, said White, looking up from his research. I think he went out sometime last night, something about today being a big day. Kambu blinked as he recalled what day it was. Really now, he hadn't told me anything about a Philly friend. There was something he was troubled over when he was working for Elderflower, said White calmly. I think a Philly was involved. Already, many of the details concerning his collaboration with and use of the Baron had faded in White's memory, as they had little to no bearing on his current work. He couldn't even be bothered to remember why Perlin had suddenly changed his mind about having his wings altered. Mused Kambu, I'm a little surprised. I didn't even know that Perlin thought about things like that. Ponies change, said White with an indifferent shrug. Kambu nodded. However, in the back of his mind, he noted, although some don't seem to change nearly as much, as he looked at White over the desk. Don's stomach growled loudly as he settled onto the blanket Scootaloo had laid out. His Philly friend had through of everything, it seemed. In front of him was a small tower of bamboo steamers from which wafted the scent of the onion soup dumplings that Don liked so much. Arrayed around the steamers, which stood proudly, like the artful centerpiece of a dining arrangement, were a variety of other foods and treats, many of them savory rather than sweet. Don had been surprised to learn from Scootaloo that Pinky had apparently prepared a special menu just for him. He made a note to thank Pinky profusely the next time he saw her. Set off to the side was a small black box from Bon Bon's sweet shop where Caramel worked. Are you waiting for the dumplings to go cold? Prodded Scootaloo as she settled in next to Don. Let's dig in. Needing no more prompting, Don used the tips of his feathers to lift the lid of the steamer and separate the individual pieces of the tower, which he settled in front of himself and Scootaloo. The two then used their primaries to delicately pluck the dumplings from their spots and pop them into their mouths. Don relished in the flavors of caramelized onions and melted cheese as it spread through his mouth and hummed in pleasure. The two of them slowly made their way through the spread, taking the time to enjoy each bite, letting the warmth of the peaceful afternoon wash over them. One of Don's wings draped itself over Scootaloo's back, his feathers brushing down her sides, prompting happy shivers from the filly as she tried to focus on her meal. After they finished eating most of the food and had packed what they hadn't finished away, Scootaloo opened the box she'd gotten from Bon Bon's. Inside were a number of small truffles. These had been ones that Bon Bon had made especially to suit Don's palate, having cut back in the sweetness and richness and using flavors that appealed to the cold, like tea and chili peppers. They were delicious, but more importantly, Don could stomach them with relative ease, especially compared to how he normally reacted to such rich and sweet dainties. For his part, Don was amazed at the consideration that Scootaloo had shown him in planning out their date. She'd gone out of her way to arrange for foods and treats that would appeal to his rather particular sense of taste, something he knew sometimes caused difficulty for his friends and family. As he and Scootaloo helped themselves to the truffles one at a time, he leaned against her, resting his cheek against hers. Thank you for doing all this for me, he whispered softly, his breath gently tickling the filly's ear. Hey, said Scootaloo, even as she blushed, it's your first Hearts and Hooves day. I had to make it special. You didn't have to, said Don, but I'm glad you did. I'm so lucky that I get to be with you. Letting out a happy sigh, Scootaloo lowered her head, rubbing the top of it along Don's chin as she moved under his head and rested her own across his forelegs. Hey, she snorted, you've got to be the sappiest cold friend I could ever have. But still yours, said Don, lowering his head to rest on top of hers. Yeah, agreed Scootaloo, letting her eyes drift closed as the two of them basked in the warmth of the sun. Still mine. Don lazily surveyed the park as his eyes drifted closed, only to shoot open again as he abruptly lifted his head up to look for the pony that had caught his attention. To his shock, he spotted a familiar-looking dark gray mare making her way through the park, her eyes scanning all the ponies present. Don tensed, the slight motion rousing Scootaloo in the process, as his eyes locked with Shade Steele's. However, she blinked and then slightly inclined her head towards him before continuing on her way. Don watched her as she made her way to a nearby hill, where Don could see Big Macintosh and Ditsy Doo cuddling together as they watched Dinky frolic in the grass. Something wrong? Asked Scootaloo in a concerned tone. As Don watched as Shade stopped a short distance away from Macintosh and his family and raised a hoof in greeting. At this distance, there was no way to know what they were talking about, but he saw the nervous and angry looks on Macintosh and Ditsy's faces fade as Shade continued to speak. The frightened look on Dinky's face was fading into a more sympathetic one. Don found himself smiling and he relaxed again and lowered his head back down. No, he replied to Scootaloo's question, nothing's wrong, just watching some pony keep a promise. Are ya feeling better now? Asked Apple Bloom as she leaned up against Spike, the two of them both dripping wet after a dip in the lake. Spike now felt silly for fretting so much over his outfit, considering that Bloom had chosen to wear nothing and that he'd ended up stripping out of it so that the two of them could enjoy an afternoon of splashing and frolicking in the cool water. They weren't the only ones. While the season was still in transition between spring and summer, the afternoon heat was nothing to scoff at. The weather team had arranged for a nice breeze to blow through town and set up plenty of clouds for shade. But taking a dip in the clear waters of the park's lake was still a pretty popular idea. All around them were numerous other ponies, both individuals and couples, lounging on towels or playing in the water. Mares tossed their soaked manes and gave their companions sultry winks. Couples wrestled playfully, splashing or dunking one another, occasionally coming up for kisses as often as they came up for breath. Spike nodded in answer to Bloom's question and tightened his arms around her as she squirmed up against him to press more of herself against his body. Yeah, I'm back to sending letters again. The princess and Twilight both think that so long as I don't try helping to coordinate a guard operation again, I should be fine now. There was no trace of the gravelly hoarseness in his voice that had followed him in the days after Celestia had led the royal guard against the cult solar strongholds across Equestria. "Oh, I'm glad," said Bloom, tucking her head under his chin and nuzzling into his neck. Now that they had come out of the lake and were nicely damp, the cooling breeze was practically chilling as it teased her wet fur. Normally, she would have wrapped herself up in a towel, but she had something better than a towel right now. She had a dragon. Spike's scales were damp as well, but the cold bothered him much less than it did Bloom. In fact, the fire that burned inside him made his scales pleasantly warm to the touch, his embrace staving off the wind's chill and making Bloom feel pleasantly sleepy in the wake of their vigorous play earlier. "What about you?" asked Spike. "Are you feeling better now?" "A lot better," said Bloom, thinking back to how upset she had been in the weeks after her grandmother's death. "I think I've come to accept it now." She sighed. "I still have ma moments though. Ya come down the stairs fair breakfast and expect to see her there already up and making stuff, but she ain't. The house feels a little empty without her in it." Spike reached up with a clawed hand and used it to gently scratch behind Bloom's ear, eliciting an almost cat-like purr from the filly. "I guess losing some pony who was such a big part of your life takes some getting used to," he said. "Yeah," said Bloom, "but I'm lucky to have Ma Drake friend to help me through it." She kissed Spike on the lips, smiling against him as she felt his tail curling around her and pulling her closer to him. Sweetie Belle took a long pull on the straw, relishing in the chocolate and strawberry flavors of the milkshake as she swallowed. On the table across from her, Rumble sucked on a second straw, the two of them working together to finish the thick, creamy beverage resting in a tall glass on the table between them. All around them, other couples were doing much the same thing at their own tables. Sugar Cube Corner was bustling with customers coming in and going out. The tables were crowded with ponies, frequently in pairs, chatting and giggling with each other as they shared pastries or beverages. The two foals had been quite lucky to score a table of their own. Given the nature of the holiday, ponies generally lingered at their tables a good bit longer than usual, slowing down the cycle of customers in and out of the shop. Even setting out several umbrella-covered tables in front of the establishment had barely made a dent. A few times, scuffles had nearly broken out between frustrated customers who wanted tables of their own and couples who wanted to linger at their tables a little longer. Only the continuous efforts of Pinkie Pie and Mayweather managed to keep things under control, with Pinkie doing her absolute best to broker compromises between aggrieved parties before their bickering could ruin the spirit of the day, and Mayweather occasionally shouldering the burden of the customer's agitation as she urged those couples who had clearly finished eating and drinking to take their leave so that others could have a chance. Thus, despite the occasional raised voice, things inside the bakery were peaceful and happy. "By the way, have you heard from the academy yet?" asked Rumble, looking over the milkshake at Sweetie. Sweetie smiled and nodded. "I did. They got Vinyl and Ms. Octavia's recommendations and they want me to show up for an audition. According to Vinyl, it should be easy for me to get a full scholarship." "When's the audition?" asked Rumble, returning Sweetie's smile. "In a month," she said. "Rarity's already making plans for us to head down to Trottingham. She's trying to see if our parents can meet us there so we can make a vacation of it." "Do you think they'll make it?" asked Rumble. "I don't know," Sweetie admitted. "Last I heard, they were still somewhere up in the Horseshoe Bay area. It's hard to get a hold of them sometimes." "I'll bet," said Rumble, raising an eyebrow. Sweetie and Rarity's parents were rather notorious for what some ponies considered to be a rather cavalier attitude towards raising their children, namely by seeming to strive to be absent from their lives as much as possible. In recent years, Sweetie had spent more time staying at the boutique with Rarity than with the house she was technically supposed to be sharing with her parents. Given the recent disaster with Terra Hart, that had worked out in their favor, as it allowed Rarity and Sweetie to move into the house while they waited for repairs on the boutique to be finished. No pony seemed to be quite sure why Rarity and Sweetie's parents were abroad so often or for so long. Some ponies speculated that the pair were enjoying an endless series of vacations, one after another, whilst others speculated that their travels had something to do with their work. Theories ranging from them being criminals on the run to being secret agents of Celestia abounded. Most mares thought that pushing Sweetie onto Rarity when the older sister had her own business to look after was negligence of the worst sort. Those ideas had been whispered much more frequently when Sweetie's parents failed to show up for her quinceanera. For her part, Sweetie had never expressed any dissatisfaction with her and Rarity's situation. It helped that she idolized her older sister and loved spending time with her. Rarity had originally seemed frustrated with the arrangement, especially when Sweetie went from staying days to staying months at a time, long enough for Rarity to register her as a dependent on her tax forms. However, she seemed to have come to terms with Sweetie's continued presence and had basically become something more akin to Sweetie's mother than her sister. "I'm sure things'll work out," said Rumble. "Even if your parents can't make it, I know you and Rarity will have a good time." "Yeah," chirped Sweetie, not seeming the slightest bit troubled by the possibility of her parents being no-shows. "What about you?" she asked. "Have you thought about where you'll be going when you get out of school?" "Well, I was originally planning on going into the weather team," said Rumble, "But what?" asked Sweetie, leaning forward. Rumble scratched his head. "Stormfront and Arkenstone have been talking to me. They think that maybe I should look into working for the Ministry of Welfare. Storm's even been writing to Softhoof to help figure out a career path for me. You remember her, right?" "Uh-huh," said Sweetie, nodding. It would have been hard to forget the paradoxically named mare who'd come to evaluate Fluttershy's suitability as Dawn's mother. Stern, but fair, Softhoof had investigated Fluttershy and Dawn quite thoroughly. After the whole debacle at Diamond Mountain, Softhoof had ascended to the position of director of the Department of Full Protection Services after the previous director had resigned due to his part in the whole affair. "Is that what you want?" asked Sweetie. "I'm not sure," admitted Rumble with a shrug, "but Stormfront and Arkenstone seem to think it's worth looking into. Even if I don't want to go into full protection, working in the ministry might be a good idea." He frowned thoughtfully and looked down at the table. "I think it would be a great idea," said Sweetie, beaming. "You really like helping ponies, especially ponies that are having a hard time. Imagine all the good you can do for foals around Equestria if you did that." "That would be nice," said Rumble with a small smile. "You'd be okay with it?" "It's a job that would probably have me going all over the place." "Sure," said Sweetie. "If you can handle me going to school in Trottingham, then I think I can handle you helping ponies in different parts of Equestria." Rumble smiled to himself. I guess I'll look into it. He sighed, but we don't have to worry about that right now. Let's just have some fun. He noticed their milkshake was almost completely drained. Let's finish this and get out of here. Okay, said Sweetie. Missed me, shouted Rainbow Dash as she darted away from Soren's reaching hooves, mischievously letting the very tip of her tail brush playfully against the tip of his nose. You've gotta try harder than that, boya. That's growled Soren playfully as he pumped his wings, putting on a burst of speed as he tried to overtake Rainbow, his eyes glued to her toned haunches as she flew ahead, just barely out of his reach. Giving him a teasing glance over her shoulder, Rainbow went into a roll, then banked sharply to the right at such a tight angle that she almost completely reversed directions in the air, shooting right past Soren before he could even think about reaching out to catch her. Gritting his teeth, Soren pulled to the right, putting all his weight into the motion, turning as tightly as he could manage, swerving around to see Rainbow casually flying away from him with a smirk on her face, looking almost as though she was lounging on her back even as she sped away. Soren put on a fresh burst of speed in an effort to close the gap between them. It worked and Rainbow was soon in his reach. However, just as he was about to extend his forelegs and wrap them around her barrel, Rainbow changed directions again, zipping upwards out of his reach. And on it went. The two of them darted through the skies, twisting and rolling, turning and banking as Soren tried hard to catch his filly friend whilst she taunted him by hanging just barely outside of his reach. His mind went back to the last time he had done this with her. The last time had been much more serious. Back then, she had also been at the limit of her strength and endurance and had still forced him to use all of his strength and skill to keep up with her. Now that she was in prime form, especially after her heavy training with the Wonderbolts and Firefly, Rainbow was making it quite clear that she could fly circles around Soren on his best day. She was in complete control of this game, tantalizing him with feathery brushes of her wings and tail, but not allowing him to get a hold of her. I think I'm gonna need to step up my training regimen if I want to keep up with her, thought Soren soberly. He tried to think of what it would be like if all of the Wonderbolts were trained up to her level. Of course, once she finished her training under Firefly, Rainbow's flying would probably be on another plane entirely. Soren's eyes were glued to Rainbow as she pulled up to loop over him. With her namesake mane and tail dancing behind her and the sun shining through the gaps between her feathers, she had an almost angelic look. The look she gave him with those magnificent cerise eyes of her made Soren's heart thump in a way that had nothing to do with their current activities. He was almost completely consumed with the desire to take her in his arms, hold her tightly, and never let go. Their little game had begun simply enough. They'd spent a little while touring the town, seeing what kind of activities there were and what fun was to be had. Unfortunately, Rainbow's patience with sappy stuff had quickly wound down, despite her new appreciation for the holiday and what it stood for. So instead, she had looked for something she and Soren could do that they would both enjoy. Naturally, her mind had settled on one activity, flying. And so their one-sided game of tag had begun. It had only taken a minute to make it clear that Rainbow Dash was simply toying with Soren. But he found himself enjoying it anyway. He always relished the opportunity to see Rainbow in her element, doing what she did best. He only hoped that he could catch her at some point. Rainbow Dash pulled up into a steep climb, Soren charging up after her. The two of them surged upwards, leaving Ponyville far below, climbing up well past the altitude that Cloudsdale rested at, shooting higher and higher with each passing second. The air grew colder and thinner, noticeable in spite of their Pegasus physiology. Soren wondered just how high Rainbow planned to go. Maybe she's planning on breaking Estelle's record, he mused idly as he pumped his wings harder in an effort to keep up with her. His shoulders were burning, his wingtips and hooves were starting to feel numb. The bite of the cold was sharper than ever and he strained for each and every breath. Up above, he saw Rainbow shoot a glance back before she suddenly stopped, flaring her wings out wide as she slowly began to fall backwards. Soren strained to put on one last fresh burst of speed to close the last few meters between them, turning his flight so that he came up under her back, matching her posture. He wrapped his forelegs around her barrel, sliding them up to hug her chest and pull her up against him. Rainbow's wings folded as Soren wrapped his own around her, enshrouding her with his feathers as the two of them began to fall. Gotcha, he whispered into her ear. Rainbow didn't answer with words but instead twisted her head around so that she could plant her lips on his. Soren kissed her back with all of the vigor he possessed, teasing her lips with his tongue before she opened them to grant him entrance, their tongues dancing together as the two of them stayed locked in their kiss, the ground looming up below them. Soren's wings spread out and he turned their fall into a glide that carried them to a vacant cloud. The two of them skidded to a stop, throwing up puffs of white mist. Rainbow giggled as she squirmed a little in his grip, but Soren refused to let her go. That was awesome, she said breathlessly. It sure was, agreed Soren, wanna keep going? Rainbow grinned playfully at him. You bet, she said before kissing him again. Coco Pommel took her time ambling through town, watching the various couples mingling with each other with envious eyes. She sighed and felt a disappointed shiver go down her spine. She knew better than to think that she would see Perlin today. It wasn't as though he could just come waltzing into town to visit, particularly when so many ponies who had marked him as a threat were here. On top of that, even with the black cloak he wore to keep them from showing, there was always the risk that his mithril wings would draw plenty of attention on their own. Besides, it seemed as though Perlin had decided to give up on any idea of a relationship with her just when Coco was feeling that she might actually be willing to reciprocate his feelings. That night, at Elderflower's Manor, the last time she had seen him, it had felt so much like he was saying goodbye to her, like he didn't plan on seeing her again. Even if that was true, Coco desperately hoped that Perlin had taken what she had said to heart about what he needed to do, about how he needed to grow. She'd gotten the impression that he'd left her because there was something he needed to do that she wouldn't like, not because he simply wanted to go back to doing things the way he had always done them. Lost in thought, she barely noticed her meandering path taking her through the park and out into Whitetail Woods. Out here, there were fewer ponies, most of them being more interested in picnics out in the open or in the activities available in town. It was a bit of a shame. The woods were beautiful this time of year, the trees all decked out in their finest greenery, enshrouding the area with dappled light that seemed to dance with every stirring of the breeze. Out here, Coco was alone with her thoughts, as well as just plain alone. She'd never thought there would be a time where she'd miss having Perlin drop in on her from out of nowhere without a single warning. She let out a disappointed sigh and pondered heading back to the boutique for the evening. There were some projects she could work on to keep herself busy at least. I didn't think you'd be alone today, said a soft, familiar voice from behind her. Coco gasped, jumping in surprise before whirling around to see none other than Perlin Bluestreak standing behind her, an uncharacteristically nervous smile on his face as he observed her with his hawk-like eyes. Perlin, she exclaimed, you came. Perlin's smile quivered and threatened to widen. Well, I thought it wouldn't be wise, but I guess I just couldn't stay away. He seemed surprised, tensing slightly as Coco threw her arms around his shoulders and hugged him tightly. I was worried about you, she said, her voice barely a whisper, you never came back. Raising a foreleg of his own, Perlin returned the embrace somewhat awkwardly. There were things I needed to do. I needed to make sure that you wouldn't be bothered again. Pulling back, Coco gave him a confused look. What do you mean? Perlin averted his eyes and Coco was surprised to see something that looked like shame in his expression. I don't think you'd want to know. The bottom dropped out of Coco's stomach and she had a fairly good idea of what Perlin had done. Whatever it had been, it had probably involved killing, maybe even a lot of killing. Knowing that Perlin was a killer was frightening enough, but knowing that he might have killed ponies for her sake made Coco feel sick to her core. Part of her wanted to turn and run, to never look at Perlin again. She knew by now that, if she did, he wouldn't make any effort to stop or pursue her. He would probably back off entirely and never try to contact her again, especially now that he no longer worked for Baron Elderflower. The part of her that she hoped was the better part took that other part and quashed it mercilessly. For all that he'd done, for all that he might do, she felt in her heart of hearts that she couldn't simply run away from Perlin Bluestreak. Not anymore. Maybe I don't want to know, she said in agreement after a long silence. I don't know if I can ever like how you did it, but I'm still glad that you were looking to protect me. She reached up with a hoof and gently brushed it against his cheek. I thought I might not ever see you again. There was a time where you'd probably have been overjoyed at that thought, said Perlin, glancing off to the side. There was, said Coco, but not anymore. She leaned in and gently pressed her lips against his, holding it there for a few seconds before pulling away. I know that you can be a better pony. I want to help you be that pony, if you'll let me. Perlin's cheeks were flushed from the kiss as he looked at Coco. I suppose I could. Good, said Coco, part of being a better pony is not running away from the things you've done or the things you need to do. Perlin nodded. So now what? Her heart quickening, Coco gave Perlin her brightest smile. We enjoy what's left of the day, she said. I want to show you something. What do you think? Asked Rarity, looking pointedly at the pasta with mushroom cream sauce that Flaxseed had ordered. It's delicious, said Flaxseed as he used his fork, held delicately in the grip of his magic, to gather up another mouthful of noodles and bite down on it. He chewed for a few seconds, relishing in the flavors as they spread throughout his mouth, the fragrance of the mushrooms and the spices they'd been cooked with seeping up into his nose. When he swallowed, Flaxseed let out a contented sigh before taking up his wine glass and taking a sip. What about you? Is that any good? He nodded towards the slice of quiche that Rarity had on her own plate. As marvelous as could be expected from an establishment like this, said Rarity, dabbing at her lips delicately with a napkin. While she'd been worried at first, it was clear that Flaxseed was enjoying himself. When they had set out, she'd noticed that he'd hardly glanced around him, his worries seemingly forgotten for the evening. Instead, she'd caught him glancing repeatedly at her, averting his eyes and blushing like a shy young colt whenever their gazes met. She prayed to herself that they wouldn't be interrupted by any loud, sudden noises, even as she relished the looks that Flaxseed was sending her way. As they ate, they enjoyed pleasant conversation, mostly about the different orders Rarity had received recently. Ponies' ideas for how to dress for their hearts and hooves day dates ranged from the elegant to the downright absurd. As always, the ponies with the most absurd ideas were the ones who tended to reject the suggestion of any modification the most strongly. Despite the fact that Rarity was the master artisan who had earned the royal warrant for herself, it seemed that a great many ponies still believed that they knew better than her how to do her job. As the evening wore on, Rarity noticed that she tended to be the one doing most of the talking, while Flaxseed listened attentively and chimed in on a few occasions. She realized it was probably due to the fact that he didn't get out all that much. Even if he was feeling better about living in Ponyville, he still had yet to find activities that he wanted to do on his own or friends, aside from her, Sweetie, and a few others that he might want to do them with. He could probably tell her about all the numbers he'd been crunching recently or the financial affairs that he'd sorted out on the behalf of Mayor Mare. But that would have made for tedious conversation at best. However, she also noticed that Flaxseed was wearing a pensive frown as the conversation wound down. Is something the matter? She asked. Flaxseed looked up at her, startled by her question. For a moment, he seemed to be seriously considering just dismissing her concern and deflecting the conversation in another direction. However, seeing the look in her eyes instead made Flaxseed sigh and look away. I just. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Asked Rarity. I understand if you feel a bit too vulnerable here. That's not it. Well, it is, sort of. Flaxseed lowered his head so that his muzzle was nearly resting on his plate, hovering just inches over the recently emptied piece of porcelain. I'm pathetic. Pathetic? Asked Rarity, aghast by the mere suggestion of the idea. I'm a mess, said Flaxseed, still staring morosely at the remains of his meal. After everything you've done for me, after all of that, I'm still afraid to even leave the boutique. I'm such a panicky mess that those thugs actually used it to their advantage. They got away with full napping because I can't handle myself. Flaxseed, that's not. Rarity was cut off sharply as Flaxseed looked back up, his eyes meeting her. Rarity saw them flicker red and cat-like for the briefest of seconds, but then they were back to their normal shape. I'm such a paranoid fool that I can't even go out with you unless you find us a table in the corner, like I'm some kind of picky child. He closed his eyes and shook his head vigorously. I think I understand what you're trying to do, but you shouldn't. I'm just the broken shell of a pony whose pieces you've put back together. I fixated on you because you're one of the few ponies who's truly cared about me or tried to help me in a long time, even though you know what I am. But we shouldn't. It's just, you can do better than me. You should do better than me. That's enough. The plates rattled as Rarity pounded both of her hooves onto the table, the sudden outburst and the noise accompanying it causing Flaxseed to let out a startled yelp and jump backwards, his eyes flaring red again and staying that way this time as he gaped at her. Rarity's first instinct was to immediately backtrack, calm down and go to his side, soothe his worries and get him relaxed again, lest she trigger another of his violent panic attacks. However, that was exactly the problem. She had tread so lightly with Flaxseed that she'd forgotten that sometimes, even a pony like him needed some pony to be firm, even stern with him. Some of what he had said was true. Rarity had put a great deal of thought and effort into helping Flaxseed recover from his traumas, coming to care for him as a result of that. He saw her affection as merely an extension of sympathy and pity for him. To be honest, it had certainly started that way. However, it had begun to change into something more earnest when Rarity had looked past Flaxseed's issues to the stallion he could be if he wanted. Despite all the obstacles poised between them, Rarity had fallen for that stallion. Perhaps it wouldn't work out between them, maybe they would figure out that they were better off seeing other ponies. Relationships sometimes went that way, but Rarity was determined that they would end such a relationship on their terms, not because Flaxseed was unable to overcome his fears and neuroses. She refused to give up on him that easily. She flinched, feeling the pressure of eyes on her from all directions. Looking around, Rarity realized that her outburst had attracted the attention of all the other ponies in the establishment. Now every customer and waiter was staring at her and Flaxseed with looks of worry and confusion. Rarity blushed as she realized she was making a spectacle of herself and Flaxseed. Lighting her horn, she conjured a shimmering, azure field that settled into a dome over her, the table, and Flaxseed, enclosing the entire space. The ambient noise from outside was cut off and anything she or Flaxseed said inside its boundaries would not be heard without. With a sigh, she turned back to Flaxseed, who was still watching her, his body tense, his crimson gaze was possibly inches away from flinging the plate on the table in front of him at her head. Rather than apologize or settle down, Rarity instead narrowed her eyes. I don't recall saying anything about needing or wanting better. Better is not the issue here. You're upset because you see yourself as weak and unable to move beyond your own pain, but I know that you're better than that. You're afraid to step out on your own. You feel you can't overcome that fear, but you're wrong. It's not that you can't, but that you won't. Flaxseed opened his mouth to protest, but Rarity quickly cut him off before he could utter a single syllable. And don't tell me that I'm overestimating you. I know you're a stronger pony than this, Flaxseed. I know this because, if you weren't, we would have never met at all. You survived all those attempts on your life, cultists hounding you ceaselessly. And, on top of all that, you found the courage to come here, when, by all rights, you had no reason to expect anything more than another elaborate trap. Now her expression softened and she gave him a warm smile as she navigated around the table and took Flaxseed in her arms, maneuvering him so that his face was pressed into her shoulder. You're a stronger stallion than you realize. I know because I've seen it and that's the pony I fell for. That's the Flaxseed I want to go out on dates with, the stallion I want holding me at night. I want to hear the fun things you did with your friends, the life you have outside of me and my boutique. I want you to have those things and I know that you can. You just need the same courage that kept you alive until now. Pulling away from him slightly, Rarity used one forehoof to tip Flaxseed's chin upwards. His eyes were back to normal again. You've survived, Flaxseed, but it's time to stop worrying about survival. You need to live. With that, she leaned in and planted a kiss on his lips. It was a light, chaste touch, but Rarity and Flaxseed both felt as though a spark, like a burst of static electricity, had jumped between them. Rarity's nerves hummed with pleasure as she leaned in and kissed him again, holding it a little longer this time. She felt Flaxseed's own forelegs come up to reciprocate the embrace and pull her tighter against himself as he began to return the kiss. Finally, they pulled away again. Do you feel better? Asked Rarity. I think I do, said Flaxseed, blinking before averting his eyes again. What you suggested. I'll try. That's all I ask, dear, said Rarity, gently brushing his mane out of his eyes. No pony said that this would be fast or easy. But it is very necessary. And, like I said, it's what you need. Thank you, said Flaxseed. You're welcome, darling, said Rarity, letting him go and returning to her seat. Lowering the sound-dampening spell, she turned and beamed at their waiter, who had been standing outside the dome, at a loss to figure out what was going on inside. Check please. Arky, said Twilight, a hint of warning in her tone as she narrowed her eyes at the stallion across the table from her. You're doing it again. Arkenstone flinched at Twilight's deadpan tone, his ears going flat against his head. I'm sorry, he said contritely. Letting out a sigh, Twilight forced herself to calm down. It was perfectly understandable that her cold friend was still jumpy and wary after what had happened. Many times during the day, she caught herself looking over her shoulder, envisioning Swift Stride creeping up behind her, his blade out, aiming right for her neck or some other vulnerable portion of her body. After the issue with the Noble Court had been taken care of, Twilight had dared to hope that she might not have to live with as much stress as she had before when both the Noble Court and the Cult Solar had been active. All she should have had to worry about was Morning Star or White Shade, as he now called himself, planning an experiment that could threaten Equestria and the rest of the world with total annihilation. While the princesses in Canterlot searched for any sign of White Morning's presence, Twilight only had to worry about researching the dark matter he had created and how it could be used to achieve his aims and how those aims had been thwarted. Business as usual, in other words. But, of course, the stallion acknowledged as the most powerful of the Celestial Knights just had to come in and decide that her work had actually made her a threat rather than a boon to Celestia's efforts and try to kill her as a result. That Swift was so skilled that he'd incapacitated Arkenstone without much noticeable effort only added to the issue. Having a pony like that aiming for her life was worse than the Noble Court and the Cult Solar put together. But still, Twilight would be damned if she was going to allow Swift Stride to ruin her romantic evening with Arkenstone. Firefly was in Ponyville as well, keeping a sharp eye out for the black-clad stallion. If he did make any effort to intrude, she would hopefully catch him first. Even if Swift did make it past Firefly's vigilant gaze, there was no way he would make it past Arkenstone without raising enough of a ruckus that Firefly wouldn't notice and be on her way to help within seconds. For the time being, she wanted both her and Arkenstone's thoughts and their time together. We can't keep our guard up all the time, said Twilight sadly, let's just relax and enjoy ourselves for now. Swift Stride will come or he won't. That's all there is to it. I suppose you're right, said Arkenstone with a resigned sigh, turning his attention back to the food. Rather than go out for dinner, Twilight and Arkenstone had opted to stay in and eat a meal that the two of them had prepared together. Twilight might not have been a whiz in the kitchen, but she at least considered herself somewhat competent as a cook. After all, recipes, with their organized lists of ingredients and carefully described steps, appealed to her orderly sensibilities. Arkenstone had handled most of the cooking anyways. His sensitive nose made him, among other things, an amazing pony in the kitchen, as the vegetable and apple curry currently tantalizing her nostrils attested. Instead, the two of them ate in a comfortable silence. There wasn't much to talk about really. Construction was nearly completed on the new tea house and all of Twilight's attention had been on studying Morningstar's archives. Neither of them was in much of a mood to talk shop. That was just fine by them. Once the meal was finished, Twilight cast a special spell she'd been working on. The dishes levitated themselves into the kitchen, where various scrub brushes began to clean them as they stacked off to the side of the sink. The spell was programmed to run its course without any need for further direction from Twilight. Of course, she still had a few contingencies for canceling it if she had to. A similar spell she'd tried with mops in the royal palace in her younger years had taught her to never develop a self-managing spell without a means of turning it off. She'd rather do the dishes herself than end up with a flooded kitchen after all. As the spell ran its course, Twilight and Arkenstone settled in front of the fire. Twilight rested up against her stallion's side, enjoying the feeling of the shiver that ran through his body as he felt the differing textures of her dress brush up against her fur. Twilight silently reminded herself to thank Rarity for repairing the dress after it had been torn off during her abduction. You know, she said softly, resting her head on Arkenstone's forelegs, when this is all over, we should think of going somewhere. Going somewhere? Asked Arkenstone, resting his head over hers. You know, like a vacation, said Twilight, raising an eyebrow. Oh. Giggling, Twilight leaned her head in to nuzzle against his chest and rub up under his chin. Yeah, we should go somewhere nice, just you, me, and Spike. I figured you'd want to bring the other girls with you, observed Arkenstone. Normally, yes, agreed Twilight, but once in a while, I think it'd be nice if we could just get away from every pony, have a nice romantic trip together. That would be nice, said Arkenstone, but do you really want to bring Spike along? That would make it more of a family trip, don't you think? I suppose so, said Twilight, it's just, Spike gets left behind so often when the girls and I go places. I thought I'd like to bring him along on a nice trip for once, not just because we need him to send letters or something. Actually, perhaps it might be better to arrange him to go on a trip of his own, possibly with his filly friend and their other friends, suggested Arkenstone. Maybe, said Twilight, we'd have to make sure they're chaperoned, of course. They're all still minors after all, but I think Spike would like that a lot. As for where, I think I might have an idea, said Arkenstone with a slight smile. What sort of idea? Asked Twilight. It's something that Rarity's been talking to me about, he explained. It might even be a good idea to go sooner, rather than later. I know that Morningstar is still a threat and we have no idea how far along his plans are, but it could take months or even years before he's ready to put the final phase of his plan into motion. I don't think any of us wants to wait that long. We can always hope that Celestia manages to track him down before that. But until then, all we can really do is just continue to prepare. But at the same time, we do need to take the opportunity to rest and recover ourselves. After everything we've been through, I think that taking some well-deserved time off will help all of us recover our strength and focus so that we're ready when the time finally comes to confront Morningstar. Maybe you're right, said Twilight, but where is this place that you're thinking of taking all of us? I think you'll like it, said Arkenstone. It's a quaint little seaside town called Gallipoli. Author's notes. Still way too many characters to keep track of. Next chapter, Party Crasher Inbound. What power is for? Chapter 25, What power is for? So how is it going? Asked Soren as he wrapped his arms and wings around Rainbow Dash, hugging her back against his chest, the two of them lounging on a cloud, watching as the moon slowly climbed its way up past the horizon and the stars winked into existence, one by one. As always, Princess Luna did a spectacular job of painting the night sky with brushstrokes of glittering light which hung around the moon like a shimmering haze. On this most romantic night of the year, it appeared that she'd pulled out all of the stops. How's what going? Asked Rainbow, tucking her head under Soren's chin. Her mane was a ruffled, tangled mess after several hours spent snuggling, kissing, and wrestling playfully. Their hooves had wandered quite adventurously during the course of their session. Granted, sex was still off the table until Rainbow's training was complete. But that didn't mean that she and Soren couldn't find other ways to enjoy their time together. Your training, said Soren, since you're not in Cloudsdale right now, I can't check up on you like I used to. But Spitfire's still assigned me to be your morale officer, so I still want to know how things are going. Hey, it's going okay, said Rainbow. A lot of what Firefly says about what I need to do doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's like when you take a test and there's a question you know the answer to, but you just can't think about it. It's sitting there on the tip of your tongue, but you just can't spit it out. She keeps telling me to look for my wings of the heart and I don't really get what she means by that. But I feel like there's something there, inside of me, something that's the answer to what she's talking about. I just can't. She let out a frustrated groan, squirming against Soren and trying to find a more comfortable position. You'll get it, said Soren, nuzzling the top of her head. What advice does Firefly give you? She keeps saying that I need to focus on the feeling of flying, said Rainbow. She said that my love of flying is the key to finding the wings of the heart for me. That makes a lot of sense, said Soren. It does. Well, yeah, said Soren. Pegasi, especially those oldsters and conservatives, like the ponies who supported the tribalist uprising, like to talk about how important flying is to the Pegasi, how it's what makes us better than the other tribes. Flying is special to Pegasi, it's critical to what we are and what we do. But for a lot of us, flying is just a means to an end. We fly because we need to do something with that ability to fly, whether it's working the weather or simply getting from point A to point B. It isn't about flying itself so much as it is what we do with our flight. But you're different. I am, asked Rainbow, craning her head up to look at Soren in surprise. Yup, said Soren cheerfully. My dad always used to say that a mare is at her most beautiful when she's doing what she loves, that she lights up like the sun. I just used to think it was sappy, married pony nonsense until I saw you flying and I realized that he was right. Soren paused to plant a quick kiss on Rainbow's lips. When you're out there flying, you practically shine and you become the most beautiful pony I've ever seen. You sap, said Rainbow with a giggle. Nonetheless, she gave him a kiss in return. Then she paused. Wait a second, you say that I become the most beautiful pony you've ever seen when I fly. Does that mean that, when I'm not flying, I'm not the most beautiful pony you've ever seen? Soren's eyes darted right and left as his forehead broke out into a cold sweat. Rainbow's eyes narrowed as she continued to look up at his face. What do you mean by, pal? Are you really having such a hard time answering that? Soren grinned sheepishly at her. Well. So Aaron. Cripes, thought Soren, how do I get myself into these kinds of situations? Unlocking the door, Coco Pommel pushed it open and ushered Perlin into the house. The young stallion's eyes roved over the place as he took in its details. So you're living here now? For now, said Coco, as she led him into the living room. It actually belongs to Rarity's parents. She gave him a brief primer about her circumstances. When they reached the living room, she directed Perlin towards one of the couches there. Wait here, she said, giving him a playful smile, I'll be right back. As Coco trotted out of the living room, Perlin settled onto the couch to wait, shuffling his wings awkwardly beneath his cloak. Looking around, he noted the decor of the room and then realized that it would say nothing about Coco because she was only a temporary tenant of this place. There was little for him to do to keep himself occupied, so for the time being, he settled for resting his chin on the couch's arm and waiting for Coco to come back. His ears picked up the sound of her moving upstairs in what Perlin presumed to be her room, clearly up to something. Straining his ears, he couldn't figure out what she was doing from the muffled sound she was making. After several minutes, he heard the sound of her hooves on the stairs and turned towards the door, watching eagerly for her reappearance. Just hold on a second, said Coco, peeking around the side of the doorway and giving Perlin a tiny, fluttery grin. I haven't really done this for some pony before. Coco was much more used to other ponies wearing her dresses than she was to wearing one herself. From his position, Perlin could see that she'd brushed her mane and adjusted the flower hairpin that she normally set in it. After a few more seconds worth of hesitation, Coco slowly stepped into the room. As she did, Perlin found himself gaping. Coco's dress was a lighter shade of cyan than her mane or tail. Eschewing any fancy embellishments or extras, it seemed to consist of a single sheet of silky cloth draped over her form, folded artfully over her withers so that the edges of the hem hung well clear of her forelegs, its front forming two thick, ribbon-like strips running under her forelegs that crossed over her chest and under her neck before sweeping up to merge seamlessly with the part resting on her shoulders. The dress's smooth skirt seemed to simply flow like liquid over her back and down over her haunches, its train resting on the floor right behind her hooves. As Coco continued to walk, the fabric seemed to ripple with her every movement, the skirt making a faint shushing noise as it brushed over the floor in her wake. "Wah, what do you think?" asked Coco, blushing and looking down and off to the side, almost afraid to meet Perlin's eyes. Silence met her question and Coco dared to look up at the cloaked stallion on the couch. Her blush intensified when she realized that Perlin was still staring at her, his mouth hanging wide open, apparently unable to speak. A giggle rose in her throat. "I'm glad. This is really awkward to me too." Well, she pressed, leaning forward slightly. It took Perlin a few seconds longer to get over his gobsmacked state. Finally, he blinked, as though breaking out of some kind of charm. His jaw worked furiously as he sought to find the words to describe what he was seeing. However, only one ever actually found its way to his mouth. Wow. The hushed, breathless tone of his voice sent a happy shiver down Coco's spine, so very different from the kind of shivers Perlin used to give her. I'm glad you like it, she said. Why, you can touch it, if you want to. Perlin tensed up and, though he didn't actually move off the couch, Coco could see that he was shifting his weight away from her. Are you sure? Coco made an affirmative-sounding squeak and nodded. Slowly, Perlin got off the couch and stepped towards her, his movements just as nervous and hesitant as hers had been. He raised a forehoof that Coco was surprised to see was shaking like a leaf. It puzzled her a little. She'd already hugged him earlier and had made it clear that she was all right with him touching her now. Yet, he still seemed unwilling, as though he was afraid he might hurt her. Taking one last step, Coco moved forward so that Perlin's hoof came into contact with her dress just where it ran over her shoulder. She heard his sudden intake of breath as his hoof came into contact with the fabric, which felt smooth, almost like liquid, beneath his frog. Coco began to press forward a little more, leading Perlin's hoof up over her shoulder and onto her back as she moved forward and pressed her chest up against his, resting her neck against his. What is this? Asked Perlin, moving his hoof up and down Coco's back, the feeling sending little shivers of excitement down her spine. It's something Rarity came up with, said Coco. I wanted to give the dress its own feel, thought and smell. Prompted by Coco's words, Perlin leaned forward a little and sniffed, picking up the faint scent of hydrangea rising from Coco's dress. It's amazing, he said. You did this for me. Well, I had the design in mind for a while, said Coco, pulling back so that she could look at his face. I just thought that today was a good occasion to make it. I was worried that I might not get to wear it for you. It's beautiful, said Perlin, and so are you. Thank you, stammered Coco, going beet red, then giggling. You're getting better at this. I'm sorry, by the way, said Perlin, looking down, for the way I used to treat you. I knew that I was making you uncomfortable by being there all the time. I just didn't want to stay away. It was selfish of me. It was, said Coco with a nod, but you know better now. I can tell that you're actually a good pony. Moving with deliberate slowness, Coco gently cupped Perlin's cheeks and lifted his face back up. Leaning in, she lightly kissed him on the lips, letting her own linger a second before pulling back again. You were there for me when I needed a friend, some pony I could trust. You protected me, even though you always used to put your amusement first. Before that, you just didn't really know how to show how you felt. I think you know better now. Maybe I do, said Perlin, now smiling himself. I have something to show you as well. Blinking in surprise, Coco drew back. What is it? She asked, genuinely curious. Perlin reached up and undid the clasp that held his black cloak in place. Shrugging his shoulders, he slid the garment off of his back, letting it fall to the floor. As he did, Coco gasped in surprise, her eyes going wide with shock. The wings of silvery, razor-edged mithril were gone. In retrospect, Coco realized she should have noticed that something was different about Perlin earlier. When he'd landed behind her, there had been no telltale rattle of metal. The faint granting noises that Perlin's wings made as they shifted beneath his cloak had been absent as well. He'd also been a bit more careless than usual, not making an special effort to keep his wings clear of her hooves or body whenever she was near him. Now she saw why. Perlin's wings were now a dark grayish blue. They looked surprisingly good in contrast to his cream-colored coat, almost matching his mane in color. Instead of the intricately shaped metal Coco had grown accustomed to seeing, Perlin's new feathers looked completely natural and organic. Wah, what did you do? Did you get your old wings back? No, said Perlin, unfolding his wings and slowly working them. They are made of new materials. According to the one who made them, they should be even stronger than my old wings. Another shiver, this one not so pleasant, made its way down Coco's spine as she stared at Perlin's new wings. Oh. I'm still learning how to use them properly, explained Perlin, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort. They work differently from my old ones. But there's one thing I really wanted. What was that? Asked Coco, shaking a little harder now as she watched Perlin carefully. Unfolding one of his wings, Perlin extended it in her direction. Coco shrank back from it for a moment before realizing what he wanted. Reaching out, she gently brushed her hoof against his feathers and let out a tiny gasp. She'd expected something hard and rigid, a new set of blades for Perlin to carve up ponies with. Instead, she found something soft and smooth, his feathers almost as silky as her dress in texture. Moving her hoof, she realized she could trace the edges of his feathers without getting cut. Coco had never actually felt a Pegasus wings before, but she imagined that a normal Pegasus wings might feel something like this. With this, I don't have to worry about accidentally cutting you, said Perlin. We don't have to be so cautious anymore. To prove his point, Perlin reached out and pulled Coco into a tight hug before extending both his wings and wrapping them around her, holding her close as he slowly brushed the feathers of his wings up and down her body. Through the fabric of her dress, Coco could still feel the light brush of his feathers against her back. For a moment, she was flummoxed by his forwardness when he had been so shy and awkward only a few minutes earlier. But now he was excited and very forward, rubbing his cheek against hers as his wings stroked her back, pressing a little bit harder with each movement, but never enough to hurt her. It felt quite nice, actually. Coco had never been hugged like this. There was a sense of intimacy in Perlin holding her with both his arms and his wings, something that made her feel incredibly close to him. She wanted to hug him back, exchange more kisses with him, maybe something more. However, Coco's rational mind quickly cooled her head before the blood got to running too hot in her veins. If they let their passions get out of control, there was a possibility that they would do something they weren't ready for, something they might regret later. Perlin, whispered Coco. Perlin, wait. The young stallion didn't seem to hear her, instead transferring his affections to her neck. Perlin, please, pleaded Coco, growing more and more nervous with each passing second. Please, stop. Stop. Her shout caused Perlin to snap out of it. Coco felt his body freeze before he abruptly pushed away, the force of the motion actually knocking her backwards with a frightened squeak. Righting herself, Coco looked up to see Perlin backing away from her until he bumped up against the far wall, staring at her with wide, terrified eyes. I'm sorry, he said, so quietly that she could barely hear his voice from where she was lying. I'm sorry. Perlin closed his eyes tight and averted his face, clearly expecting dismissal or rejection from her. Coco was sincerely tempted to ask him to leave. She knew he would go if she asked him to. It was the only thing that kept her from bolting herself. Her mind was swimming as she tried to figure out what had just happened, what had nearly happened. Realizing she was hyperventilating, Coco forced herself to take deep, slow breaths to calm down. She had to figure out what had just happened and how to deal with it. The first thing that came to mind was that Perlin had almost forced her. He had gotten so excited in the heat of the moment that he'd barely heard her plea to stop. It was dangerous if he couldn't control himself. But he did stop, Coco reminded herself. Besides, I think this is my fault. For all that he had done and could do, Perlin was still very young in both mind and heart. She realized she should have known better than to take things so far. Perlin didn't understand romance and relationships fully. He might have cared for her, but he didn't yet realize that there were lines that neither of them were ready to cross. She was so lost in thought that Coco almost missed Perlin's next words. I should go, he whispered. I'm sorry. No, said Coco as the young stallion started for the door. Wait. Perlin stopped and looked at her in confusion. I'm sorry, said Coco, getting back on her hooves. This was my fault. But began Perlin, but cut off as she shook her head at him. We aren't ready for this, said Coco, giving him a sad smile. I let things get too carried away. I'm sorry. Aren't ready. Perlin blinked, his expression childlike in its incomprehension. It's theirs. Coco tried to find the words to explain the situation, but couldn't. Everything she tried to come up with to explain the situation sounded forced and awkward. We got carried away, she said finally. I think we need to talk about this more. Perlin canted his head, clearly waiting to hear what she had to say. Perlin, she said, deciding to go back to the reason why this situation had suddenly become so uncomfortable for her. Are your wings, are they still weapons? Perlin nodded. Why? Asked Coco, eyeing the appendages nervously. It's what I do, said Perlin, it's all I've known. He glanced back and Coco saw what he was looking at. Not his wings, but the mark on his flank, a blade being sharpened on a whetstone. Coco remembered hearing Perlin's story about how he had been raised. She'd forgotten that his willingness to fight and his desire to hone his skills an intrinsic part of his being. They were the things that drove him and gave him fulfillment. It was the main reason he had embraced what was essentially a mutilation of his original wings in order to give him feathers of metal that could cleave through steel. His childlike innocence had been the reason he had been so cavalier about killing and the true issue that she had to address. But what will you use them for? Asked Coco, eyeing his wings curiously. They had been soft and unthreatening when she had touched them. She wondered how exactly they worked if they were truly stronger than his previous set, as he claimed. Right now, I'm using them in service of my employer, replied Perlin, but he hasn't had me actually employ them to any particular purpose. I think he's still waiting for me to get used to them. So you're still a mercenary then? Asked Coco. I am, replied Perlin. I'm not sure how I feel about that, said Coco in all honesty. She supposed part of it was the cultural bias that had been instilled in her as an equestrian towards ponies who turned skill and violence for profit. Then again, Perlin, however unwittingly, along with Greenblight and Inkwell, had made the last few months of her life Tartarus. The idea that Perlin was still selling his lethal skills possibly to some pony who might tell Perlin to use them against her gave her the chills. Answer this for me, said Coco. If the pony who hired you, if he told you to kill me, would you? Perlin opened his mouth and stopped. Coco wondered whether yes or no had been his more immediate answer and also wondered whether it was good or bad that he had to think about it. Finally, Perlin closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. I'd have to say no. I can't bear the thought of hurting you or threatening you anymore. But if it were some pony else, you'd be just fine with it. Asked Coco. I'm not sure, said Perlin, I have my obligations. I never used to worry about taking them seriously because I liked fighting and it didn't matter to me whether my opponents died or not. If my employer said I was to kill them, then that was that. Things used to be much simpler for me. Despite herself, Coco found the strength of will to smile. Growing up does that, she said, it means realizing that the world isn't such a simple place and that having fun isn't the only thing that should matter to you. I need to think about this, said Perlin, I should go. He headed towards the door and stopped partway, looking over his shoulder at her. I'm sorry I made such a mess of things. It's all right, said Coco, giving him her warmest smile. Perlin took his leave. Only when she heard the door click shut did Coco allow herself to slump down to the floor and let out a shuddering sigh. It was nearly 10 minutes later that she realized that Perlin had left his cloak resting on the floor. Good night, said Dawn as he wrapped his wings around Scootaloo, holding her close so that they could press their foreheads together. Good night, Dawn, said Scootaloo. The two of them exchanged a quick kiss before the filly retreated to her house. Pleased with a day well spent, Dawn turned and started walking in the direction of his own home. He could take to the air and easily be there in a matter of minutes, but he thought his mother and father might enjoy whatever they were doing a little longer. He liked the idea of giving them some extra privacy. You two look happy together. It took Dawn a minute to register the voice and realize he recognized it. Hooves thudded into the grass behind him. Whirling around, Dawn spun to face Perlin Bluestreak, who watched him with a peculiar expression. It took Dawn a second to register the lack of killing intent Perlin possessed. He was reminded of their little conversation shortly after Heart's warming. It was the last time Dawn had seen Perlin, though Twilight had apparently seen him during her time at Elderflower's mansion. Perlin's comment also gave Dawn reason to pause. Why would Perlin care about his relationship with Scootaloo? He'd never taken an interest in that before. Then he noticed something else off about Perlin, particularly since the young stallion was no longer wearing his cloak. You've changed your wings, observed Dawn, canting his head slightly. His wind sense told him even more than his eyes did. Perlin's wings no longer felt like rigid metal to the wind. Instead, they felt more like natural feathers, soft and flexing in the evening's breeze. However, there was something about them, something that changed the way the air flowed through them, that struck a familiar chord within Dawn, an alien feeling, but one that reminded him of something he'd encountered before. Trying to remember where he'd felt this same sense of offness previously, Dawn was suddenly transported back to that day in the skies above the Everfree Forest, as he, the Wonderbolts, and other allies faced down the strangest opponent he'd ever encountered. Dark matter, wondered Dawn, trying to get a better feel for Perlin's wings through the wind. As a matter of fact, yes, replied Perlin, giving Dawn an amused smile, I'm impressed you noticed. Then I assume your current employer is one Morningstar, said Dawn, his voice a low growl. From everything that he'd learned, Morningstar was a pony he hoped to someday give a piece of his mind to. Yes, said Perlin with a shrug, though he prefers being called Whiteshade right now. I see, said Dawn, so you're working for him then. That is the case, admitted Perlin, though currently, he doesn't seem to have any actual work for me to do at the moment. And what are you doing here? Asked Dawn, raising an eyebrow. He could have pressed Perlin for information regarding his employer, but Perlin was unlikely to betray such information. On top of that, if Dawn forced the issue, it would probably lead to a fight right in the middle of Ponyville, which would have disastrous consequences for the town, which was still recovering from the last major battle that had taken place here. And, while Dawn figured that he and Perlin could leave the town limits and find a more secluded area to finish their fight, something Perlin had been willing to do in the past, he was uncertain of his ability to actually win. Perlin's new wings constituted a massive unknown, dark matter being capable of feats beyond even Dawn's imagination. There was no telling what abilities Perlin's new wings had. I came because I had a question for you, replied Perlin. And what question is that? Asked Dawn. Perlin sighed and looked over his wings. Why is it that you can hone your skills but no pony seems so frightened of you? He glanced at the house Scootaloo had just entered. Especially her. Dawn blinked for a moment and looked over at the house, more than a little confused by Perlin's question. As for Scootaloo, at least part of it comes from the fact that I am teaching those skills to her. It's hard for you to learn something if you regard it as a source of fear. He returned his gaze to Perlin. What brought this on? Perlin looked as though he was trying to figure out what to say. Dawn figured he probably wanted to keep his situation ambiguous in order to keep Dawn from learning something. You have some pony, don't you? Inquired Dawn. He decided to hold off telling Perlin that he had an idea of who that some pony was. He figured Perlin might be more comfortable if she were kept anonymous for purposes of this conversation. Well, have is probably not the word I would use, said Perlin. I'm not certain I can say that I have her in the sense that you have that filly. So it's a her, observed Dawn, raising an eyebrow. I honestly wasn't certain that you took an interest in things like that. That may be the problem, said Perlin. Before I met her, I never did. I'd never met any pony I'd taken a genuine interest in as anything other than an opponent. I see, said Dawn, so then, given your question, I am guessing that your skills, or perhaps the weapons you choose to use them with, have caused her to fear you. Perlin nodded slowly. Tilting his head, Dawn examined Perlin's wings again. Those wings certainly feel different than your last pair. I am guessing that, while they are probably formidable weapons, they feel like regular Pegasus wings most of the time. Again, Perlin nodded. And that was the reason you chose to have those wings replace the pair you previously had, mused Dawn. Yet again, Perlin nodded. Can you explain the problem to me more thoroughly? Asked Dawn, leaning in, interested by this change in his enemy, if Perlin could even be called that anymore. Even though I made this change, she's still upset because my wings are still weapons, said Perlin with a sigh, but this is what I like. I like using them, using the skills I've acquired, meeting strong opponents, fighting them. I don't think that's what really upsets her, said Dawn, though without speaking to her directly, I can't confirm that. She knows about your line of work, doesn't she? At Perlin's nod, he said, that may be the issue then. You asked me how I could hone my skills and yet not have any pony be frightened of me. However, that is a mistaken assumption. What do you mean? I have frightened ponies, said Dawn, glancing back forlornly at Scootaloo's home. I've frightened ponies terribly. I've terrified the ponies closest to me with the power that I possess and the fear of how I might use that power. Scootaloo was frightened of me, once. But what about now? What changed? Asked Perlin breathlessly. I changed, said Dawn with a smile. It isn't honing your skills or changing your weapons that causes fear, it is what you use those weapons for. Right now, those skills, those wings, even the work that you do as a mercenary, it all exists only for yourself. Even the pony who has purchased your skills comes second to your own amusement. I've noticed that about you. Perlin grimaced. Are you saying that I should give up being a mercenary? He asked. Perhaps not, said Dawn with a shrug. As it happens, I know two very formidable mercenaries. They are ponies who command respect rather than fear. They too have honed their skills, but it hasn't brought fear from those close to them. Oh, them, said Perlin, realizing just who Dawn was talking about. I think, rather than worrying about honing your power and skills, you need instead examine what those things are for, who they are for. If you can answer that question, then you might not be feared by the pony you don't want to fear you any longer. You really think so? Asked Perlin, his eyes going wide. Well, I certainly think it's a step in the right direction, said Dawn. It worked for me, at least. Ah, Perlin opened his mouth to say more, but was interrupted by a faint buzzing noise. Dawn felt a strange shivering through the air that accompanied that buzz, a feeling that was, at once, both foreign and familiar. He'd once sensed a similar buzzing sensation to this, but at a much greater intensity. More dark matter. Looking up, Dawn was surprised to see something that looked like a small white rhinoceros beetle descending towards them. The strange-looking insect flew directly towards Perlin, who held out a forehoof, allowing the creature to alight on him. The beetle settled into place, but its wings extended out from under its shell and began to buzz. To Dawn's surprise, the buzzing sound modulated itself, forming sounds that became words. I thought I would find you here, hummed the insect. This will save us both a great deal of trouble. What's the matter? Asked Perlin, looking down at the beetle, seemingly untroubled by having a conversation with an otherworldly insect. I am afraid I need your services. A certain asset of mine has gotten out of containment. As it so happens, it is heading in your general direction, so you won't need to go out of your way to subdue it. What asset is this? Asked Dawn, eyeing the bug. Are you Morning Star? He'd seen this phenomenon before. The beetle turned its body around so that its pale blue eyes could regard Dawn. Naturally, something like this wasn't capable of making an expression, and the buzzing voice created by its wings seemed incapable of any kind of inflection that might give away the feelings of the speaker. That is correct, though I would much prefer it if you continued to call me White Shade. I have grown rather fond of that name. I prefer it to my old one, in any case. As you wish, said Dawn. I would like to speak to you in pony at some point. I have some feelings that I wish to unburden myself of. I am sure you will have the opportunity in due time, maybe, said the beetle, its buzzing voice unable to inflect the words with either earnestness or mocking. I would like to continue to converse with you, but I am afraid that I don't have the time for this. Yes, this asset you mentioned, said Dawn. What is it? He half expected a dismissal for Morning White to tell him it was none of his business. However, instead, the beetle said, I believe you are quite familiar with it. You've faced it down before. Dawn felt the bottom drop out of his stomach. Flash spark. The very same, said the beetle. I do not object to you joining in this affair if you wish to stop him. In this case, he is no longer of any real use to me, so if he ends up being disposed of, then I can accept that outcome. I won't even need to show you where he is. You will be able to find him easily enough. I should warn you that before I decided I no longer had a use for him, I did give that stallion some upgrades to the abilities he had when you last met him. Before Dawn could ask what he meant by that, the beetle crumbled into white dust that then dispersed upon the wind. I wonder what he meant by that, mused Perlin. I thought he was going to show me where the crazy stallion was. Perhaps he means that I know where Flash Spark will be heading, said Dawn, frowning as he tapped his chin. The Flash Spark I met was primarily involved with 2 ponies. His eyes went wide and he froze in place. What is it? Asked Perlin. Can you find Rainbow Dash? Asked Dawn quickly. She's here, in Ponyville. Asked Perlin. Yes, said Dawn. I suspect she's up in the clouds somewhere. Please find her. He was already breaking into a trot down the street, spreading his wings in preparation for takeoff. Where are you going? Asked Perlin, trotting after Dawn. To the other pony Flash Spark was obsessed with, said Dawn. Mom. He kicked off the ground and shot into the air, kicking up a wave of dust that left Perlin coughing. I've never seen him so panicked before, mused Perlin before taking to the skies himself, casting his eyes about for any sign of Rainbow Dash even as his ears strained for the approaching buzz of a certain pony. Fluttershy giggled as she pressed herself up against Caramel's side, rubbing her neck against his. Her wing extended to drape itself over his back, pulling the stallion tight up against her. Caramel returned the favor by entwining his tail with hers and nuzzling her cheek, planting one light kiss after another as he did so. Where their barrels were pressed together, Caramel could feel Fluttershy's heart hammering through her ribs, its pace increasing as the cottage they now shared loomed closer. Their date had been a wonderful experience and now it looked as though the night ahead would be even better. At this rate, I'm going to have to pop the question soon, mused Caramel to himself. I should have bought a necklace already. Still, now wasn't the time to worry about something like that. Instead, now was the time to enjoy the feeling he and Fluttershy were currently sharing. He wondered if Dawn was home already, but decided not to worry. Even if he wasn't, Dawn respected their privacy. There wasn't any risk of him coming into their bedroom and stumbling on something a colt his age shouldn't see. Something large and black loomed up between them in the cottage. Caramel and Fluttershy stopped and looked up in surprise. They felt a faint stirring of the air behind them as something else positioned itself near their haunches. Fluttershy nearly panicked but calmed when she recognized the griffins in front of and behind them. Scan. Zon, what's the matter? She was ignored as the 2 griffin mercenaries focused their attention outwards, their sharp eyes scanning the darkened surroundings in minute detail, their bodies tense and ready for action. How did he get so close? Growled Scan, with those infernal wings of his, we should have heard him a mile out. I see no sign of him now, said Zon, carefully turning in place. What's happening? Asked Fluttershy, wishing she could bring herself to speak more loudly. We're in trouble, said Caramel, his stomach churning. From the tree line of the ever-free forest broke a white figure, shooting upwards from the canopy like a rising star, the light of the climbing moon glinting off insectal armor. Transparent wings blurred as the strange figure climbed higher into the sky. From this distance, it was hard for Fluttershy or Caramel to make out details, but they could see the smooth, featureless armor covering the pony's face and the segmented, bladed whip that extended from where a pony's tail would normally be, capped with a fearsome-looking stinger. Flash Spark, growled Caramel, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the stallion who'd once beaten him into a bloody pulp before trying to rape Fluttershy. Dawn had stopped him and broken his wings in the process. Sometime after that, Flash Spark had apparently been picked up by Morning Star, who'd outfitted him with that strange, off-white armor and abilities that had turned the former Pegasus into a monster. Even though they now knew where their opponent was, Scan and Zahn did not move. Instead, they maintained their position guarding the couple's front and rear. Though most of their attention was focused on the approaching Flash Spark, they kept their awareness of their surroundings just in case he was serving as a distraction for something else to come creeping up from another direction. Flash Spark hovered a short distance away, well off the ground and about halfway between them and the border of the Everfree. Seams appeared on the smooth armor over his muzzle, two strips pulling back to form a pair of large, vicious-looking mandibles. Behind those mandibles, Flash Spark's pony mouth appeared, his lips already curled back in a malicious grin. Well, it's been a long time, Fluttershy, he said, apparently ignoring the presence of the two griffins. I see you're still with the mudhopper. I wonder if a stallion like that can give you any real satisfaction. Shivering, Fluttershy shrank back to lean against Caramel, who'd shrugged out from under her wing so that he could wrap a foreleg protectively around her and pull her close as he glared at Flash Spark. Back off, said Caramel, you're not going to touch her. You don't have any say in that, Claude, snapped Flash Spark, his light blue compound eyes glaring at Caramel. I made a mistake letting you live back then. This time, I'm gonna shred you into a pile of meat and then eat you while Fluttershy gets to watch. Don't you dare. The voice was barely even a whisper against Caramel's chest. Looking down, Caramel was surprised to see Fluttershy's eyes hardening. Slowly, she pulled away from his chest and leveled a glare at Flash Spark. Don't you dare touch him, she said more loudly now. Caramel is mine and I'm his. I would sooner die than let a monster like you touch me or him. Though it was hard to read Flash Spark's expression with most of his face covered by armor and his compound eyes unable to change their shape or orientation, Caramel imagined that Flash Spark's sneer had morphed into one of disgust. You'd rather sleep with a filthy dirt pony than me. His voice took on a cruel and angry edge. I'm gonna have to teach you some respect before I have my fun with you. You won't have that opportunity, rumbled Scan, sinking a bit more deeply into a crouch. We will kill you before that happens. Flash Spark snorted and laughed. The blurring of his wings increased and he shot upwards like a rocket until he hovered high above the ponies and griffins. From that distance, Caramel and Fluttershy weren't able to see any details. However, Scan and Zahn's keen eyes spotted the instant Flash Spark's wings stopped. It was for less than a second. The veins on his insectal wings seemed to change their formation before resuming. Now there was an audible buzz coming from them. Here it comes, said Scan, shouting to be heard as the buzz quickly increased in volume and intensity. Both he and Zahn pulled out earplugs and plunged them into their ears. Their action came not a moment too soon as the wave of sound slammed into them with a tangible force, washing over their bodies completely. Fluttershy and Caramel cried out in pain as the intense buzz made their teeth rattle and their ears ache. They sank down to the ground, desperately covering their ears with their hooves, agony searing through their skulls as Flash Spark descended on them from above. Scan and Zahn shot upwards to meet him. Zahn surged ahead of her mate, brandishing the fearsome fighting claws extending from the gauntlets over her forepaws. Lunging forward, she slashed at the descending Flash Spark, aiming straight for his face, hoping to sink her claws into the opening where his mouth was. However, Flash changed direction instantly, skirting sideways in the same direction as her swing. Even as he drifted, he was reorienting on her, the buzzing of his wings intensifying and causing the air around them to visibly distort and ripple. Zahn caught a flare of yellow light and threw herself sideways, even as she gave up on flying upwards and allowed gravity to take hold, drawing her back down and out of what she hoped was the line of fire. It didn't matter in any case, as Scan slammed into Flash Spark's belly with his extended foreclaws, hitting with the force of a runaway locomotive. The claws drew sparks off of Flash's off-white armor, even as the impact launched him up higher. A loud scream rent the air and twin lances of bright yellow energy extended out from Flash's wings, slicing through the sky and, fortunately, hitting nothing. Flash Spark growled and used his flight to boost the upward momentum that Scan's attack had given him. Already, the ripples of another pair of shots were beginning to gather around his wings as he glared down at Scan. The bulky, black griffin was quick for his size, but he lacked his mate's darting agility. The incredibly fast beams that seemed capable of slicing through any material like it was paper were too quick for him to avoid. Fortunately, Zahn had other plans. While Flash Spark had been preoccupied by Scan's attack from below, Zahn had abandoned her dropping maneuver and had instead shot upwards, above Flash Spark's position. Swooping in from above, she aimed her fighting claws at the point where Flash Spark's wing connected with his body, intending to use the strategy that had worked the last time they'd driven him off. While the armor seemed nearly indestructible, the body beneath it was still flesh and blood. They had turned that against Flash by striking in such a way that his nigh indestructible armor was driven against his own body, breaking him apart from within. Zahn's claws connected with the base of Flash Spark's wing, the force of her blow causing the armored stallion to spin in place a little. Once again, the beams that speared out from his wings missed their target. Instead, they stabbed down into the ground and were drawn across it, cutting a pair of black lines through the earth itself, coming uncomfortably close to Caramel and Fluttershy in the process. Zahn and Scan's eyes met and they at once came to an unspoken agreement. Flash Spark had to be driven or drawn away from Fluttershy and Caramel before they were caught up in the battle and injured. However, Zahn was distracted by a faint numbness in her arm. Lifting up her foreleg as she retreated from her strike at Flash Spark, she was shocked to see the metal alloy fighting claws of her gauntlet, which were capable of exchanging blows with weapons forged from mithril, crumbling away. Worse than that, the gauntlet itself was also beginning to disintegrate. The creeping numbness running up her forelimb was probably the only reason Zahn wasn't shrieking in agony, as she could no longer feel anything below the elbow. Her short, blunt claws, now visible, were cracked and chipped. Worse, Zahn suspected that the bones, muscles and even the nerves of her foreleg might actually be in a similar state. Rather than striking a critical blow against Flash Spark, Zahn had apparently done more harm to herself than she had her opponent. As Flash Spark righted himself, there was no sign that he was suffering any pain from the hit. It seemed that the very same changes that had allowed him to fly without making a sound, despite his wings vibrating like a giant insect's, had apparently also granted him a body that was even more difficult to injure than it had been before. Worse still, hitting him the wrong way would apparently harm the one striking him instead. Zahn's horror at her condition very nearly cost her life. Her training prompted her to continue to retreat even as her attention was absorbed by her peculiar and horrifying condition. That was probably the only thing that saved her as she fell back. Flash Spark hissed, a vicious animalistic sound that had no business coming out of a pony's mouth, and lunged towards her. Under other circumstances, Zahn might have thought that he was trying to headbutt her or even forcefully kiss her beak as he lunged straight for her with his muzzle. However, her eyes picked up the motion from either side of her head and she realized that those wickedly sharp pincers were on the verge of piercing her skull from either side. Zahn tilted back and flipped over backwards, sweeping her wings up past her chest and into the open sky. The movement barely carried her head out of the pincer's arc as they closed with a nasty scissoring sound and the strong flap allowed her to shoot downwards and out of the way. Out of the edge of her vision, she caught sight of Flash Spark whipping his body around before a burning pain seared itself into her haunch just above her right hind leg. As she pulled away from Flash Spark, she felt something catch in her flesh and then tear itself out, a feeling that made her keen in agony. Crimson arcs of blood danced through the air between her and Flash Spark. From his position, Scan had seen everything, from the failed attack to Flash Spark whipping his body around and sinking the stinger on the end of his tail into Zahn's haunch. Worse still, Flash's stinger must have had some sort of barbs on it, for it tore a horrific gash in Zahn's flesh as her own momentum pulled her free of it. Flash let out an exultant, insane laugh and spun back around. Once again, the buzz around his wings rose sharply in pitch as he prepared another slashing lance of sonic energy. When he fired, the beams were on course to cut Zahn's body in two. However, an ebony blur tackled her out of the way, just as Flash Spark fired. The beams missed their intended target and carved another set of lines in the earth below. I hope you birds enjoy having your wings clipped, crowed Flash Spark as he prepared to attack again. On the outer edges of his vision, broadened by the compound eyes his enhancements sported, Flash Spark saw a faint rippling in the air. A second later, his ears were filled with an angry roar before he was slammed by a pillar of air that drove him across the sky with an angry yell. Scan and Zahn looked up to see the ebony and silver figure of Don Lightwing hovering above them, positioning himself between them and Flash Spark, who was trying to right his spinning, tumbling flight after being hit by such an intense attack. I think you've done enough, growled Don as he glared at Flash Spark. When Flash Spark saw that Don had arrived, he once again grinned, the expression looking unsettling, partially hidden as it was behind those angry-looking pincers. Finally, I thought you were going to take all night to get here. Don's eyes narrowed and he beat his wings, surging forward to confront the insectal stallion head-on. Author's notes. And just when everything was going so nicely too. Oh well, party time. This marks the start of the final arc of the story. From here things get busy. Next chapter, Firefly cuts loose.